Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to RC Racing TV's live coverage of the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships 2015 on another gloriously sunny day and in Izmir in Turkey. We are kicking off round 3 of qualifying at the F-Mod Arena, a spectacular facility, and Euro B qualifying is commencing with their first group out on the track right now. And of that lineup, we had 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday, which provided their own storylines and their first initial forays out. And after those first 2 rounds, was Yannick Nemizlo, who's in the provisional TQ position for Group B, or the Euro B class. But of this class that you see out on track right now, in the third of their sessions, it was the current pace setter Spring Helly who is leading the charge, 3rd overall, and he'll be hoping to move up a bit more. As it stands, he will be in the SuperPole session, and also in this session as well includes the likes of Atis Bilieu, Haluk Sayoruk. These are all other guys who were very strong and had shown moments of great pace at times. It's all about now if they can string it together and get some results for the final 3 rounds of qualifying. We are here all day today through the final 3 rounds of qualifying and into the SuperPole sessions later on. My name is Adam Johnson, alongside James Parry and Matt McCallum and the whole RC Racing TV team. Our coverage presented today and through the whole event by HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro and EFRA, who are both the organisers of this event and help us provide this coverage. We are the official media partners of EFRA, and it's a pleasure doing this event and bringing this to you live. If you're tuning in right now, the 8 AM UK time, 9 AM Central, it's 10 AM local time here in Turkey. Forget about the weather, it's another glorious day out there. There's even less clouds in the sky than yesterday, and there was barely any yesterday. So the sun's going to be out to play again. The track should be the same as it was yesterday, which should provide some consistency for the contestants. And Spring Helly is once again the class of this group, rather comfortably. And over 1 lap, he hasn't quite shown the raw pace of those in Group 2 in Euro B, of which there are 2 groups out this week. But he hasn't shown the raw pace of those guys, but he's been very consistent, winning his group and being far and beyond the fastest in this group. In fact, there's only 8 on the track right now. There's, as you see there, a new fastest lap for Spring Helly. He's improving all the time at 28.976 now. He has been down as far as the low 28s. And the others in this group have been around the 27-second bracket. So over 1 lap, he's maybe not as quick as some of the others at the top end of town, but he's certainly consistent in the early part. And he's doing what he needs to do to get through. As I say, at the very least, he should be in contention for the SuperPole. Now, of course, if you're just joining us, if you're relatively new to the format of EFRA RC Racing competition, qualifying procedure, there's 5 rounds of qualifying, where the best results are determined by how many laps you can do in a 5-minute time window per round. So it's not about the ultimate fastest lap or the one-off fastest lap. It's about how quick you can go for the entirety of the 5 minutes. And basically those scores are aggregated together. You get points. Well, you get the least amount of points possible. Basically, if you win your group, you get 0 points. And you also get the overall time, as again, Spring Helly is improving. More and more pace coming out of that car by the lap. Now down to a 28.344. He shaved 6/10 off his previous best. And look at him really enjoying the track. It'll be fairly cool out there. These are the first cars on track, the first track activity of the day. So the track will be fairly cool. The sun hasn't been on it for long. So the cars will be running relatively nice, because the engines will be cool. But the tyres may not be. So Spring Helly putting in some good times. But across the 5 rounds, you're allowed 2 drop scores. So it's the best 3 that go forward. And whoever is top overall, regardless of what group you're in, whoever is top scorer overall goes through as top qualifier and locks themselves in to the A-Main final. And is the first driver to be locked into the final, meaning that they do not have to go through any of the lower finals, not even a semi-final. They are straight in the final and on the pole. So top qualifier is a prized position and one that everyone will be gunning for. If they can't quite make that, if you finish 2nd through 5th at the end of the qualifying rounds, you go into the SuperPole session. Now, this is absolutely must-watch entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. I commentated on the inaugural session of this at the 1/8 IC Track European Championships and ending in Germany a couple of weeks back. And it was an absolutely fascinating spectacle. Basically, 2nd through 5th are then put into a separate session as, again, Heli's improving near the end of the session. He's got it down to a 28.263. Slowly getting more and more pace out of that car. He'll probably get about 10 or 11 laps out of this run. And will probably be the only driver to get there. Murat Özkan is close, as is Atele Atink. But they will still be about a lap or so behind. Sprang Heli has been pretty much a class of his own in this group. The Czech Republic driver putting in a good performance. And he has indeed completed 11 laps at the end of that session. But SuperPole, you've never seen it before. You're going to want to lock into this one. Because 2nd through 5th are placed in their own session. Each car will go out individually on their own for a little bit of warm-up and then 6 timed laps. The fastest lap of those will go forward, and whoever gets the fastest 1 lap time will be the second driver to qualify through to the main final. The rest will go into the semi-finals and lower finals and beyond. So that SuperPole session is basically a sudden death. If you want a second shot at going through to the final, if you didn't quite make top qualifier, that is your best shot going through. And I mean, James, we saw out in Ettlingen the SuperPole session. I mean, the crowds are pretty good for qualifying and obviously very packed for the races, but for SuperPole, I've never seen tension like it in a motorsport arena.
No, I've never seen I'm glad you know about SuperPole, because I was going to ask you about it, but then refrained in case you weren't quite sure what the rules were on SuperPole, and I didn't want to make you look silly live on air. So I held back, and I'm glad that you've brought that to our attention, and now I know.
Yeah, it's a as I say, I commented on the inaugural session at the 1/8 IC Track Championships, basically the 1/8 version of this championship, and you will see, especially in the A class, some drivers crossing over and doing both events, doing double duty. There will not be a double champion in both disciplines, because of course Oliver Mack was your champion in the 1/8 discipline, and he's not here this weekend, probably at home shining up his trophy, as he has every right to. But I do see a wealth of talent and a wealth of skill down in the pits, including some previous trophies as well. And I was talking to Matt a little bit yesterday, James, about this. I just wonder if some of the guys who have come over from the 1/8 championship, I mean, it was 2 weeks ago, so it wasn't exactly yesterday, but I wonder if those guys maybe have a little bit of advantage coming into this with effectively an events practice and notebook under their belt.
Yeah, no, I think it's a valid point. Would they have an advantage? Yeah. I'm not sure on that one. I'm not sure, because, yeah, it's such a similar class. Yes, I'm going to say yes, they would have an advantage. I'm putting my neck on that's my neck on the line for day 2. Quote, yes, they've got an advantage.
The bold prediction there from James Barry live on the air. I just have this sense, I mean, yesterday they were putting in some great times, and I just have a feeling that if you've got the notebook there, I mean, granted the cars are smaller, this is a different track. The event in Germany was hot, but it wasn't this hot. It's still about 10 degrees off what the temperatures were here. If it was high 20s in Germany, it's around mid to high 30s out here in the foothills just outside Izmir. And it is a beautiful facility here. I can't stress just how wonderful a facility this place is, and what a wonderful part of the world it is located in. There are trees, forests and foothills rolling off as far as the eye can see, mountains off in the distance, roads over there, and this FMOD facility, this FMOD arena, literally has everything you could ever want as an RC enthusiast and an RC competitor. There's this excellent tarmac racetrack for on-track racing. There's also off-road. There's also an off-road track over on the far side, right out of shot. There's a full off-road facility. There is a full... Oh, that was quite spectacular. Give that a 7.5. Up on 2 wheels there. A little bit of Diamonds Are Forever action through the EFRA hairpin as I come through. But yeah, there's an off-road facility here, an off-road track, a full pair of runways for RC aircraft, and a lake in the background, which you've seen a few shots of already.
Can you see the runways there, Matt?
I think they're off to the right. I think he's going to pan us across there.
That's a picnic bench. No, that's not a runway. That's a child's playground.
Which I guess you could play with your RC toys in there.
The child's playground does have a cage around it. I don't know if that's to keep children in or things out. There we go. There's the windsock
for the RC airfield. There it is.
You can see that it's not very windy at all at the moment. There's the runway. That's one of them.
Yeah, that's one of the runways. And then just above that, I think if you move the camera up a little bit, you will see just in the back, down. That's woodland. He's back on his nature shots again. Just over there, I think, right over there, you can see in the distance.
It's a T-shirt.
It's a T-shirt on a metal pole, but just in the back.
There is a Turkish scarecrow. They just put a T-shirt on a pole.
Yeah, the farmers have hit on hard times.
Yeah, that's all that's needed. No, it was in fact an orchard. We were told yesterday that the kids in the local community are taught about growing things, growing fruit, growing vegetables in that there behind. Hang on, what's Matt found now? Hang on, need to focus. More chickens. Daily chicken watch. We can confirm. There was only one yesterday. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I told you the fans would be out in force for SuperPole.
Yeah, it's because of SuperPole. We now have 7 chickens. I feel like Matt's trying to point to something else that we should be talking about. Matt can pick up the microphone and join in, don't forget.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a pedal car there, and is that an RC Tonka truck?
Yeah, that was what I was interested in.
The Tonka truck, fair enough, okay.
Yeah. There's RC diggers as well. And yes, that orchard you were talking about, apparently some of the stuff they grow in there, they use as food for the racetrack.
Yes.
So, yes, yum indeed. It's
a very profitable venue.
Yes, it's literally got everything you could ever want from a facility. We've had great treatment up here. We've been well looked after. We're in a lovely air-conditioned room in the race control building, which is just fantastic. And Matt's just above us on the driver's stand on the main camera.
With 34 seconds to go until we start the next round of qualifying, gives me a quick opportunity to say we are RCTV. We are live from Izmir in Turkey. We're here thank you to HB Racing, D'Agostini Model Space and VRC Pro, who are sponsoring the replays, of which we'll see lots of very soon.
HB Europe.
HB Europe. You could have told me that off air, Matt, but okay, nevertheless. Don't forget, if you're not already a member of the Facebook group, do head over to Facebook, search for RC Racing TV, click join. Once we've confirmed you're a real person, we will add you to the group live on air. I do have some people waiting to join. There's no time for that. Over to Adam now for the qualifying.
Yep, we're down and away, and we promise if you're not trying to sell us fake Ray-Bans, we will let you in the group. And you'll be able to lock in and discuss with us as we get into Group 2. European qualifying round 3. Now this is where the big guns have been for the session so far, and as these qualifying sessions go on, they'll invert each seeding as they go through. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in round 1. Then the top 3 will be put to the back, and now in this one the top 6 will be put to the back. So 7, 8, 9, 10 roll off as your top 4. But the other big stories here is Yannick Nemizlo. It's probably the car we have to track here, as Amit Kassap has put in a new fastest lap so far, but I expect that to come down a little bit as I go through. But Yannick Nemizlo is your current TQ at the moment, and going through 2 rounds of qualifying, and he's straight to the top of the charts again. He's around there. Umut Oztuman is also there. But your top 10 after 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday overall is Nemizlo, Georgiadis, Heli, Ali, Duzgit, Atink, Kragevsky, Korpe, Pupke and Tokur. Now you'll notice most of those drivers are in this top group. So at the moment it's a straight battle between Yannick Nemizlo and Tom Kragevsky in this session. Georgiadis is also there. Those top 3, have really been almost a cut above a lot of other people. I think Spring Heli has got consistency. I certainly think he can do it, but just look at the fastest time so far in this session, a 26.652 fastest lap from Tom Kragevsky so far. And whereas there was only the one driver in the last group that hit 11 laps, that being Heli, most of the field are going to hit 11 laps in this one. And in fact, Yannick Nemizlo is predicted to do 12 as it stands, as we are currently following Nemizlo right now. That is the car I have to keep an eye on here. I have to keep a very close eye on. It's taking around a lap here of this facility. There's the start finish line, turn 1, and then the first S, turn 2 and 3, and then round 4 there. And now the bus stop chicane. That is where you're going to see a lot of people come to grief. And then 6 and 7, I think I've lost count already. So many corners. Here's the long back straight. Look at this. They were told yesterday, they're about 65 miles an hour into the EFRA hairpin there. Leave your braking as late as possible. Round into the second S complex of hairpins. And then round into this start-finish area. You'll see there it triangulates. And you'll see at the bottom there, there's a separate start-finish area. As Nemizlo just cops a little bit too much of the rumble strip for his liking. But you'll just see there's a little area, a sort of separate starting area for rolling starts and Le Mans style starts. Le Mans style starts is what we saw in the 1/8 series, as they are Can-Am sports car bodied cars. These are touring cars, as you can see, and they look fantastic as well. But this facility, the vibe we got, and certainly we spoke to circuit designer Michael Salvan yesterday, and it was actually his birthday yesterday. He got a rather nice cake, so happy birthday, Michael. He designed this wonderful track and facility, and he has created a track that is technical as anything that Herman Tilke has come up with for Formula 1, but has a magnificent flow to it, which I think is very hard to do sometimes on technical courses. It's very easy for them to become basically three-dimensional maths problems. Constant braking, and if you miss your apex by just a little bit, it's all just gone horribly wrong, and it's just no fun to drive. This is an absolute joy, and certainly talking to the drivers, you can tell that they really do enjoy driving this track. It's one of those tracks, it's a bit like, well, I can't really say I've driven this track for real, but I can say I've driven it on video games and simulators, but a track like Suzuka, which has a lot of flow, a lot of rhythm. You may not enjoy you may not be very good at the track, but you still sort of enjoy trying to challenge it, trying to tame it. You enjoy the challenge. That's kind of what I'm like at Suzuka, especially on the Gran Turismo games. I'm kind of rubbish at Suzuka, but I still enjoy driving there because it is a phenomenal circuit and a great challenge. And certainly the amount of corners here, it is sort of like a kind of mini Nordschleife for these RC cars, because they have so many corners. If you take every single corner into consideration, literally there's almost about 20 corners on the track. In fact, let's see if we can count along as Nimislo comes through here. Right then, start finish area there. 1, and then 2, that hairpin there, then 3, just coming out another car, 4, 5, and then nice pass there, 6, 7, 8 maybe, 8 there, 9, onto this back straight. They'll head up to 65 miles an hour down here, 10, 11 at the EFRA hairpin, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then 16, 17, 18, start finish line. 18 corners at that count, and I think if you count it again, you probably count an extra 1 or 2 there. And at the moment, it's Krajewski just ahead of Nimislo, and this will be absolutely crucial for Krajewski's chances, because he really does need a good result here. 7th after the first 2 rounds. And I think we've got some issues here. Nope, we've picked up another car. I thought Matt had spotted a stricken car there, but he's picked up the number 1 car of Krajewski. So there at the moment is your current leader as they come round to complete their laps. And I think that little mistake from Nimislo has cost him a 12-lap run, and that may have knocked him behind Krajewski as well. That's how close this session has been. Nikos Georgiadis is also there as well, and at the moment he's firmly in SuperPole contention. Krajewski comes across the line to complete his session, as does everyone else. And at the end of that session then, another very interesting one, as you'd always expect here, as always. And as the field are still completing their laps, we'll just have a look in a minute. We'll have a look in a minute at the final positions. That's if the timing doesn't beat me to it. Nope, well, there we go. And that's interesting. In the end, both Krajewski and Nimislo managed 12 laps. But Krajewski just beat out Nimislo in the end by about 4 seconds, or 3.5 seconds at the very least. So, very good job there from Krajewski. That's exactly what he needed. He had 2 disappointing performances yesterday. Certainly had car speed, but just had little issues affect his runs, including running out of fuel at the end of one run. We spoke to a few drivers who were struggling with fuel flow, having to run it at different levels to both ensure that the car didn't overheat. That was a big issue for a lot of them, but also making sure they had enough fuel to the end, and a lot of them fuel it right on the very, very edge. You'll see just as the countdown begins after warm-up, they'll add little bits of fuel in and just literally try and fuel it so it runs out as they finish the session, but sometimes they get a little bit over-eager. As you can see, Kerem Duzkit and Arno Puke not really completing that many laps. Problems also for Halit Korpe and Umut Oztumen. Huge contingent of home talent here, and it's great to see the home drivers embrace this event. But Krajewski with a good win there in round 3. Is there time for him to pull it back here? But we will see after this round of qualifying. We'll get it updated as soon as we can, and we'll let you know about the provisional running order and the provisional top qualifier in Group B. But for now, it's time to move into Group A. And the first group of Group A looks like this. Robert Harley, Paul Dewsnap and Daniel Jones are your top 3. So it's Brits leading the way here. Early doors. But after the overnight, The overnight TQ for Group A, the main group, has Timu Lino, the designer and creator of a lot of the cars you'll see out here. Overall TQ overnight, and that kind of backs up what we were saying earlier about drivers coming from the 1/8 event and doing well out of the box. Lino was there, as was Dominic Greiner, who's second overall. Third is Leo Arnold, who was not there. He's running third. Simon Kurzbuch fourth, who was top qualifier in Ettlingham, so he comes in with a lot of pace to burn in the qualifying session. Fifth is Dirk Wisniewski. Sixth for Patrick Nair. Seventh for Martin Hoody. Eighth for Bruno Coelho. Ninth for Thilo Tuertman. And 10th for Mikael Dedarian. Meanwhile, as for the people in this group, there's a lot of guys wanting to move up. Dewsnap, 30th overall. Robert Harley, 28th. But Daniel Jones, 24th. You've got Spiros Pickens, 23rd. And there's a few others through there. There's a lot of Greek drivers in this round as well. They've got a healthy contingent out there, as you probably expect. They've only had to jump across the sea to join us here for this event. And they are representing well, and they're doing a good job. But these guys are normally around the bottom half of the order, so it's going to take a lot for one of these guys to step it up and maybe make it into SuperPole contention. But anything is still possible. They've still got 3 rounds to go. There'll be a lot of guys who didn't have the best of starts yesterday. And James, I was speaking to Man a little bit about this. We were just wondering, a couple of guys were a little bit optimistic with their fueling yesterday, ran out later on, and that cost them a few good results. Just how hard is it, including Jari Valkova, in fact, as I look at it, in this heat? How hard do you think it is if you have a bad first 1 or 2 rounds of qualifying? How hard is it to pull it back?
Very.
Simple answer. There you go. No need for any extra nonsense. It's that hard. It's very hard.
You remember last night over dinner we discussed I'm not a technical person. I'm not an RC racer. I'm a network and streaming geek.
He's the man to talk to if any of this stuff breaks. Just go, James, it's not working.
Yeah, but what I can do is I can say, I need to plug this computer in before it runs out of battery.
It's on 2% as well.
I need to do that first, actually.
Yeah, the tension. We'll let you know if the laptop dies or if we manage to plug it in time. That is the most tense race at the moment. As the cars out on the track are having their own warm-up right now. Their own qualifying session will get underway. But we've also had cups of tea delivered up to the commentary box as well, which is rather nice. I haven't had my cuppa. I overslept at the hotel this morning, so when I came downstairs, I had the other two tapping their watches and saying we had to go straight away, so I didn't have time for any breakfast. But tea, for me, is a bit like spinach to Popeye. That's what I'll say. But the car's coming back in now after their warm-up. We've still got about a minute or so of warm-up. Track temperature or air temperature already up to 34 degrees. It's fluctuating constantly at the moment on the little timing screen. Just see to the left, just behind the D'Agostino model space in VRC Pro graphics. They've got a timing and scoring tower. And Matt is showing us his phone for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why.
You haven't brought your adapter with you, have you, today?
I think, yes, I have.
Oh, phew.
I hope I have.
1%, no rush.
Oh, so tense. But luckily I've got my travel plug. I bring it with me mainly because my phone battery lasts about as long as a Ronda Rousey fight. So I literally have to have it with me. Is that Matt or is that one of the drivers? He has a microphone so he can tell us what's going on. Maybe he's just getting some photos for us. Anyway, none of that matters now, as James desperately tries to stop the laptop running out of battery. We get ready to go. 30 seconds to the start of the first group of the Euro A. This is the very top end of town. It's A and B. Remember the B license. If you win, you can upgrade and go up to the A license. Big sigh of relief. The laptop is in safe hands. We managed to plug it in and it's okay. And just as that occurs, the klaxon sounds and we're getting ready to go. Starter taps each pit bay and each car is released with a good sort of gap between each one to potentially avoid any spacing issues, but they will still happen at times throughout the session. So Robert Harley, Paul Dewsnap and Daniel Jones lead them away. 3 Brits. So there were only 8 in this session, so the top 7th and 8th are your top 2, and then it's 1 through 6th as they go through. And there's a lot of cars here who we were just talking about. as James made the point very succinctly in his signature style, it's so difficult to come back after having a difficult first 2 rounds. I mean, of course, you have 2 drop scores, but basically it means if you get through the first 2 rounds of qualifying and that's not gone to plan, it effectively means you have no more chances. You have to nail these 3 rounds, and even then, it may not be enough.
Louis Cortez on the YouTube chat's made a very valid point. This round's very important as it's running lower temperatures with lower consumption. So it means they can use more fuel earlier in the morning. Very valid point, Louis Cortez. Don't forget, you can go over to YouTube. If you're watching on the YouTube page down the right-hand side, there is a chat window. Do come and join us. Do come and get stuck in. Give us your comments. Say hello.
Yes, there's a very valid point there by Luis Cortez. Thank you very much for pointing that out. This is what we potentially call the rocket round, which is where you could see the fastest times of the day, which is, as noted, I mean, I wouldn't say it's cool out on the track. It's already sweltering hot, but this is probably the coolest the track's going to be all day. 36 degrees already showing on the scoring monitor.
That was what it was at midday yesterday.
Yeah, so it's already the same temperature as it was during the afternoon yesterday. But aircon, I love you. But the point still stands. The track is going to be the coolest that it will be potentially all day. So this is probably your best round of any to start nailing some good results on the board, because you may not go any faster than this all day. And the interesting thing is, SuperPole is the last thing today, so it'll be mid to late afternoon, where the sun has baked down onto the track and baked literally everything that's been put down on the track. Burnt off oil from the fuel these cars are running, their mix of nitromethane and various oils, and rubber compounds. As you see there, it just gets a little bit wide. That darkened line you see through there is basically where all the rubber and build-up is put down. That is Daniel Jones, who we're watching right now, but there's a few guys to watch in this heat as well who are moving up from the lower end and had poor opening salvos. Danny Volvas is definitely one of those cars. He's the number 6, and let's just see if we can have a look for him, because Volvas is up at the top end as well as Jari Valkola. Valkola is certainly one of the quick drivers around here, and Jari Valkola's pink car is actually coming through the first few hairpins now and heading up towards the bus stop chicane. There it is. There it is. That's Jari Valkola's car, and just as we pick him up, he puts in a new fastest lap of the session, a 27.319. Now remember, at the top end of B qualifying, we were seeing 26s, so there is still pace to burn out there. But Valkola taking a big chunk of chicane there. Rumble strip. Those rumble strips look fairly flat, look fairly innocuous. And again, if you've played a lot of video games, mainly the more arcadey ones, you will have learned, or have been taught, that you can just take a massive fistful of rumble strips up on 2 wheels and you'll probably go faster. Incorrect, ladies and gentlemen, especially here. These rumble strips are like tank traps for these little RC cars. You can take a lot of them. It's a bit like those birds that feed inside a crocodile's mouth. How far do you go? How much do you risk those rumble strips? Because if you do take a chunk off them, you can see some rubber build up on the rumble strips, so you can see that they do take a healthy amount out of them. If you go that bit too far, it can not only destabilise the car, it can flip it. We've seen people have spectacular flips and rolls. There was one yesterday that managed to clear, he flipped in the first corner, managed to clear 2 sections of the track and end up on the back straight. I've never seen something quite like it. Beth Tweddle would probably win gold with that at the gymnastics in the Olympics. It was quite unbelievable. It was right about there, and he flipped and went all the way across the track. But Valkola is still your leader in this heat so far. We've got 30 seconds to go. And Valkola is looking good here. This is a much better performance. And I say, he suffered from a little bit of underfueling in the first round. He was one of those that pushed his luck a little bit too far. He was 27th after the first 2 rounds. Definitely looking for something better here, and this will help his chances no end of good, although Daniel Jones is trying to put a stop to that. Jones is also around 24th. So these guys probably just fighting, not necessarily for SuperPole, but just fighting to maybe get into the quarter or semi-finals here. There are quarters and last 16 or 1/8 finals for Euro A. So if you can avoid as many rounds as possible, then that is obviously an advantage. Although we have seen people do the double bump up and even claim podiums in the final, although we have never seen a double bump up into the final. We've never seen someone go from the bottom round to the final and win the thing. That would be the most unexpected result possibly in sporting history. And a new fastest lap right at the end of the session with Nicolas Nikiforos. So good effort there.
Time is over. Race.
That'll be enough to put him third, probably, as the cars are coming through to complete their laps. And let's have a look then at how they finished at the end of that session. Make sure the timing screen doesn't beat me to it. There we go. Jari Valkola then takes out this session, and that's much better. You'll want more from that, and he just pipped Daniel Jones to the line by 3.7 seconds. Nicolas Nikiforos third, and fourth for Danny Volvas. So those four are probably your strongest runners from this heat, and those are the ones to watch for. Though Spiros Pickens was putting in some good laps yesterday, but he only managed 3 in this session. So something not quite right on that car early doors, but they've still got 2 rounds to fix it up. And Lampros Tisikli Tiras did not even manage a lap there. So those guys have put themselves under pressure. But those 4 at the top end, especially Jari Valkola, James, they're exactly what we were talking about. Guys who are coming from behind in the early sessions. That's exactly what Valkola needs. He needs to be on the comeback trail now, and he basically can't afford. He has no more second chances now. He has to absolutely go for it.
He does. Whilst you take a sip of tea, and I was going to say clear the timers from the screen, which you've done, it gives me a chance to welcome some people into the Facebook group. So, without further ado, Bernd Koller from Germany. Hello, welcome to RC Racing TV. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for joining us. Who's up next? Stranos Manuel from Milan in Italy. He has a very locked down profile and I can't see what else he's into. Nevertheless, Stranos, hello, welcome to RC Racing TV. Jack Campfield from London in the United Kingdom says he's a head engineer at Force India. I'm not sure if that's the case or not.
It'd be pretty cool if he is.
Yeah, it would be very cool.
Does that mean he can get me an autograph from Nico Hulkenberg?
I'll ask. I'll send him a private message. Jack Campfield, hello, welcome to RC Racing TV. James Scott from Windsor, Berkshire in the United Kingdom. James is into remote control cars and horses by the look of it. Don't try and do the two together, it scares the horse. Hello, welcome to RC Racing TV.
Has there ever been a radio-controlled horse?
No, there was a Trojan horse. There's a clothes horse. There's obviously the real horse. There's the horse they use in gymnastics, but I've never seen a remote control horse.
Maybe that's something to think. I think that's the one thing missing from this F-Mod Arena facility.
I think there's a gap in the market.
There's an airfield, there's a lake, there's a circuit track. There is no RC horse arena.
No,
got to be something there.
I think you've come up with a good idea there. I think you should go on Dragon's Den. rchorses.com. 250,000 for 20% in your company.
There we go.
Gilros Mandilaras. I'm not known for my pronunciation, so I apologise. This is in Athens, Greece. Likes his Toyota Celicas. I nearly said Supras. No, it's a Celica. Nothing else from your Facebook page, so it leaves me with nothing else to do other than to say welcome to RC Racing TV. Last but not least, Sean Garrett. I'm going to say with a name like that, you're from the UK, although it doesn't say. Nothing else on your Facebook page, but you have asked an RC-related question recently, so I believe you are a real person. Hello, Sean. Welcome to RC Racing TV. Don't forget you can head over to Facebook, search for RC Racing TV, click join, and once we've confirmed you're a real person, you too could have your Facebook page interrogated live on air, and we will welcome you to the group. Don't forget we're streaming live on YouTube. Head over, come join us, chat with us, give us your opinion, or just come over and say hi. You can check us on the right hand side of the stream. We are RC Racing TV. We are in Izmir, Turkey, live at the F-Mod RC track. We're here thanks to HB Europe, Diagostini Model Space and VRC Pro, and of course we wouldn't be here without EFRA, the organising body behind everything that you see here today on your screens, and thank you to them for asking us to come along and cover the event.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and it's a great event to cover. And as I say, I think basically the one rule of joining RC Racing TV is make sure there's no adverts for fake Ray-Bans on your profile, and we'll probably let you in. You'll be okay. But let's go back to the action on the track as the warm-up is concluding. We'll just take you through the starting grid, but you can just see there. I'm just going to move the grid off there. Bit close up there on the discussion between the mechanics. That's Nick Theodoropoulos finally figured out that guy's name now. I horribly mangled it in the first round or so, but I think I've been practicing my Greek since then. It's been getting a lot better. But as you can see, I think that's a number 7 car. Milan Holthuis. A lot of close-up action shots there from Matt, showing you the hive of activity that is the pit lane, even qualifying where there are no pit stops now. That was the number 4 car, actually, of Nikos Karampelas. And early doors, it's already a lot of action, and it's so... You see a lot of shouting, a lot of arm waving, and it looks like everyone's furious and everyone's angry. Sometimes they are, but sometimes it's just so hard to hear you. These nitro-burning cars scream. They make a sound like an early 2000s Formula 1 car.
There we go. As if perfect timing, as you were talking about it, some more arm waving and shouting on screen.
I think they can hear us. I think Matt may have wired up a mic down there to him as well. But no, certainly there's a hive of activity down there.
That's a great shot. Look, you can see exactly what the mechanics actually do to those cars in the pit lane. If you're new to the sport.
There's not a huge amount they can do when it gets down to there, away from the lane. They can change fuel flow rates, can make tiny adjustments maybe, and there's the fuel cans. You can see them there. They'll top up the bottles because they've already burnt off quite a bit of fuel just in those warm-up laps. There's a good shot of the body. You see, that's almost a Chevrolet Cruze style design on that body. But you see the aggressive design of it. It's very DTM inspired, I think.
What Hollywood film has a car that colour?
I believe it might be Fast and Furious 1.
Was it Fast and Furious 1?
The orange Toyota Supra, yeah.
I think Fast and Furious had a car in every colour, didn't they?
I think they probably did. Considering how many films they've done now, they've probably had one of every single car ever made. I'm surprised the Ford Model T didn't blow up in the last one. It's only a matter of time. The next one will feature a car chase between a Ford Model T and a Daimler Chrysler motor wagon, the old 1886 thing. And they'll both blow up as well. But anyway, no blowing up yet. We are underway in this second group of Euro A qualifying round 3. And of this selection, of this group of guys, you've got a few guys who are challenging the bottom end of the top 10 and are hoping to try and move into that top 10 and maybe get themselves into semi-final contention, maybe an outside shot at the SuperPole. I believe I can confirm that the guy that James is currently checking to join the group is actually a competitor.
I recognise the name, but I also recognise the picture. I think he may have actually left the group and then come back just to get a live shout out on air, and that does happen. We've seen people do that.
Well, Gerhard Candleheart, there's your shout out. There it is. But
you've ruined my live on air. You've ruined it for Gerhard. You've just ruined it for him.
He's going to leave again now.
Yeah, if you could leave again and then come back, that'd be great.
Yeah. Come back in about an hour. Anyway, let's focus on what's going on screen then. And it's Dan Jacobs with the early advantage in this session. He was 13th overall after the first 2 rounds, so he's looking to move up a bit more. And again, look at this. He's starting to smash out those fast laps. 26.15 now from Dan Jacobs, the Dutch driver. Teemu Saarinen is also in contention. In fact, Saarinen is 14th after the first 2 rounds. Francesco Annunziata is definitely the name you have to watch. At the moment, he's showing as 5th on the screens there. Annunziata is your man to watch. But he was 33rd after the first 2 rounds of qualifying. 33rd for a man who's got one of the quickest rides out there. Teemu Saarinen now with the new fastest lap. I mean, it may well be all over already for Annunziata.
He was 33rd after which round? The third?
2 rounds.
Oh, 2 rounds. I think it's the 33rd after the third round.
That's 33 and a third. That's the third Naked Gun film.
Ladies and gentlemen, not only RC Racing, but we also bring you references to Hollywood films.
Yeah, we do. But battles continue here. The racing continues. We're about halfway in the session. And is that Annunziata's car we're watching right now? I believe it might be. Whatever the case, Annunziata really has to step up now, otherwise he's going to be in the pits of hell. That's Milan Holthuis we're watching, the number 7. He's currently 6th on the timing screens at the moment. Holthuis did not have quite the nightmare first 2 rounds that Annunziata did, but he was still 29th after the first 2, which is an absolute nightmare for him. Let's see if we can find Annunziata, because his number 1 car is creeping up the timing scores now, creeping up the standings. With about a minute and a half to go. He's coming through the start-finish area. Now he's the orange car. There he is. Matt's got him, and he's just in time for a huge shunt. A big crash for Annunziata. He completely wiped out the number 3 of Teemu Saarinen, and that could have massive implications for the qualifying session. Saarinen was second, Annunziata third. Oh, there's going to be a little bit of beef after that one, surely. That was almost certainly not intentional, but it was just desperation. The VRC Pro replay will show it. Up the inside, trying to slide. Saarinen closed in on the apex. 6 of one, half a dozen of another in the end. I think Saarinen went for the corner, thinking that Annunziata might back out. Annunziata went in thinking there would have been room on the inside, and they just converged together. But both cars continuing. But the knock-on effect is that Annunziata has dropped back to 5th. More misfortune for the Italian driver. He couldn't afford any more anyway. Well, that's exactly what he's got here. And it doesn't seem to have affected Saarinen's run too much, as they come across to complete the runs, come across to complete the session. That's it. It's all over for this one. And at the end of that session, let's have a look at how they shook out. And it's Dan Jacobs who rolls through again. Another solid run. Actually, it's not the end of the session at all. What was I talking about? What on earth was I on about? Went a bit early there. I had suddenly noticed they were on 9 laps. I thought, hang on, that's a bit slow. There we go. So there is still time for Annunziata to make it back up again. Stop laughing, James. And Annunziata has still got time to make it back up again. He's 4th at the moment, but around the 4th, 5th position. This is still not what he needed. This is desperately disappointing. Teemu Saarinen, however, has managed to recover. He is 2nd. Now it's ticking to the end of the session. I seem to be the only person in Izmir who seemed to think it had ended 30 seconds early. But Annunziata comes across the line then, and I think he's on to do another lap. Yes, I think he might be. I don't think he completed the session before time was up. As the field are still completing their runs, they come through. So we'll just let them filter through the last few dregs. And someone has just been given a 10-second penalty. I wonder if that's Annunziata.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, while you were going to the VRC Pro replay, Annunziata also had a stop and go. So everything went wrong for him.
So Annunziata had not only a stop-go penalty, and then a 10-second penalty. How many more ways can a qualifying session go wrong for one driver? James, have you ever seen anything like that?
17. 17 other ways it can go wrong for a driver in qualifying.
I love the precision and the succinctness of your answers at the moment. It's fantastic. Straight to the point.
It's common fact.
Straight to the point, Parry. That's him there. Dan Jacobs then, he had nothing to do with all of that faffing around behind him. He easily takes the win in that group and solidifies his position at the lower end of the top 10 and in the top 15. 12-lap run there. Teemu Saarinen 2nd, recovering from that incident at the first corner. Tino Eriksson does well there to come back to 3rd. Annunziata in the end 4th. How disappointing. Juraj Hudi 5th. Karan Pelos 6th. Holt Huis and Theodoropoulos 7th and 8th. So the whole field did make it out there for that session, but still a spread there. Theodoropoulos was actually last overall after the first 3 rounds, and that will not help him either. Go on.
Excuse me, I keep having to clear my throat. So, more people waiting to join the Facebook group, despite being ruined here by Adam a minute ago. I'm still going to join anyway. Gerhard Candlehart. Hello, welcome to RC Racing TV.
He's back again.
Pardon?
He's back again.
No, I didn't before. Adam ruined it because he mentioned it before I was ready.
Yeah, in the time of the last qualifying heat, he's managed to leave and then come back again.
Yes. So, 2 mutual friends. Of course, yes, this is me. Anyway, he's into skiing, obviously racing of all types. There's some of the full-size kind of Red Bull things there. Hello, Gerhard. Welcome to RC Racing TV. A name I cannot pronounce. I'm going to go Joao.
Joao.
Joao?
Yep.
Joao Completo Costa. Can't see where you are from. Nevertheless, hello. Welcome to RC Racing TV. Welcome along. Jack Ryan. It's a rule set out by Nick Damon that anyone from this country has to be introduced in this way into the Facebook group. So, g'day, Jack. Welcome to RC Racing TV.
Jack Ryan Shadow Recruit.
Pardon?
Jack Ryan Shadow Recruit?
That's what I was thinking.
Jack Ryan Shadow Report.
It's Tom Cruise.
Yes.
What?
This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when 2 people get the reference and 1 doesn't.
It's another Hollywood reference.
Oh, is it?
It
All
is,
right.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for letting me know.
Can I just ask a question?
Of course you can.
You may.
How many members are we up to? Because we were set a target for this weekend to reach 7,000.
Have we?
To finish the season on 7,000.
Yeah,
Right, okay
so
then.
what are we up to?
Drum roll.
Well, hang on. Let me add these people in, and then I'll tell you.
You do realise if we hit 7,000, Gearhard's just going to leave again to annoy us.
Hang
You
on.
know that's going to happen.
Let's see. Let's see. Just waiting for the page to load. Ooh! 6,891.
That's a tall order, actually.
Right then,
That
so
is quite a
let's
tall order.
Let's do
Have
some
to
brief
give it a bit
maths.
of a push.
Let's do some brief maths.
109.
We need 109 more members in 1.8 days.
Yes.
Right
How
then,
many do we
you know
need
what
an
to do,
hour?
people. That's too much maths, Matt. Steady
Okay.
on.
We'll split it down. It's about 10 an hour. We need
Right then.
We need about 10 an hour.
People
So-
are already locked into the stream. Get sharing with your friends.
Yes.
Get on that.
Just very briefly, heading over to YouTube. 9-Star Racing. Adam is doing such a great job. Do you know 9-Star Racing? Are they affiliated with you, or is he just saying you're doing a great job? Have you paid him to say that?
No, I do not recognise that account at all, so thank you very much.
9-Star Racing, thank you very
Thank
much. Louis Cortez, Candleheart is the official X-Ray driver, former European champion.
Well, there you go.
There we
I told
go.
you. Told you.
There we go.
2 minutes to start.
Is that why he keeps leaving the group, to maintain his kind of air of superstardom?
I think so. Must be.
Or is it a bit like Guy Martin, who'll just drop in like, among the masses, among the fans? And I think that completes the applications to the Facebook group for now.
It does.
And what it enables me to do, with 1 minute and 40 to go, James is a bit of a smooth criminal there. I think he's trying to swat away a fly.
It's more. It was. I was just trying to perform jiu-jitsu on a fly.
Was that successful?
No,
Okay.
no, I wasn't fast enough.
We have struggled to deal with our fly neighbours here. We're here to enjoy. They're here to enjoy the action, but when they keep trying to land on my microphone, that can be rather annoying. But anyway, the grid, as it stood, is Mikael Dadarian then rolling off at the head of this group, and he is 10th overall. Daniel Thiele is just behind, as is Matthias Kusinen. So we see, what car is that in blurro vision? The number 6, that's Patrick Nair. Look at that, right in there. That little screwdriver, I think either fiddling with the suspension or a fuel flow rate. Those are the two things they can really tweak before the session. That rear spoiler as well can be moved a little bit, but not a huge amount. Most of your setup has to be completed by now. Zooming in on the tools.
There we see a thermometer.
Thermometer, and I believe there's some calibration tools down there. That tool there, that unit there is a calibration tool for the chassis, I believe.
Is it? I thought it was just a starter unit.
It might be a starter unit as well. They look fairly similar. There's the number 2 of Mustafa Alp. And as I say, going into this session, going into this group, the guys to watch, the main guy to watch is Patrick Nair, who's rolling off last, the bright green number 6 car. He is 6th overall, so has an outside shot at that elusive
Who,
Super
sorry?
Bowl session. Patrick Nair, the number 6.
7, 8,
He is 6th overall,
1,
so he has a shot overall. And Martin Hoody is also there in this session. He'll roll off 7th, and he is 7th overall after 2 rounds of qualifying. Alex Thurston, one of the leading British hopes. A lot of fans watching on the stream. He's 15th after 2 rounds. He'll want to improve, and now he's got a chance to, as they cut him loose. Qualifying round 3 in Group 3 of the European A field. And away they go. I think we might be following Nair on the stream. It's hard to tell the numbers straight off, especially from the distance. Yes, we are following Nair. And Quentin Leroux, now there's another man to watch. They all are at this point. Leroux is 11th overall after 2 rounds, so a lot of these guys are in contention for a semi-final spot at least, if not an outside shot at SuperPole. And if they can at least get into that session, they give themselves a chance to move through as a second top qualifier. Marshall's been barked at for not retrieving the car quick enough. I think it's just right where that camera's going to come through now. It's just been retrieved just ahead of us. That was the number 2 actually that went off at the EFRA hairpin. It was Mustafa Alp who went off through there. And so the guys to watch here are Naya, who's currently third overall, Quentin LaRue and Mikhail Dadarian trading spots at the top of the table. And the other guy to watch, two guys to watch really, are Martin Hoody, who's only 8th at the moment, and Alex Thurston, who's also down in 8th, he's around 7th and 8th. So those guys have got to start stepping up. In fact, I think that might be Thurston's car right ahead of Naya right now. That's Alex Thurston, and he just lets Naya through. He had to in the end, but under warning from the referee. It's common sense really at this point in time. There's no point racing hard. But you see the times dropping. Fastest lap in this session now, 25.418 from Quentin LaRue. So in a handful of rounds, we've gone from 27s to 25s. And I'm pretty sure the top guys, if they nail an absolute flyer of a lap, they can do a sub 25. We saw that in some of the practice sessions. But delivering under incredible pressure that comes in through the qualifying and SuperPole sessions is just phenomenal. It's a bit like Greg Murphy's lap of the gods at Bathurst 2003. That lap has since been broken, but it was in a free practice session. So that lap still remains revered because it was done in a one-lap shootout setting. And to deliver under such enormous pressure, a lap record that has struggled to be beaten ever since. 12 years and counting. But that lap record has barely been beaten. Really says a lot, and it's going to be a similar story for these guys here. If they can nail those top laps under incredible pressure, that'll be really a statement of intent. But for some here, it's about getting back lost ground, and Quentin LaRue is definitely in that category. LaRue just on the outside of the top 10 now, as is Mikhail Dadarian. Dadarian's 10th overall after the first two rounds, but at the moment it's LaRue at the top of the standings. Naya and Martin Hoody are also there as well. But Dadarian is also in there as well. They're trading blows at the top of the standings. Thurston has still struggled to get going here. You see his pink car. And I think we're just going to try and find the number 7 of Dadarian. There's he on the track right now. I think he might be coming around to finish the lap now. Yes, he is. He's the orange car coming through the final hairpins. There he is. We've found Dadarian's car. And right now he's one of the top contenders. And there you go. Just as he comes through. It's between him and LaRue, the French duo, as to who wins this heat. But we've got an incident at the chicane. We've got a stopped car right in the middle of the chicane. Oh, well retrieved by the marshals. Just see the end of that. There is the car being retrieved. Now, who is that? That is number 8. A lot of sprinting, a lot of high-stepping action. Whoa, that was close. That was close. The marshal's got to be on your feet here. You've got to be agile. Now, that is the number 8 of Daniel Thiele. Should be a big blow. I think he may have had some suspension. Looks like steering issues, I think they're investigating there. Steering or suspension issues. That car is going back to the garage. His qualifying session is over. And that will be a big blow for Thiele, who was coming into this session 22nd, so he really needs a good run. He's not going to get it. And I wonder if he just took too much at the rumble strip at the chicane there, as we're back following Dadarian. As you watch here, this bus stop chicane right through there. You try and straight line it as much as possible, but that involves taking a lot of chicane. Dadarian getting a little bit squirrely at the end of the session. Tension starting to set in. A phenomenal lap there from Mustafa Alp, 25.392. Still fastest lap near the end of the session. 20 seconds to go. And Dadarian, though, still at the top of the standings, just between him and LaRue, who as to who takes this session. Nair and Hoody are also sniffing around, but I think they're just out of contention now. So this is going to be absolutely really, really close. Clock's ticked down to 0, so when they come across the finish line next, that'll be the end of their session. Here comes Dadarian. Comes through. That's it. He finishes. And there's number 1 finishing as well, so LaRue was right behind him. The field coming across the line now. They'll flow through. The last few runners flowing through them. Still filtering through. Thurston's just completing his run now. So, as they finish their session, let's have a look at that incredibly close session. And look how close it was. Dadarian led for most of it, but then was pipped. That's astonishing. There was less than 5 seconds separating the top 5 there. In fact, I think less than 4 seconds separating the top 5. Quentin LaRue wins out there. All of the top 7 making 12 laps. So that's how the standard is improving there. Daniel Thiele, though, crippled near the end of that run there with some tyre issues. René Poupke also having issues, or not quite completing the 12 laps. Look how close that session was. That was astonishing. LaRue pips it. Patrick Naya second. Martin Hoody third. 4th for Mikael Dadarian, 5th for Matthias Kusinen, 6th for Alex Thurston, and 7th for Mustafa Alp, who will be heartened by the fact that he took the fastest lap of the session near the end there. So that was pretty good on his part. Job well done as it stands, and I believe, James, you've got a few more comments on the YouTube comment section, which is looking fairly rammed already.
Yeah, no, it's quite busy in there. Just a message here from Edward Pickering saying Mustafa Alp is a very good at VRC Pro. Obviously one of our sponsors for this event. Holds some track lap records on VRC Pro. What was it saying here? Mustafa won the chance to run at top level by winning the World Championships in VRC. Serpent offered the winner a chance to run at a major race.
Well, that sounds a bit like the GT Academy of RC racing.
Yes, virtual GT Academy. I know GT Academy was computer games, wasn't it?
It was Gran Turismo. I competed in it this year and was, I competed in it this year, was fairly rubbish, but best of luck to those who are in the race camp now.
It can't be that much different from Sega Rally.
Now that's a classic game. Have we moved from film references to video game references now?
Yes,
Yes, we have. Right, okay. And we're getting ready for the next session then. And this is your top crowd. This is where the big guns lie in wait for your favourites to go through as top qualifier. This is where you need to be looking. Dirk Wisniewski, 5th overall. Leo Arnold, 3rd overall. Joe Kerry. I'll scroll down a little bit for Joe Kerry. He's down 21st. He could do with a good run and pronto. 4th rolling off is Timu Lino, your provisional top qualifier. Bruno Coelho, the Portuguese driver, is 8th after the first 2 rounds. Incredibly disappointed. He'll have been frustrated running out of fuel just near the end of those sessions, costing him great runs. But he is a phenomenal qualifier. We saw that out in Ettlingen in the 1/8 sessions. He just missed out on the SuperPole by fractions of seconds. And he was a great run there. Alexander Hagberg, Dominic Greiner, Thilo Turtman and Simon Kurzbuch complete this lineup. And Dominic Greiner is 2nd overall, Simon Kurzbuch 4th. And I honestly think
you can see there the level of concentration.
The focus is unbelievable from these drivers. It blows me away. You literally, nothing could shake them. You could put one of those monkeys that bangs the cymbals together right next to their head. Is that a little bit of back chat?
For any maybe German listeners there, I don't know if that was a little sweary or not, but I apologise if it was.
He may have just been, probably was just barking instructions. I think he's just barking instructions to his team down below. Cars in and out of the lane. Oh, it's a bit of fettling. Tension really starting to build. You can see that now. First few days, it's a little bit more easygoing. You can see the drivers. They're okay. They're comfortable with how it is, but now it's cranking up. A lot of these drivers know they can't afford one bad run at this point. Some of them will have used up all their lives and need to start delivering. So you can feel the tension building. Marshall running across the track then to retrieve a car at the first turn. That's the number 5, Thilo Turtman. Coming back to the lane now. That's Turtman's car. That's Turtman's car back in the lane then. Fiddled with, was the body coming loose? Body good loose and some rushed repairs there. Checking the exhausts. Checking the exhaust and checking the gas. And making sure it's all like a little bit of censoring, a little bit of centering. And it's back underway and back out there. It is so tense out there right now as we look at the EFRA hairpin. We look at the EFRA hairpin then. And from here is likely where you're going to find your top qualifier. And there is something going on down at the first corner. One of the masters is actually trying to fix. Is he trying to fix that car? Turtman's car was stopped there.
That's Patrick Noah trying to fix Thilo Totman's car, and the referee's barking at him that he's not allowed to work on the car.
Well, that is interesting. Patrick Noah, who we just saw in the last heat, trying to work on Thilo Turtman's car whilst it was out on the track. I'm assuming he wasn't merely trying to restart the thing, because that is, I believe, they don't have a pull cord. They're not like the petrol internal combustion cars, but
The drive belts come off.
the drive belt had come off. So Nair was trying to put the belt back on whilst out on the track, and obviously the ref, because that's not what you do. You don't sit on a live track and trying to fix the car while you're out there.
So is it still? Oh no, it can't be still running because look, they're starting it now.
Yeah, so referee not happy at all with that, as you can understand. But Turtman also not happy. This is tense now because the warm-up is ticking down to 0. They don't have much time left now. They've got to start it running. Desperately motioning. Could Thilo Turtman's round 3 qualifying session be over before it began? Frantic repairs. This does not look good. The klaxon sounds. And it looks like we're going to start the session without Thilo Turtman. In fact, quite a few of them. We're not going to start with the number 3 of Alex Hagberg. Oh no, there we go. Right to the last second. Incredibly intense. They cut it really fine. The margins here are incredibly fine.
He was complaining about something earlier, wasn't he, in the warm-up? I wonder if he noticed something was wrong with the car then.
Yes, I wonder. As I say, tension's really building here. And Hagberg's bright green car flying down the back straight and into action. And the drivers really to watch in this one are pretty much all of them. They're all up in the top 5 or 6, but the guys to watch will be Lino, Greiner, and that's Turtman's car again. That is Turtman's car. That car is not going anywhere. It has barely managed about half a lap overall in all the sessions, and he's disappearing from the driver's stand. Now that's I assume that's got to be Turtman, because he's leaving the driver's stand and his car is in the lane, not doing anything, not going anywhere. Meanwhile, Timu Lino is out on the track and putting in another storming performance. At the moment, we are watching the number 3, 2 and 4. That'll be Hagberg, Coelho and Greiner. So they go flying around this track. These two that we're watching here are the number 9 and 1. Who are Joe Kerry and Timu Lino. Lino is the one to watch, the provisional top qualifier overnight. Can he continue his red hot run of form and go through his top qualifier? He'll be hoping to. At the moment, Greiner is trying to fight back. He's between so many drivers. Any one of the top 5 or 6 could still go through his TQ. There is enough time for anything to change. But the men to watch really here are Lino, Greiner, Arnold, Kurzbuch and Wisniewski, because those are your top 5 right now. And as it stays, if it stays as it is, Lino will be top qualifier, and Greiner, Arnold, Kurzbuch and Wisniewski would be through into SuperPole later today. And it is incredibly tense out there. You really could cut the atmosphere with a knife out there, James.
You could. Sorry, I didn't mean to do my one-word answers. Well, actually, that was 4 words, but there we go.
You like playing it straight back, don't you? You're like an effective cricket batsman. And
3 drivers out now.
Who's that observing the timing screens there? Bruno Coelho. His car is now laps down. Has Coelho's car bit the dust as well? Surely not. But I can't see the orange and white car out there, and if he's just mooching around checking the timing screens, he's obviously not driving. This is extraordinary, ladies and gentlemen. Misfortune abounding here. Who can rise through the chaos and prevail? Well, at the moment, it's Dominic Greiner. But that really, at the moment, it kind of backs up what we were saying earlier, James. At the moment, the top 3, and this could still change, but the top 3 and 3 of the top 5 overall going into this round were competitors from out in Ettlingham. I mean, I know these are all supremely talented drivers. It's a little bit like the argument of how much of an advantage does a NASCAR Sprint Cup driver get by running the Xfinity Series race the night before. Some say a lot, some say it just burns them out. Who knows? I mean, I think it must differ driver to driver, but the driving styles, there is of course a difference with these cars being smaller than the 1/8 cars, different body shells on them. They are still nitro combustion engines. They are still rocket quick. They still make a high-pitched wail, and they still have a fairly similar, incredibly quick driving style. I think the biggest difference would probably be where the wheelbase is shorter, they can rotate quicker in the corners, I'd say.
Yeah, so I've gone quiet because I was reading a comment from Edward Pickering. Surprised you can leave the driver's stand during a race. Usually you have to stay put if your car breaks. I don't know if it's an EFRA rule or it's usually because the driver stands are very narrow, but what we have up here is a very big driver stand, and there's plenty of room to leave quietly without interrupting the drivers. If I see the EFRA referee, I will ask if it's a rule or just
Who knows?
politeness.
EFRA referee. Now there's a tongue twister.
EFRA referee.
Anyway, we're following Dominic Greiner right now in the number 4, who's just behind the number 8 car, Leo Arnold, who's 5th on the screens. 30 seconds to go. But Greiner is competing with Timu Lino. Oh, nice move there. Very good job from Arnold to get out of the way. Let Greiner through, not impede him in any way. Good job on both those guys' parts. Sorry, I just held my breath there for a second. He's just there in the bottom of the shot. You just saw those guys go through. I think that might have been the number 1 of Timu Lino, just had an issue.
We've not seen anyone break the 25-second lap either yet.
We haven't, no. That is interesting to see. And this was
Mind
supposedly the
you,
rocket round.
It is 38 degrees out there, 2 degrees warmer than it was yesterday.
38 degrees, ladies and gentlemen. It did not get that hot even at the highest point of the sunshine yesterday. So already temperatures creeping up. We may hit 40 degrees out there. And bearing in mind, that's air temperature. That does not take into account track temperature. As we're watching Lino come across the line now to complete the session. There you go. It's all over for Lino.
4, 8,
As the field completes, they're all whizzing through now, what's left of them anyway. And we have one more to complete, that'll be the number 9,
9. Time is over.
Joe Kerry.
Finished.
And there is the heat done. And very interesting there. Very interesting shot.
Dirk, how's
I
it
believe
going?
We have a chat with one of the drivers.
A big engine problem with the runtime, and so also the engine setting was now quite rich. So I have finished the lap and out of fuel. All in all, not so happy at the moment, but we will try again.
SuperPole, is that something that you want to get into? Would you be excited to run the SuperPole?
Yeah, of course. I think it's a good thing and very spectacular for the spectators. Yeah, hopefully I still have a chance to go there. So I hope it will work out at the end.
Excellent, thanks Dirk. Have enjoyed the rest of the day. Dirk Wisniewski there.
Good to have a word with Dirk Wisniewski, and very interesting comments about the engines and the mechanical issues that some drivers have been saying. I wonder, James, if the excess heat, I mean, it was incredibly warm, it's only a difference of a few degrees, but I wonder if that increased heat is playing havoc with some of the engines out there. They set up for warm temperatures, but it's warmer still today.
Yeah, no, it must have done. It must have done. Looking at those times, it's obviously had a big effect on the drivers.
Guys, this is the first round of the day. This is the one that we thought would be the cool rocket round, where it would be a little bit easier, but having more problems in this one than any of the others.
Yeah, my word, and attrition is surely going to play its role here. Matt, I just want to ask you a brief question there. We were just discussing whether drivers are actually allowed to leave the driver stand or not during the races. It's appeared that's what happened there. Do you think it was because the driver stand's a lot wider, or was it clear that that car was going nowhere, so the driver was allowed to leave to take it back to the pits?
I'm not sure. I do know that in BRCA, when I've seen races in Britain, that they do tend to stay on the driver's stand. I don't know if that's because they have to or not. But yeah, they certainly have been leaving the stand here. When Javier has a moment, I will ask him, but he's busy directing the mechanics down in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We don't want to interfere with his important business as we're gearing up then for straight into round 4 of qualifying for the Euro B. So we're straight back at it again. The round's coming thick and fast. And let's just see if we can find an updated rank after the first 3 rounds of action for Group Euro B qualifying, because there were some twists and turns in those 2 groups early on. And it looks to me, like Yannick Nemizlo is still your top qualifier after 3 rounds, so still doing the business and still doing a good job. But how long can that last? Georgiadis, the Greek driver, is making a comeback. Spreng-Heli in this group is the main contender, and he's up to 3rd right now.
Our viewers, as always, giving us valuable information. A couple of people of you chatting in the YouTube comments saying not leaving the driver's stand, that's an electric class rule apparently. Fabio Barros, and then Louis Cortez says in Nitro the rule does not apply, the drivers can always leave, only electric classes have the rule. So 2 people have said that. Interesting.
Well, that explains it then. So obviously Tuitman was well within his rights to leave the stand there. As I say, obviously that car was not going anywhere for the session. He made about a combined total of 3/4 of a lap in his 3 attempts there, so that car was clearly not going anywhere. And it's a big blow to his chances. But then, as we go into this session then, The man to watch really is Spring Helly. It's nothing against everyone else in this class, or in this group rather, but your big hitters. Spring Helly is in contention for SuperPole as it stands. I'm just having a look at some of the others here. Atelier Atink, actually I should say Atelier Atink, who will roll off 5th. He is 6th overall, so he has really got a shot here of SuperPole from this group, because as it stands, the top 10 is Yannick Nemizlo, Nikos Georgiadis, Spring Helly, Tom Kragevsky 4th, Kaya Ali 5th, 6th for Atelier Atink, 7th for Kerem Duzgit, and then 8th is Cengiz Mesler, 9th for Murat Ozkan, who is also in this heat. He's 3rd, falling off 3rd, and Kubile Kutuk is 10th overall and 4th in this group. So, a couple of those guys threatening at the bottom end of the top 10, but a few of those guys, Atelier Atink, right on the knocking on the door of SuperPole, and with 2 rounds to go, now could be a great chance to carpe diem, seize the day.
It could.
Absolutely. Straight to the point parry hitting once again with his hard-hitting one-word opinions, and he doesn't waste words. He goes for the Orwellian vibe. He doesn't waste his words. Gets straight to the point.
Right, I have other things to do, and I was zoned out, not listening to what you were saying. I just caught the last bit where you asked me a question that I've got no back history on. So yes,
Is it a bit like when you're not paying attention in class at school, and then suddenly
it's exactly the
teacher picks you
same.
up?
It's exactly the same.
Actually, we do have some rather nice biscuits up in here as well to go with our tea, which is rather nice. Yalafi Biscuvi, very nice. Tea and biscuits, it helps very much. Well, mostly helps me out a lot. And also another guy to watch here, Haluk Sioruk, is 13th, but certainly he has more pace to burn. I'm pretty sure he's got more to come from that car, and he hasn't got much time to turn it round. 2 more rounds at the very least, at the very most rather. So his time has got to be now. You get the feeling that for some people the train has left the station.
30 seconds to start.
And you get the feeling that for some the train may have left the station, but there is still time, and a lot can still change as they go through. And the countdown is on then. 15 seconds to go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
So then we are underway for qualifying round 4. Euro B is leading us off first up. And the guys to watch here are Spring Helly, rolling off last, and Atelier Atink. Spring Helly 3rd after the first 3 rounds. Atink 6th. So those are you guys to watch here, as they are your major contenders for SuperPole out of this group. Straight away, Spring Helly banging in a fast lap. And it's almost like he heard me earlier saying that he probably needed to step up his 1 lap pace. That's exactly what he's doing here. Good job from the Czech Republic driver. Atelier Atink would tear the house down if he managed to get into SuperPole. One of the home favourites, home drivers. Let's see what he can do out here. Murat Ozkan, and Haluk Sioruk also up in there as well. And there's a lot of contenders here. When you get to this level, it's there's really no field fillers. There's no one there just to make up the numbers. It's fiercely competitive the whole way through, and any number of hazards can befall even the top drivers. So we watch and we see how these guys can do it. Spring Helly has pretty much been the class of this group, so you watch for him and you assume he'll probably be the biggest hope and the best contender out of this one. But there is still hope for the others as well. As we're 2 minutes in, and early doors, it's Spring Helly again, second place.
1, 4, 2, 8.
Heli comfortably
7, 6.
out on his own for the moment. But Haluk Zioruk and Murat Ozkan are going with him. Ateli Atink has actually only completed 1 lap in the session. So, problems hitting one of the outsiders for SuperPole. And that's exactly not what he needed right now. 2 guys have not headed out on the track. Setak Palaz and David Hassel. They've not gone out at all. So, presumably, they realise they're saving their stuff and maybe getting ready for the heats. Who knows, on the lower finals. But Sprang Heli, again, setting the pace. No one has really held a candle to him in this group. But he has had his sights set on the very top end of town. The very top end of the qualifiers. And he's had his targets set on that. And at the moment, he's firmly in finals contention. And it's just about hanging in there. And it's just about keeping it together. And I thought I just heard someone calling for car number 10. And there is a stop and go for someone out there. And we'll wait and see who it is as they come round. Let's have a look and see as they come round. I'm curious to see who it is. And it's for the number 7. That's Kabile Kutuk. Has a stop and go. And he's away. And will ruin his qualifying session. But I think he must have gone into an instant with one of the drivers out there. That's what we saw with Francesco Annunziata. So, again, just little errors that you don't need. Little errors that you don't, that could cost you
1 minute to drive.
badly.
Positioning of the 4 minutes. 8, 4, 1, 2, 5, 3, 7, 6.
And Haluk Zioruk has stepped up here with 30 seconds to go in the session. Haluk Zioruk stepping up rather nicely. But Sprang Heli still possibly a contender, but I wonder if Heli has had some sort of issue, you know. Because Heli's times have dropped off a little bit. Heli's coming through the start-finish area now. You'll just see him go through the shot there. But no, Heli is back up to the top. He's not quite as all-conquering this time round, but he's still doing well. As we close out this session, 10 seconds to go. Their 4th hit out, and what can they do? Can Sprang Heli solidify his place in SuperPole for the Euro B? Can Ateli Atink get somewhere? It doesn't look like it. He's only completed 1 lap in the entire session. As the field comes through to complete their laps. And Marshall's just on the track near the start line. Get the track clear again. And as the field completes their laps, they'll come through.
8.
Last lap's being completed now. Atis Blure continuing and completing his laps right below us. So then,
3,
as the field finishes up,
2,
let's have a look at the results. And that's set up a few more still to flow through. I think Kabile Kutuk is the one guy still to finish. So he'll come through.
7. Time is over. Race
So,
finished.
there we go, let's just update that to match. And there you go, a little bit closer. 4 drivers on 11 lap runs there. Sprang Heli wins it again though, so he'll solidify his position in the SuperPole rankings. That's another good result. That's exactly what he needed again. Murat Ozkan jumping up to 2nd. That's a very good run from Ozkan, who was 9th overall coming into this round, so that'll help push him up. And just as Ateli Atink went the wrong way, Murat Ozkan could have jumped up there. And Bulent Tokur, a good run for him as well. Haluk Zioruk and Bulent Togrul on your top 5. Kabile Kutuk and Atis Bilur in 7. And then the bottom 3 barely had a hit out in that one. And I've been frustrated with that. So we go through to the second group of the Euro B qualifiers. Here's where your big names are. Here's where they lurk. And this is where you'll find probably the big guns waiting to strike. And after 3 rounds, Yannick Nemizlo is your TQ, provisional TQ. Just having a look at his results. He has been solid and consistent all the way through. And Just having a look at his results. Yes, that's how they show it. Yes, he won his second heat. He was second in the third heat, third in the first. I think that's how that works. But either way, he's been solid and consistent whilst others have not been able to be. And he's got some pursuers. Nikos Georgiadis is right behind him, the Greek driver. He's right behind him in the standings. He's only 2 points off him in the overall rankings. Sprenghelli third, so he'll have solidified that. Tom Kragevsky is the comeback kid. Had a few weak rounds there, but he's back. And he's up to fourth, so he's in SuperPole contention. Kaya Ali is on the bubble going into this round. He's in fifth. Last transfer spot into SuperPole. Ateli Atink, remember, was sixth, so wouldn't have been able to put much pressure on. But in this heat, you've got Kerem Duzgit rolling off on the pole. Duzgit comes into this round seventh. Cengiz Semezler is eighth. And overall, and he rolls off second for this heat, so very, very close. This SuperPole is nowhere near decided. None of the top five could still be the top five by the end of the session. So there's still a lot to play out here, a lot to play for. Just having some more comments on the YouTube stream. We appreciate you keeping that comments box vibrant and flowing with discussion. I think quite a few Turkish fans in there. Unfortunately, my knowledge of Turkish is fairly weak, but we appreciate you guys locking in your home round. We have Edward Pickering, who's a big contributor to the comments this morning. Good to see. He is just asking what the SuperPole session is. I explained it at the very top of the broadcast, but for those of you just tuning in, new to the format, it's a very new format in RC racing. So I can understand if guys are still getting up to speed with it. It was introduced in the 1/8 Nitro Track IC European Championships in Ettlingen just 2 weeks ago. It was the inaugural session for it. And basically what it entails is you've got your top qualifier after the 5 rounds. He's through into the final. They're through to the final, I should say. Second through fifth in the overall qualifying rankings, and then put into the SuperPole session. And each driver is given 6 laps on their own on the track. So they literally go out, do some laps of warm-up, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps on their own, no one else on the track. And it is all about the fastest time. As we have a look down in the lane as this session gets ready to get underway. But each driver has 6 laps to post the fastest lap possible. So it is about a 1 lap shootout basically. And the fastest lap out of all 4 of those drivers locks that driver in as the second top qualifier effectively. You get a second shot of top qualifier. So that SuperPole session is incredibly tense. I commentated on the inaugural session in Ettlingen a couple of weeks back, and it was absolutely fabulous to watch. The crowds filled out and were full of tension, and the silence in the arena. It was unbelievable. I've never experienced an atmosphere like that in any racing event. Any motorsport event full scale or RC. It doesn't matter what. That tension is just unbelievable. You had drivers, you had guys who were nerveless and had not made a mistake at all day. Suddenly start to crack under pressure. You had guys saying that track conditions had changed in the break, so you throw that variable into the mix. The track is not quite what it was even in the last qualifying session they did. You have drivers putting in sensational times, you have near upset victories, and you have basically a sudden death format. And I really enjoyed it. I have to say, I really enjoyed it, and the fans really enjoyed it as well, as Kaya Ali is putting in a good lap to start off this session. But I'm glad to see it back here for the 1/10th IC European Championships. You'll be able to lock into that session later on today. Let's see if I can get the schedule up for you. So times for SuperPole later on will be, I think it's about 3:30 local time. Yes, it's 3:30 local time for the first of the 2 SuperPole sessions, one for Euro B, one for Euro 8. So that's local time. So that'll be 1:30 British time and 2:30 Central European time. Make sure you get your time zones in place, and you won't want to miss that at all, because that will be an absolute thriller. Meanwhile, this qualifying session is living up to hype as well. It's Tom Krajewski again nailing those fast laps. He's really laying down the gauntlet in this qualifying session and making up for those early issues. There weren't really issues as such, but they were just niggling errors that he didn't need to have happen to him. And Krajewski then leading, but Yannick Nemislo is doing exactly what he needs to do. Again, putting in a strong performance. Putting in a strong run. That's exactly what he needs to do. The car's just come out of the lane. Car's just come out of the pit lane. That probably, is that for an issue? Or, I think it's the number 8 either way, which was Oztuman. So he's come out of the lane. He's just behind the car. We're following right now. And I can hear the referee discussing. You can hear the referee quite clearly here. Javier, the referee, is hot on any issues out on the track. He keeps the marshals in line, keeps the drivers in line, keeps them in check. Oh, that's a huge wipeout. Oh, and another one. Monkey see, monkey do. What on earth happened there? That was insane. We had Kassam Hamit go flying off at that hairpin and go straight over onto the bus stop. He managed to recover. And then we had another go off at the same corner in almost the same style. But he was turned turtle and was upside down in the bus stop. Outrageous. I've never seen that before. That was unbelievable. And let's just see. I want to see if we can see that again, because that was quite incredible. Dual flips, dual rolls. I don't think I've ever seen that before in a very long time in RC racing. See if we can get a replay going of that. It was spectacular. Spectacular to watch. Meanwhile, as the session is still counting down here, qualifying session still going. Right, let's see if we can get a VRC Pro replay going of that instant. So it was absolutely spectacular. Right, here we go then. VRC Pro replay. Dual flips, look at that. That is incredible. On the slow motion, just loses it on the hairpin, gets up on the wheels, rolls over the barrier onto the bus stop, and then, while he's recovering, the second car goes flying as well. That is unbelievable. Never seen something like that before in my life. But it was almost as if one guy did it, the other guy was reacting to him, and then he did the same thing. As the field coming through to their final, the end of the session, another flip. That time it was flipped off the rumble strip. Just took too much of the rumble strip there, and he resumes. That's the number 7 car of Kassam Hamit. Now, overall on the timing screens, we've been distracted somewhat from what's going on. But let's have a look and see if we can find Tom Krajewski's car, because he's your leader in this session. And where is he? As they come through to the final 30 seconds of the session. Krajewski's coming through the final corners now into the start-finish complex. He's the white and orange number 1 car. Across the start-finish line now and through those opening hairpins. And he's your leader in this session. And he's going to log as many of these wins as possible. He's got to get as many W's on the board as possible in these sessions to make up the time and perhaps go for TQ. He's definitely got a chance at it. Definitely got a shot. He's logging fastest laps all over the place. Down to a 26.283 in this session, which is one of the fastest we've seen from the B runners. So this is another great performance. As the field are coming across the line now to finish the session. So round 4 of group qualifying is all done. And as they come across the line then, let's have a look and see their final positions. Just a couple of guys still to complete their laps. I think, in fact, Kragevsky and Kaya Ali are just finishing their laps there. So there we go. That should have updated now. There you go. And isn't that a big blow? Tom Kragevsky, the one guy to complete 12 laps in this session. That is huge. That's a big blow. And Kragevsky wins them. And he's been on storming form so far this morning. Been really going strong. And he takes another qualifying round win.
Race finished.
He takes another qualifying round win. And he's looking in very fine fettle, I have to say. We'll fancy his chances out here. So straight away, as fast as it's occurred, in the blink of an eye, the Euro B qualifiers go through. I'm going to have a look now at Euro A and their lineup. This is the first group of the Euro A qualifiers. Paul Dewsnap will lead them down. But the guys to look for in this session, Danny Volvas is one of them. And let's just have a look, see. Well, after 3 rounds of qualifying in Euro A, we have a bit of a shock because Dominic Greiner has now taken the TQ position in that group. He is now your top qualifier as it stands, your provisional top qualifier. Timu Lino now down to 2nd. Simon Kurzbuch up to 3rd after 3 rounds. 4th now for Leo Arnold. 5th for Dirk Wisniewski. 6th for Patrick Nayer. 7th for Martin Hoody. 8th for Mikael Dedarian. 9th for Quentin LaRue. And 10th for Matthias Kuusinen, who's sneaking up. Who's sneaking up on the rails. Sneaking up on the outside. And in this heat, the guys to watch, really, Jari Valkola, who's still coming from behind after some disappointing early heats. And Danny Volvas to watch as well. Niklas Nikiforos, but in terms of overall, probably the highest up of these guys is Dan Jones, who after 3 rounds is up to 22nd overall. Niklas Nikiforos is 21st. And Jari Valkola, let's have a look where Valkola is. Wow. Now there is a shock. Bruno Coelho, after that poor performance in the last round, is now 16th overall. May have really hurt his chances of getting through to SuperPole. Jari Valkola 23rd then. And definitely with work to do. All of the work to do, really. I say these guys are not necessarily gunning for SuperPole at this end of the spectrum. They're looking more to avoid as many finals as possible. If they can make it to the semis, all the better. They can at least avoid the last 16 final, the 1/8 final. Again, even better. So Daniel Jones and Niklas Nikiforos are probably your guys to watch for here. As much as possible. These guys on their warm-up right now. And that gives me a chance to have a look at the YouTube comments a bit more, which more are flowing in. And we've got some questions coming in about tomorrow's programme from AK Physicademy, which is a great username, I have to say. I can tell you about tomorrow's programme, and it is a stacked deck. And we're going to bring you all of it, all of the coverage. And it's going to be awesome. I can tell you that for free. So, tomorrow's schedule then. Obviously today, you've got 3:30 local time. So 2:30 Central European time is your SuperPole sessions. Do not miss that for the world. I'm telling you right now, you won't want to miss that for the world. And tomorrow's schedule then, I think we're kicking off bright and early. I think it is around 9 AM local time, so you better set your alarms. You won't want to miss any of the on-track action. You'll have to be up early, especially if you're a British viewer. 2 hours behind us here in Izmir, Turkey. It's another gorgeous day in the foothills outside Izmir. Wonderful city, a wonderful venue. So let's consult the time schedule, shall we? Going back to the old-fashioned way, as my iPad is not playing ball right now. But the schedule for tomorrow then, finals day on RC Racing TV of the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships. Our coverage presented all the way by HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro, and of course EFRA. So tomorrow, starting at 9 AM local time, will be the 1/8 final for the Euro A runners, and then the quarterfinal for the Euro A. The semi-finals will come up at 11 o'clock, and they're actually having, by the look of it, breaks between each race for about half an hour or so. There's healthy breaks between each race. So 10 AM local will be the quarterfinals, and all of these 2 hours behind. That is one of the biggest butterflies I think I've ever seen. Sorry, just randomly, butterflies started flying past the window in our commentary box. So yes, tomorrow, the big ones, the grand finals for Euro B will be 2 o'clock local time, which is 1 o'clock Central European time. And then the main grand final, which will decide our European champion in the 110th IC Track discipline 2015, be 3 o'clock local time, 1 o'clock British time, and 2 o'clock Central European time. So let's get ready to go on this qualifying session. Let's get ready to rumble. They're released one by one, and they are down and away. And we also have a question on the YouTube comments from Edward Pickering. Do they re-sugar the track each and every day for this event? I believe the answer is yes, because we saw someone moving around this morning when we turned up first thing this morning. We did see one of the marshals walking around with their patented bottle of Coca-Cola, because that's the high-tech substance they use to sugar the track up. And we did see someone going around this morning with it to refresh the track, so I believe it is every day that they sugar the track. And this qualifying session is underway then. As I say, these guys contesting the lower end of the Euro A order, but certainly some pace to burn in there though, and they should not be discounted for a second. I just heard a call for number 3 from the starter. Just trying to listen in on what the referees are saying, consulting each other. Some early fast laps being traded though between Valcola and Sikli Terras. Sikli Terras will be looking for a bit more pace. He has not been able to show his best throughout the day, but you'll want more out of this, and he's showing some good paces already, some good speed in the early going. That'll be important, that'll be pivotal. As I say, by this stage, if you're struggling, then you're really not going to make much room up now. You've lost your chances, but Sikli Terras, 33rd. Well, now this is interesting. If I'm hearing the referee right, there is a penalty going out to Jari Valcola, which could be huge here. Valcola, who's leading this heat comfortably. Now, where's the number 3 car on the track? Well, Valcola's just gone through the start-finish area. It's the bright pink car. The bright pink car that's gone through the start-finish area. There he is. And he goes through. I wonder if I misheard that. I'm going to observe the other car, see if anyone else comes in. But certainly it sounded to me like Valcola has been given a drive-through penalty. Not entirely sure what for. Maybe some contact out on the track. But this is the case. Well, he's still not coming in for any penalty, so I wonder if I misheard that. Valcola will be hoping that I did. Sikli Terras, I'll tell you what. Sikli Terras, giving out a boy. He's putting in some great performances in this heat. I don't know how much he'll be able to advance him up from 33rd out of 34 runners, but certainly this is more like the pace that he needs. So Valcola's bright pink machine continues to lead this session. Well, I say that. It's looking more like Cicli Terras is really moving into contention here for this heat. I have to wonder if only Cicli Terras has been able to show pace like this before now. So having a look at Cicli Terras' car. I think this is it now, coming through the start-finish area. Now, that's number 6. That's Danny Volvas's car. So I gave our camera around a bum steer there. Just going to have a look for the number 5 car. See if we can find Lampros to Cicli Terras, our current leader.
1 minute to drive.
He's going so fast I can't see him. That is how quick he's going out there. No, I think I can see him coming through the start-finish area right now, coming through the triangle at the bottom of your screen right now. There he is. There's to Cicli Terras. He's got 45 seconds to go before he can wrap up this session and really do his hopes and world of good. He'll really help himself out.
30 seconds to drive.
Oh, a little bit of aggression though, a little bit of contact. That's just not what he needed. Got in a little scrap with the slower car, Robert Harley. He's desperately trying to stay out of their way there. And the fellow Greek runner of Danny Volvas is right there with him. And those two are 1 and 2 at the top of the standings right now. So Jari Valcola is in there with them, but these two are 2 of the 3 fastest cars on the track in this session. Clock is ticking down to 0. This will be their final lap. Who's going to get through there? Oh, there's a car on the track right in front of them. The referee was warning them. I think that's number 8, Paul Dewsnap's car. It's given up the ghost. So a little bit of excitement at the end of that session. But a good run for those 2 Greek drivers. They'll be pleased with that in the end. As the session has come to the close, the rest of the cars filtering through the finish. So as they head back to the pits and lick their war wounds. It's round 4 of 5. Group 1 complete. And I think Cicli Terras has completed. Yes, he has, as he heads for the pit lane. That'll be everyone done. And there's your final order from Group 1. Qualifying round 4 for the Euro A and the EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships. Lampros to Cicli Terras then. 33rd after 3 rounds of qualifying. That is much, much better from the Greek driver. He'll be very, very pleased with that. Jari Valcola, another solid run. That's what he needs. He was 23rd after 3 rounds, so that'll help push him up a little bit further. Danny Volvas, who himself was quite far down the order, is 31st. So again, those Greek drivers having good runs exactly when they needed to. Daniel Jones, 4th. 5th for Spiros Pickens, who didn't get that many laps in the round 3 session and got some laps under his belt there. Nicholas Nikiforos. And then Robert Harley and Paul Dewsnap. Paul Dewsnap we saw at the end of the session having some issues, which curtailed his run and nearly curtailed the runs of the 2 Greeks at the top of the table. Gesticulating going on down towards pit lane. As I say, that can sometimes look more dramatic than it is because of how hard it is to communicate down there. There's no radio, no two-way radios between the cars and drivers. So if you want to speak to your mechanic, you're going to have to shout or wave your hands furiously. And I'm pretty sure RC Racing has developed its own version of sign language to deal specifically with RC Racing issues. Of course, if you do the Team America emergency signal, flap your hands around madly, I think that's a universal symbol of things have gone badly wrong. There's some shouting, and even in the downtime before the race, because all the cars are revving and they're all down in a localised area, you can barely hear yourself speak up there. I mean, I can only hear myself up here because we're in an air-conditioned box, effectively. But for the guys up on the driver's stand, you can barely hear yourself think, which is a further testament to their concentration levels and their unbelievable amount of grey matter for this one. And really, it's a big ask and a huge amount of focus needed by them. But that is what they have in absolute abundance. As the track opens up then for warm-up, guys to watch in this heat then are, let's Let's have a look after the first 3 rounds. Well, Francesco Annunziata is definitely a man to watch. Annunziata then got involved in that contre-tomp in the last round when he almost didn't need to. It was just a simple mistake in the end, but it cost him with Teemu Saarinen. It cost him more valuable positions. This is more incidents that he did not need. Annunziata still 26th after 3 rounds. You have got to be kidding me. He's one of the fastest cars out there. He definitely needs something to go his way. Speaking of needing something to go his way, Nick Theodoropoulos, 34, he's still last after 3 rounds. So there's a guy who desperately, he can't buy any luck or speed out here right now. He just needs to get to the finish and get something on the board. But as for everyone else in this heat, well, your top guy who has almost broken out of the heat, I believe, is Dan Jacobs, and he's up in 11th. And I think Tino Eriksson, yeah, no, he's not here, but Group 2, the top of Group 2 is held by Dan Jacobs. The Dutch driver has had a solid run through his groups and has been very solid. So he's in 11th right now and in contention for a semi-final spot if things continue as they are. So he'll be feeling good. But Teemu Saarinen had shown some good speed in the last round before that incident with Annunziata. But Saarinen, the Finnish driver, was second in the last heat, and we'll be looking for a bit more here. He rolls off 6th. And some finger wagging now. A whole variety of sign language and hand gestures coming out here. Hopefully not any rude ones. We are live on the air. It's like Big Brother. You are live on air, please do not swear. But we have 2 minutes to the start of this session. This is Group 2, qualifying round 4 for the Euro A class in the EFRA 110th IC European Championships. Our coverage presented from glorious sunny Izmir in Turkey and the magnificent F-Mod Arena by HB Europe, the Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro, and of course EFRA. Well, Milan Holthuis and Dan Jacobs will not be lacking for support in this heat. Kim Pietz on the YouTube live comments, Milan and Dan, you will rock. Well, so far I must say Dan has been rocking this group, and he has been doing very well, trying to break out from this group. The fact that he's been up to 11th and doing strongly is a testament to his performance and consistency in this department, so he's been doing a good job. Can he keep that going? We're about to find out. We've got 30 seconds to go before the start of this session. And the looks of concentration on the driver stands just stuns me how these guys can do this consistently and do this time after time. With not a hint of nerves. Well, there's nerves jangling, you know that, but these guys are the ultimate poker faces. They would not look nervous if you had a bomb strapped under their table at dinner. They still wouldn't look nervous. That is how focused they are. They're going to need to bring all their concentration now as the qualifying session gets underway. Leading them away then is Nick Theodoropoulos. And boy does he need a good run. He will not tolerate finishing last in qualifying. That is an ignominy that no one wants. The wooden spoon, the reverse of top qualifier. The wooden spoon qualifier, right down in the 1/8 final. And he's shown more pace than that. He knows he's much quicker than what he's showing. Milan Holthuis is right behind him, goes for the pass. Nice pass there, very clean. There's no letting through there. And that kind of backs up our theory. Well, I say theory. What Michael Salvin himself, the designer of this track, noted yesterday. This track does have a lot of overtaking opportunities. It's technical, but there is areas to pass if you can make the moves work. And demonstrated rather nicely there by Milan Holthuis, who took the fast lap briefly, and then Dan Jacobs retook it. So Kim Pietz in the live YouTube comments. It's going well for you guys so far. Holthuis and Jacobs 1 and 2. Now Jacobs is now dropping. Well, he was. He's just hit his lap. As I say. And so I'm just working out if there's, I think car 8, there's been issues for car 8. Not again, you've got to be kidding me. Car 8's had issues in the first few hairpins. There it is, going through shot. It was just off there. Issues for Theodoropoulos. I feel like I've been saying that all day. I've been saying that all week. Meanwhile then, let's pick up on Francesco Annunziata. He's coming through the first few hairpins now. There he is, the orange car, left to shot. The orange number 1 car, number 3 shot right there. There he is. Through the bus stop chicane. There is Annunziata. Things have got to start going his way soon, haven't they? Surely. They cannot keep him down for much longer. The orange car with the blue spoiler. And right now, he's not really tearing the track up too much. He's only 6th. Maybe he's just playing it safe. Who knows? Maybe he's just trying to log some points. Maybe some points better than nothing. He does go past another car that was off at the bus stop chicane. The bus stop claims another victim. And it is so tough, that section. It doesn't look like much at all. It looks like a little blip, like a left-right. There you go, nothing. But to get through it fast enough, and it was the number 4, Nicolas Karampellas, who had just gone off there. But to get the straightest run through, watch here. I take as much of the rumble strips as you can. Tiniest steering movers. You can't do it straight line, because you'll headbutt those rumble strips and go flying, as we've seen a couple of times in this event already. But conversely, what you can't do is twitch too far left and right. You lose a ton of time. So it is a very difficult corner to get right. Let's see if we can find the number 2 car of Dan Jacobs now with some great close-up action, finger and steering work. Look at that. As close in as you can get. Look how tiny those movements are. Tiniest steering movements. That's all you need to rotate these 1/10 nitro cars. The tiniest steering movements. Fabulous shots there. And there is just the level of concentration and focus and detail and attention needed to drive these 1/10 nitro touring cars. Let's just see if we can pick up the number 2 of Dan Jacobs. We'll keep an eye out for him. He's coming through the start-finish area now. It's the orange and white number 2 car. Coming through the first few hairpins. Yes. And then we round to the bus stop. There he is. There he is on your screen. And he's been the comfortable leader for most of this session. Milan Holthuis has been his closest challenger. But Jacobs keeping up this charge. Keeping on, banging on the door of the top 10. And nagging them to let him in. And if he can get in there, that should mean he'll get a semi-final spot out of it, which will be very useful. And he's up behind another car here. I think that's Karampellas. Yep, and he just gets out of the way just in time. Karampellas was a little bit stubborn. The referee just got on the radio just to say, oi, less of that. And Karampellas begrudgingly let Dan Jacobs through. They're all fierce competitors. And you know they would not cede any bit of track position for nothing. It doesn't matter that Karampellas and Jacobs are on different laps. They're still right together. The cars come out the pit lane just behind Jacobs. That's the number 6 of Timo Eriksson. Has been out and out of the lane. But obviously costing his chances dear here. But some sort of issue with that car. Maybe they underfueled it. A bit conked out early. I think issues also for Juraj Hudi in the middle of the field, middle of the track rather. His car being retrieved. That's the number 3 actually of Teemu Saarinen. So that's a big blow. Saarinen's car now back in the pit lane then. That's a late blow for Saarinen. One of the breakouts of this group. Laps coming through. And number 5 car being barked at by the referee. I'm not entirely sure what for. I think it was Juraj Hudi. Maybe he was in the middle of the road and just said, oi, no need. And I think the number 2 car of Dan Jacobs has come through. Or has he? I think he's finished his laps. I hope he has, because he's just conked out on the track, as is Annunziata. But I think they've timed that just spot on. And I think they have. Let's have a look at the final results then. And look at that. Milan Holthuis. What a good run that was. He pips it from Dan Jacobs in the end.
Race finished.
He got 12 laps in under 5 minutes. So hang on, could he have done 13 there? Let's just have a look here. Let's update the times. No, that is correct. Could he have made a 13th lap then? And did he run out? I'm not entirely sure. Either way, a fabulous performance from Holthuis, which putting pressure on Dan Jacobs the whole way, but another solid run for Jacobs. That's a bit better from Annunziata. That is more like the pace we know he can deliver. With a third place run, Juraj Hudi, fourth in the end, Nikolaos Karan-Pellas, fifth, sixth for Teemu Saarinen, seventh for Nick Theodoropoulos, another stinker. This guy can't buy any good luck at the moment. Tino Eriksson rounding out the field then with those brief issues on the car. And the next group is coming up now. Driver's already on the stand. This is where you're really getting towards the top end. This is your penultimate group in the Euro A class. We've got some guys who are threatening SuperPole in this group. And you know, I agree with Julius Koff F1 in the comments. Mistake from the timing. There's no way you can get 12 laps in under 5 minutes. I was just about to say that. As I say, I can only think he was about to start a 13th lap but did not come around to complete it. So he made it to 12 laps and then never finished the 12th one. Who knows? But either way, here is your group. Here is your grid. For Group 3, Matthias Kuusinen will roll them off. Daniel Thiele second, and then Mikael Dedarian third. Dedarian finished the first 3 rounds in 8th overall. So he's definitely in that category of knocking on the door of SuperPole. The guys who really are right in there in contention for SuperPole include Quentin Leroux, who's been very quick so far today. He's 9th. Patrick Neyer is 6th. The German driver, Martin Hudi, is 7th. So literally, in this group, you could see the potential final few qualifiers in SuperPole. These guys are challenging the guys in the top group for those SuperPole positions. The SuperPole positions currently held by Teemu Laino 2nd, Simon Kurzbuck 3rd, Leo Arnold 4th, and Dirk Wisniewski 5th. Dominic Greiner is your provisional TQ after 3 rounds. Obviously people would rather go through as top qualifier rather than in the SuperPole, but for these guys who are working their way up and are in the bottom end of the top 10, a shot at SuperPole is the best they can hope for, perhaps. And they'll take it and bite your arm off to get into SuperPole. Mainly because it guarantees them a slot in the semi-final, but it also gives them a shot at locking themselves in as the second qualifier for the main final. Cars are on their warm-up right now, and an alternative theory over the 12 laps in 4.5 minutes theory. Probably the marshal carrying him over the loop after flaming out. That's a very good point. I have a feeling, I think he probably got walked over the line in the end, so I wonder if they'll look at that result and see if it stands. But for now, down in the lane, it's a usual hive of activity down there. Cars going in and out again. Some fettling going on. I've seen the number 1 car being worked on there. And you see it on your screen. That's Quentin Leroux working on the car. It's all about the little fettles there. There's not much you can do to these cars when they're out on the track like that and down in the pits with the one mechanic. Number 6 car comes in. There's a few others. And number 4 as well. They're all coming in. Taking down 2 minutes to go in the session. In the warm-up session, rather. They'll go out and get some more laps in. And they've got their own stopwatches down there. They'll time the pit stops and they'll time the laps as they go around. They'll time it for themselves. Make sure they have the most up-to-date information possible. Although they have timing screens down in the pit lane as well, I believe. Just off to the right of shot, actually. You see our own Matt McCullum on the photography duty. For the race, getting some good action shots. Some great action shots. I think I might be putting him off, actually, so I won't mention him again, but he's out on the track getting some great shots of these cars flying through the start-finish area. And they'll look fantastic under the beaming sunshine out here today. It is, as I say, if anything, warmer than yesterday, although it has stabilised at only 36 degrees. I say only 36. For Brits like me, that is probably the hottest we'll ever get on a British summer's day. We'll get that for about 2 days. We won't go anywhere. Front pages of all the newspapers will say how the Armageddon has occurred, and then we'll be back to 17 degrees and drizzle for the rest of the week. But out here in Turkey, it's an everyday summer's day, and there's no excuse for these drivers to not get down and get busy out here. Matt returns to the safety of the pit lane. Some shots of the cars as they're getting ready to go. Lining up in the lane. Those touring car bodies do look phenomenal. They look fantastic. Telling you what, TTM or Super GT sign on some new regulations or want more of a silhouette body look, you can do worse than imitate these body styles. They do have the kind of suggestions of real world cars. They're mostly a body that apes a DTM type shape for their touring cars. They look magnificent, they sound awesome, and they go like stink, as you're about to see. And away they go. We're down and away. And this is a full inversion for this grid. So 9 through 1 is starting 1 through 9. So Matthias Kuusinen is who's going to lead them away. And it is Kuusinen who we're following right now. One of the cars that looks great on the camera in that dark crimson, kind of auburn look almost on that car. Looks great. He's hoping that it goes as quick as well. Now, as I say, the main guys to watch here, Patrick Naya straight away banging in the fastest lap, and that will get quicker throughout the session. And he's one of the few to watch here. Naya, Hudi, Dedarian, LaRue and Kuusinen are your guys to watch here. They are 6th through 10th right now in the overall standings, and any one of them could kick the door down and get their way in to the SuperPole session. In fact, Kuusinen is not in this heat. No, yes he is, my apologies. He is in this heat, and he is one of those 5 drivers who could break down the door into SuperPole. That will be looking to do just that. LaRue escalates the arms race for fastest lap for 25.722, and Matthias Kuusinen with the early advantage, using that free track to his advantage. But once again, it looks like a rematch between Dedarian, Naya and LaRue, although LaRue appears to have dropped back. No, he's back there. He's just one of the last starters, so his time comes up later than everyone else. And I tell you what, Mustafa Alp, he's 15th overall after 3 rounds, and he got fastest lap in the last session, and he's once again nailing it again with a 25.568. This guy is really starting to turn it on here. I think he's really starting to figure out his setup, and he's doing really, really well. And I'll tell you what, he will not be lacking for home sport at all. If he manages to come out of here with a good result on home turf, how extraordinary would that be for the Turkish driver? Right now, halfway in the session, he's 2nd overall. Where has this come from? This is great. I'm loving this. This is a great effort from Mustafa Alp. Let's see if we can find his car, actually. He's, which car is he now? He is car number 2. He's car number 2. Let's see if we can find him. We may have already found him, actually. I think our cameraman has. It's hard to say sometimes. As I say, these cars are small speed blurs for most of the time they go around the track. But, Alex Thurston also out there in this heat as well, so British fans, keep an eye out for him. Yes, cameraman beat me to it. Well done. He has found Mustafa Alp, who is doing really, really well out there. As I say, one of our main sponsors for this event, helping us to bring you the coverage, able to make this possible, is VRC Pro. And Mustafa Alp winning that contest to get a drive out of it, almost at the RC Racing World's GT Academy graduate. And if you look how successful the GT Academy graduates have been in full-scale racing, then I'll tell you what, Mustafa Alp's got every chance here. And he's certainly laying down the gauntlet with his lap times. His fast laps are really, really good. His 1 lap pace is excellent. I think he's just trying to figure out his consistency right now. That's the real mark of a great racing driver. It's about nailing those fast laps every single lap. It's about nailing 25.5s every single lap, not just a one-off. But his laps are still very good. Let's see as he comes across the line this time. Where's he shaking out at the moment? He's about 4th or 5th at the moment, so the other guys are starting to step up around him. But if he comes away with a 2nd consecutive fastest lap in as many rounds, I think give an attaboy to Mustafa Alp. Really, really good performance. But with 1 minute to go, at the moment, it's the battle between Dedarian, Hudi, Naya, and I think Mustafa Alp is up there as well. Alex Thurston is in there. Matthias Kusinen has also got a shot, but still following Mustafa Alp. Let's just see if we can find Mikael Dedarian. In fact, I can see Dedarian's bright orange car. It's coming through the chicane and onto the back straight right about now, through those corners onto the back straight now. Coming through the EFRA hairpin right about now. That is not his car, he's one back. There's Dedarian's car, bright orange number 7. And he's right up in the mix for a heat win here. He will come across the line, he will complete 11 laps and go on to a 12th, as will the whole field. This is how close it's getting now, ladies and gentlemen. The whole field are forecast to do 12-lap runs, and so it'll be a case of who does their laps in the shortest possible time. Dedarian is looking good to be the guy who rises up. Comes across the line, he completes his run, that's it. It's all over for Dedarian. And so Dedarian's laps are complete. And the rest of the field, actually number 3 has just slowed short of the finish line. That's René Poupquet. You can just see in the bottom of the screen there, he's just creeping towards the line. He won't finish. He won't finish his lap. What absolute agony. Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. Surely not a flame out in sight of the finish line. A couple more guys coming through, but they'll finish. So then, at the end of an action-packed session, Poupquet, in the end, the only guy not to complete 12 laps. And, well, he completed 11.997 laps, I think, in the end. But Mikael Dedarian, oh, how close was that? A 1/10 of a second between himself and Martin Hudi. How pivotal could that result be? With Hudi 7th, Dedarian 8th. But another good result for Dedarian. Sees him winning that heat. Patrick Naya, 3rd. Another solid run for the 6th overall qualifier. That'll help his push. Quentin Leroux only 4th. Mustafa Alp 5th. But let me just demonstrate how close he was. He was only 1.2 seconds off the lead. In fact, 1.2 seconds is what covered the top 5. And in the end, only 4.4 seconds covered the top 7. That is how close that was in the end. An absolutely awesome qualifying session. The margins finer than ever. And in the end, it was Mikael Dedarian who just prevailed by about the same time it takes to turn a light on. So a phenomenal session, and all of those guys are fighting to break the door down and contest the SuperPole session and maybe go for top qualifier. But these are the big guns. These are the final bosses they're going to have to go up against in order to get through. Joe Kerry rolls off on the pole. He overall at the moment is 20th after a few frustrating runs for the Brit. Leo Arnold rolls off 2nd. He's 4th overall. Dirk Wisniewski 3rd. He's 5th overall. The last, he's on the bubble in the SuperPole positions, and those performances after that last round will have really put the pressure on him here. Simon Kjørsbuk rolls off 4th. He's 3rd overall. Philo Turtman 5th. He had a stinker in the last round. All sorts of mechanical issues. Has actually dropped him all the way down to 18th, if you can believe that. So surely his chances of SuperPole are gone. If you're looking to turn it round, he's still got 2 rounds to turn it round. And then behind them, you've got your provisional top qualifier, Dominic Greiner, rolling off 6th. 7th for Alexander Hagberg. And where is Hagberg? He's another guy who's had a few niggling issues. 13th overall. We know he's got speed to burn. Speaking of niggling issues, Bruno Coelho, your penultimate starter, 16th after 3 rounds. Constantly having issues coming up short. That car barely made it a couple of laps in the session earlier. And yesterday he had issues with flameouts near the end of the sessions that just cost him. I think he was on to win one of them. And then he ran out of fuel in sight of the line, as he confessed to Matt McCallum yesterday. So Coelho surely has got some speed in him. We know he's got speed in him. He was just on the edge of making it to SuperPole in Ettlingham in the 1/8 European Championships. So we know he's got speed to burn. We know Simon Kjørsbuk has a huge amount of potential. Kjørsbuk, remember, went into the final round of qualifying in Ettlingham in, I think, 2nd or 3rd, but managed to pip Robert Piche, no less, to the TQ position and guarantee himself into the final with a great performance. He finished 3rd overall in those championships, a That's how pivotal top qualified position can be. It puts you right at the sharp end of proceedings, and it means you don't have to go through the gauntlet that is the lower finals. There aren't as many out here for the 1/10 championships, but there are still enough chances for things to go badly wrong, and a lot of it not even your fault. That's the big factor in those lower finals. A lot of those things normally aren't your fault. Coming together with other drivers, mechanical issues, failures, overheating, who knows? Who knows what else that could happen? These guys will be ready. They know they haven't got many chances left. It is now or never for some of these guys. And for the case of Bruno Coelho, is now too late for one final countdown, one final comeback. Shot there on the screens. The temperature out on the track. The air temperature, 35 degrees Celsius. An unbelievable temperature. In fact, it's just clicked up to 36. It's been between 35 and 38 for most of the morning. And as we head in towards the afternoon, the sun is the highest in the sky, up to 37 now. I wonder if we'll see it hit 40 degrees as we're coming through. And I tell you what, just looking at that makes me more and more grateful to whoever it was who invented air conditioning, because that is what's keeping me alive right now up in the commentary box. We've got a couple of minutes of warm-up to go then, and then we'll be ready for the final heat of qualifying round 4 of the EFRA 1/10 IC European Championships. Our coverage presented by HB Europe, D'Agostino Model Space, VRC Pro, and of course the people behind this great event and a lot of the great championships we cover in RC racing, EFRA. Here we go then. The flag drops and taps the ground in each starter box. Away go the contenders. And we watch the number 8 of Leo Arnold flying out of the blocks quickly. Remember, the big guys to watch in this one include Timu Lino and Bruno Coelho, as well as Dominic Greiner. Remember, Greiner and Timu Lino, they are two main contenders for top qualified position, but to be honest, with how close things have been, any one of the top 5 could have that honour as somebody flips massively over at the corner onto the back straight. He gets back going. I'm feeling that might have been that was the number 7 of Dirk Wisniewski, former champion in this discipline, of course. Maybe looking to add another trophy to his cabinet. Let's have a look in the early doors. Let's see if we can find Dominic Greiner's car. Right, pink car is behind Thilo Turtman. The pink number 4 car coming through the start-finish area now. Over across the start-finish line. And then into the hairpins. There they are. He's just tailing Turtman. Right now, Greiner then your provisional top qualifier. But Simon Kurzbuch also up in the mix as well. I have to say, keep an eye on Simon Kurzbuch as much as you can, because he is a man really to watch. He is your top qualifier in the 1/8 tournament, and he has got incredible pace to burn in the qualifying sessions. His mentality just cannot be questioned. His mental strength is never in doubt. It is whether he can deliver the raw physical pace on the day. And right now, he's answering all the questions. So Greiner goes flying down the back straight, hitting 65 miles an hour, we're told, down the back straight. And you may think for such a long straight that they could get more speed out of it, but remember, these cars are geared to be more effective in the twisties, which they are right now. So acceleration out of these corners is pivotal. So they sacrifice a little bit in top end speed, Of course, they can't sacrifice too much because they don't want a red line down the back straight and possibly burn out the engines. That's not what they want. And Greiner, who we're riding on board with and watching right now, is your current leader. Bruno Coelho up to third. Just going to keep an eye out for Kurzbuch's car. Where is Kurzbuch's car? Where is that number 6? Because it's right in contention. It is right up there. I can also see Timu Lino's car. The bright orange car coming through the first few corners. Here comes Simon Kurzbuch's car coming through the start-finish area right now. The red, white and yellow multicolour car. There it is. Just going through. It'll go through the first few hairpins. Right now. There it goes. And then coming through. Into the bus stop chicane. Clipping the rumble strips as much as he can. It is all about how much do you dare take on those corners. Kurzbuch style. Very efficient. Just the right amount of flair. Can't have too much of the aggression and too much of the other stuff. But look at that. Right tight in on the apexes. Very difficult to pass. And with that, he was great defensively. His defensive driving was awesome. Out in Germany. Soaring down the back straight. Really late on the brakes into the EFRA hairpin there. Through the S-bend. Right in. Tucking right on the apexes. Just having the side walls of the tyres just kiss the rumble strips. That's almost as much as he needs. He doesn't need any more than that. He doesn't need to take huge chunks out of the rumble strips. And his technique is working wonders at the moment. As it stands, he's right up in contention. He's up around second or third right now. But once again, this heat has been a scrap between the two guys contesting for the top qualifier position. Dominic Greiner leads, and Timu Lino is right there. It's a matter of tenths of seconds right now. Dirk Wisniewski, well, I was just about to say, Wisniewski had the fastest lap. Greiner now has it with a 25.097. We are moving closer and closer to our potential sub 25 second lap in competition. That would be huge to see. I'm just going to see if we can find. Simon Kurzbuch's car out on the track. No, not Kurzbuch, Timu Lino's car on the track. Lino's car's coming through the start finish area. The orange number 1 through the hairpins. Come through. The hairpins is right there. And they are
Car number?
Flying around. Number one for Timu Lino. He's going into the EFRA hairpin now. Through the final S's. Or the S hairpins, rather. There he is right there. So that is Kurzbuch right behind him, in fact. So that is a stacked deck of that group. They will go on to a 12th lap anyway. That whole group. Most of this field through number 6. I think number 7 or 7th. Most of this field will complete 12 laps. And it's a question of how long it'll take, or how little time it'll take. Greiner then, originally at the top of the standings, but Kurzbuch, Timu Lino and Bruno Coelho will all have something to say about that. Come across the finish line. That is Lino's heat done. That's the qualifying session over. The cars are all massing at that hairpin. If they've all run out around the same time, that's unbelievable. But they've all sort of stopped over there. And that gives us a great opportunity to run you through the final finishing positions then. And it's another win for Dominic Greiner, but there was nothing in it. Look, 4 tenths between himself and Simon Kurzbuch. But another win for Dominic Greiner. Is that what solidifies his place and puts him into the final as top qualifier? We've still got one more round to go. But that'll help his chances all the way. But a good run from Kurzbuch. A very good run indeed. And third for Bruno Coelho. That is more like it from Coelho. That's more like what we know he can do. What we know he can achieve out here. Fourth for Timu Lino. And that backs up what I was saying to James earlier about what advantage do those guys have coming through from the Ettlingen round. It's probably a coincidence. The level of talent up at the top of the rankings is never in doubt. And it's so close. But any advantage you can get, Matt, who has rejoined us here. Matt has rejoined us after his photography antics. Matt, what do you make of that? We've got one round to go, and it couldn't be closer.
It couldn't. No, I think Dominic Greiner is on fire, though. I think he's doing really, really well. Some of the bigger names, I think, are struggling more than we expected. I think I expected Bruno Coelho to be flying, but with that early on, running out of fuel in the first or second, qualifying. I think that's really dented his confidence. Hagberg, I don't think he'll be that happy. Timo Linus, he's one of the bigger names and doing very well as well. But he's Dominic Greiner and Simon Kurzbuch. They seem to be the ones taking over.
It'll be a huge story if Kurzbuch can beat TQ in both the 1/8 and 1/10 European Championships.
Yeah.
A big qualifying honour to have, and certainly his one-lap pace is not to be questioned. And I wonder if he can do what he did out in Ettlingham, which is he came into the final round second or third and was able to pip the top guys in the final round. That's exactly what he seems to be doing. He just seems to come on fire at just the right time.
Yeah, I think if you ask them, does driving Euros 2 weeks ago help them with this Euros? I think they'd probably say no. But I think what the similarities we're seeing in that they're doing well at the last event and this event is because their cars are in a good place, their heads are in a good place. The development of their particular chassis, they are different chassis, but if they're doing well on 8th, they should be doing well in 10th as well.
So that's a very interesting point. I mean, we were talking about this with James earlier as well. Not necessarily in terms of match fitness could be the advantage for these guys, but just confidence. If these guys have had good runs out in Germany, then that will help the world of good. And I have a feeling that Simon Kurzbuch, coming off that great performance in Germany, will be riding a wave of confidence. Conversely, with Dominic Greiner, he didn't have the result he wanted out in Ettlingham, so he's here to right several wrongs, I have to say.
I think we should try and get hold of the TQ man.
We
What's
should.
the schedule now? Where are we? About to go into lunch, are we?
I think we might be. Let me just have a look. We are going indeed into the lunch break now, 1:30, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock local time, if I've got that right. 1:30 local time, we are back. So that'll be 12:30 Central European time. So we're in the lunch break now, going into the the final round of qualifying. There's one more round of that, and then of course comes our SuperPole sessions. They'll be at 3:30 local time, so 2:30 Central European time. And trust me, folks, you will not want to miss that for the world.
Indeed.
This is RC Racing TV, and that's my receiver falling out my pocket. This is RC Racing TV, and bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 1/10 IC European Championships, presented by HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro, and EFRA. We'll be back after lunch.
The track is open. Three minutes to start. Two minutes to start. 30 seconds to start.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RC Racing TV's live coverage of the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships, presented in Izmir, Turkey, on a gorgeous day in the foothills. Presented live on RC Racing TV by HP Europe, De Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro and EFRA, and we are in to the very final round of qualifying. This is it. Last chance saloon for some. For others, they are safely on their passage into the higher finals and maybe the final itself. Top qualifier is pretty much a lock in the Euro A, as we'll talk to you about in a minute. But in the Euro B class, which you can see on the track right now, it's a very different story. And for the moment, at least, it looks to be a straight shootout between Tom Krajewski and Yannick Nimoslo as to who gets that position and who goes into the SuperPole sessions coming up later on today. So we have a car slowed on the track. Now, which car is that? I think that's number 3, Atis Bilieu. It's been a very problematic weekend for him so far. It's another fast lap from Sprengheli. He has been the class of this field in the first group of the Euro B qualifiers, and so he should be, because he is right in contention for SuperPole, and it's probably the one driver in this group that is. Although Murat Ozkan is also there as well. Although Ozkan has not come out for any laps here. I wonder if he knew how close he was to a potential SuperPole qualifying spot, or if he did, his car isn't out there. In fact, I can see it just below us. It's in the lane, and it ain't going anywhere. It hasn't taken the start. There it is. There it is. There's Murat Ozkan's car, number 8. And he was 6th after 4 rounds of qualifying. He was on the verge of a potential SuperPole, and either the car has completely died on him. Yeah, it looks like it has. What a massive frustration for him. How infuriating. Could have gone into SuperPole for the Euro B class. As it stands, it looks like he's plunging away, and a spot even in the semi-final may be at risk here.
Faulty glow plug.
Faulty glow plug by the look of it. Well identified Matt. It's on camera duty for now. The RC Racing TV team here in Izmir this weekend. Myself, Adam Johnson, Matt McCollum and James Parry. And a good spot there. A faulty glow plug in that car. It's kind of their equivalent of a spark plug in the nitro engine. The nitromethanol engines have been fairly temperamental out here. The heat rising on the track is nearing towards 40 degrees at certain points. It's been 38, it's the highest we've seen today. Still they can't get that thing going. It's over. It's over. This session's over. They're not going to get anything out of it now. They're at least 5 down. We've got another car in the lane as well. Is that the number 2? It's the number 3 of Atis Bilieu. And he was the car that was stopped on track in the early part of the session, so problems beguiling a lot of these contenders here. That's the number 7, I think, going through spot. That's Kabale Kutuk, who is not doing too badly himself, actually, in the overall qualifying rounds. He is, of the contenders so far, he's 13th out of 18. As I say, the guy really needs to pay attention to is Sprengheli, who has been your main challenger from this first group all day, all the way through all the qualifying sessions. See if we can find Sprengheli's number 1 car. They are flying around this track. This immense F-Mod Arena facility. Can't stop saying nice things about it, and we mean every single word. It's a phenomenal venue, and I can see Sprengheli coming through the final few corners now. There he is, the white and yellow car. In terms of raw speed, as I say, he's not been quite with the runners in the second group, but he certainly has the consistency down. He's nailed wins in every single group, every single round of qualifying so far, pretty much, and it's been very solid. Going into this round, he's 4th, which would qualify him for SuperPole, and if he wins this heat as well, that pretty much locks him in. So it'll be between the likes of Kragevsky, Namizlo, Georgiadis, Ali, and, well, it was going to be Murat Ozkan. He didn't even get it out. Kaseb Ahmet will be contender in the second group. But for now, let's just watch and enjoy Sprengheli bringing this thing home for what should be 5 out of 5 for his group. I think he may have had 1 or 2 errors. I'm not sure if he managed to win every single round in his group, but he's certainly been the dominant driver in this group. He's been on a pace of his own, and right now only Haluk Sioruk is on a similar pace to him, anywhere nearby, and Sioruk is in 11th. Cars are coming home now to finish their laps, coming towards the end of the session. Clock has ticked down to 0, and we're watching Sprengheli come home. Very neat and tidy style, and there's a car just being retrieved as we see him go through shot. That is the number 6 car of Ateli Atink. Now Atink, where did he go? He was doing pretty well after the first round. He was 8th, so another contender who was just on the outskirts of SuperPole, hitting trouble here. This is fascinating stuff. How much bad luck is there? There's hands being thrown up in the air, shruggers to the shoulders. They don't know either. So mechanical issues befalling these guys, just on the verge of potential qualifying positions. So as that is Bilieu coming home to finish the race. Well, actually Bilieu I think will finish the race. So let's have a look at the final running then. And Sprengheli sweeps the qualifying sessions in this Group 1. And he's been over 12 seconds up on his nearest contender, Haluk Sioruk. Bulun Takur and Kabele Kutuk have been showing pretty good pace and flashes. And behind them is Ateli Atink, Bulun Togrul, Atis Bilieu, Sertak Palaz, David Hassel and Murat Ozkan. Now, Hassel's car has not been out almost all morning, same as Sertak Palaz. But Murat Ozkan, bitterly disappointed. He would have thought he had an outside shot at SuperPole. That has gone now. So, contenders are starting to bite the dust, but Sprengheli has played himself right into contention. And now we see the grid of contenders for what will be SuperPole and the top qualifier overall. Kaya Ali will roll off with them. He'll be rolling off the pole. He is 5th going into this round, so he's right on the bubble. Yannick Nemoslo, 2nd overall going in. He was leading for a long time, but down to 2nd with the resurgence of Tom Kragevsky. Kragevsky will roll off 5th. Kenem Duzgit, Cengiz Samozle, Humad Oztuman, Kasab Ahmet and Arno Pupke behind him as well. The pit lane is lining up with these angry beasts, shrieking machines, ready to roll off, ready to go. And really, the question has to be asked. There are 4 points between 1 and 2 here, Kragevsky and Nemizlo. So it is going to take something major to dislodge Kragevsky here. Kragevsky wins the heat, that's pretty much it all over. And I'm pretty sure Nemizlo will have to finish ahead of him and by multiple positions in order to get this through. And the fact is, Kragevsky has gone to the top of the rankings because he has 3 group wins here. His drop score so far, his one drop score so far, is round 2 of qualifying, where he did not do very well at all. He had problems. So, but now he's dropped that score. He is jumped to the top. So the fact is, even if he has another bad round here, that'll be his 2nd drop score, and he'll have an invincible record. So basically, no pressure or anything to Mislo, but you have to win this one. There's no other question about it. Otherwise, Kragevsky is through. Nikos Georgiadis has also had a pretty good run. He's been up there mixing it with these guys, and I think will be a big threat in SuperPole. He's pretty much locked himself into SuperPole. In fact, around SuperPole positions, Kaya Ali is 5th right now on 17 points. Murat Ozkan was 6th on 20 points, although I think he's out of contention now. Kasaf Ahmet, who is in this heat, is 7th on 21 points, so 4 points back. And then Atale Atink was also in the previous heat, and he's on 23 points. So I think SuperPole is pretty much a lock as well. And there's still a lot to play for and a lot that can change in a very short space of time going into this heat. We've still got 3 minutes to go. Still got 3 minutes to go of the warm-up here. And tension already building towards SuperPole. And I wonder, James, if there are going to be a few people who are already having their minds focused towards SuperPole, especially the guys who have pretty much locked themselves in.
I'd have thought so.
Why did I expect it? I think that's his longest answer all afternoon, 3 words. But Now we are expecting a lot from SuperPole. It'll be live right here on RC Racing TV, 2:30 Central European time, and we await the tension, we await the anticipation. We should have a conference with those in SuperPole afterwards as well, so we'll have everything covered.
Yep, it's the first time I've seen a SuperPole at an EFRA event. It's a new thing for me. Where was it? Yeah, no, first time I've seen a SuperPole, and also a first for me. I think a first for RCTV. Maybe we're going to be doing like I say, we're going to be doing a press conference towards the end of the stream with the SuperPole winners TQ. So do stay tuned for that. Don't just tune off at the end, because that should be good. Something a bit different.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to speak to the drivers. I remember doing a sort of pit walk around after the SuperPole session in Ettlingen in Germany, which is the inaugural session. That was for the 1/8 Nitro IC European Championships, and the mood in the camps down there, the tension in the arena was palpable. For those guys who had just missed it by less than a tenth of a second, it was sheer frustration.
I don't know whose car this is here, but this looks like quite a...
that's the number 7, I think. That's Kasab Ahmet. That's Kasab Ahmet, surely not the other guy on the outside looking in of SuperPole. There is some sort of jinx in.
That's not just a tune.
No, that is fairly major, almost reconstructive work in the pit lane, which you don't normally see. You have got to be kidding me. Has Kaya Ali got some sort of... I don't know.
Can we zoom in there and try and see what's being replaced?
He's got the curse on here. Is that a servo connector, maybe? I think it might be a steering connector. Actually, steering arm.
He's got 32 seconds.
No pressure, mechanic. No pressure or anything. You've got to get that thing bolted back on. Oh my goodness, this is going to be tense.
Is it gone?
Has someone just gone down the stairs? Is that Kasab Ahmet throwing in the towel? He's not going to have time to run back up the stairs, is he? My goodness, this is tense. This is like countdown.
10,
Speaking of which, the countdown is on.
6,
Come on. This is going to be so close. Bearing in mind he's going to be rolling off 7,
It's
so he won't be straight away.
It's running.
It's running. Here we go.
car 5,
Why does Matt keep looking at the table?
Yes, that's the table. We're aware
Tell
of that.
us.
Cars are rolling off. Is the number 7 rolling off? I think he's getting some fuel in here.
As the driver walks off the driver's stand, he doesn't know his car's ready.
I wonder. But we'll watch. No,
I know.
he's
The
away.
driver, I'm confused.
I am so confused right now, but he's underway. The number 7 of Kasab Ahmet is underway. We have a car slowed at the hairpin. Who was that who was just gone off?
Let's just watch that car for a minute, because can we see if it's actually been fixed or not? Has he still got problems?
Yeah, I wonder. There's some issues. Yannick Nemoslo and Tom Kragewski straight away trading fastest laps. This should not surprise anybody.
It seems to be handling okay.
Yeah,
Credit there to the pit man.
That was... Yeah, that was... I think it was Uminoz Tumen whose car had stopped briefly, but the 7 is running okay. And now, no pressure or anything, but you've just made it into the race at all by inches. Tenths of seconds. But he's finally out now and running just fine. But the battle mainly will be for the... I think I should, ladies and gentlemen, just broadcast what just happened there. Do you remember that old joke? Have you ever heard that old joke about, where's my glasses, you wearing them?
Is that what you're looking for, your glasses?
Yes. The glasses that I'm indeed wearing. It's happened, ladies and gentlemen. I'm an old man. What has happened to me? Anyway, I'm surprised it's taken this long for the heat to get to my head. But whilst James has a good chuckle about that, let's continue, shall we? Let's continue with the serious business. Because right now, it is Tom Kragewski once again laying the smackdown on this heat. And he is looking ready to march on to top qualified position. Another fastest lap. He is just laying the beat down here. Yannick Nemoslo trying his best to stay with him. He's been very consistent. I'll give that to Nemoslo. He's been consistently, if Kragewski has been the fastest guy in this heat over each round, Nemoslo has been consistently the second fastest. So that should give him an advantage coming into SuperPole. He's able to bat off laps like that, and he should be able to nail out 6 of the best and lay the pressure on everyone else. So Krajewski continues his march towards top qualifier position. This is a great effort, consistently strong driving. Meanwhile behind him, Nikos Georgiadis, again third. Georgiadis will look good in SuperPole, you know. And it is shaping up to be one of those great SuperPole sessions, just as we had in Ettlingham. Krajewski with another fastest lap. Not quite in the 25s yet, but for the B Euro runners, this is supremely fast pace. Around the high 26s into the 27s is where they've averaged so far. And to be down into the 26s, nearing the 25s now for Tom Krajewski, it's just remarkable. The B Euro champion, he's really starting to stamp his mark on this event, stamping his authority down. He's been absolutely faultless in qualifying. There is still a lot that could happen, of course, we know this, but he is rock solid, he's ironclad, and it's going to take nothing short of a bazooka to dislodge him from the lead into the final. He stays where he is right now. Well, he was already looking good to go through anyway. Nimislo needed to beat him and beat him well, but right now that is not happening. In fact, Nimislo is the next car off the road, or was the next car up the road until, sorry, fly just starting to land on my glasses midway through that moment. Hang on, who was that who just went off? Was that Nimislo or Krajewski? It was Nimislo who went off. Nimislo just went off in a big way, but Krajewski's coming through the final corners. There he is, just behind the pink and white car of Umutos Tumen. This has been a great performance from Krajewski again. What does that flip do to Nimislo's time? I think that may have dropped him down a little bit. This could be another shuffle here. Nimislo, having been so consistent, has now fallen behind Nikos Georgiadis. Now there was 3 points between himself and Georgiadis, and another instant over in the first few corners. Oh my goodness, what is happening to the number 8 car? What is happening to the number 8 car? It's over on the corners. We've also got a car off the track here. I thought that was Krajewski's car for a second. It's Halit Korpe's car, number 3. But we've also had an incident over in the corners over by the hairpin. There you see that car being retrieved. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. That number 8 car of Umutos Tumen having a bit of a berserker moment. He lost it, flipped over at the first corner, flipped over the wall at the first corner. See there the parasol demonstrating that the breeze is getting up here in Izmir, Turkey. It's a gorgeous sunny day. The heat rising into the high 30s. The breeze is also increasing, and maybe that's affecting some of the cars here a little bit. I think they're probably too low to really have much of an effect, but most certainly the cars and some of the drivers starting to lose their cool a little bit, and I'm surprised. I don't think many people had much cool to begin with, but Tom Krajewski has been absolutely unflappable throughout this event. It's been a masterclass in performance driving and a masterclass in qualifying driving as well. It's been a great run as the field filters through them. And let's show you your final results, final positions then. Krajewski then takes the heat out and is through as your top qualifier after a great streak of performances. He had that one blot on his copybook, but otherwise a great effort all the way through. Second then for Nikos Georgiadis, who has been right up there the whole way through. He's been looking pretty strong. He's been looking good. And then third for Yannick Nimislo. Disappointing in the end. That will not help, but he should be through safely into SuperPole. Cengiz Semezler, a nice result for him in fourth. Fifth for Kerim Duzgit. I think for those two it was too little too late, but Kaya Ali sixth. That should be enough to get him into SuperPole, seeing as most of his closest rivals faltered at the last moment there. Well, Kerim Duzgit was in contention there in fifth, but I don't think he would have done enough. Kasab Ahmet, Murat Ozkan, Atali Atink, all having those problems. Kasab Ahmet only ninth in the end. Such a shame. Last second repair job, only managed to get him out for 3 laps, and Arno Pupke didn't even manage a lap. So, tension high in the arena. This is incredible. Incredible nerves out there. And so we move, as quickly as that, we move into the final round of A qualifying. So here we go then. And you can see, look at that, you can see the breeze starting to get up here. You can see the breeze at the drivers' backs blowing through the driver's stand. and you can see that it is starting to pick up, which I think is very interesting. You wouldn't expect that. It is a sunny and clear day out there, but it is worth mentioning that the wind is really getting up now and making me further glad that we're in this great commentary position, this great commentary box, with air conditioning and out of the breeze, because if there's two things I'm not a great fan of, it's being incredibly hot and battered by the breeze.
The track is open.
And that was just me walking near the window of the commentary box that was slightly open there. You just felt it for a second. So then, let's have a look through the starting grid for the first group. Euro A drivers qualifying round 5. Ignore those collections of numbers down there. They are faulty entries on the timing system. They are not a factor. There have been 8 entrants in this group all the way through, so they are not a factor. Who are a factor in this lot? Well, I'll tell you. What I can say is that the battle for top qualifier in Euro A is pretty much all over. Dominic Greiner sweeping to that run of 3 victories in his heat means that even now, if he has a bad run, he can afford to drop that, and pretty much no one will be anywhere near him. It's an incredible run and a great job by Greiner all the way through this event. Timu Lainu, Simon Kjørsbuk, Dirk Wisniewski and Leo Arnold are your 4 SuperPole qualifiers as it stands. But Bruno Coelho, I can tell you, after his resurgence in the last round, has moved his way back up to 6th and in contention. Alexander Hagberg, Patrick Nair, Martin Hoody and Quentin Leroux round out the top 10 in Euro A. None of the drivers in this heat will be anywhere near that, but Danny Volvas's comeback continues. Lampros Disikli-Tiras rolling off on the pole here. He's 30th overall. I think probably the top guy here is Daniel Jones up in 24th. And Nicolas Nikiforos has also had a pretty good day as it goes. He has been, he's 25th overall, so these guys near the bottom end of town, but for their group they're doing pretty well. And Danny Volvas, having been last after the first 2 rounds, his turnaround is doing well. But, Jari Valkoa is one to watch as well. He's certainly had a little speed out there, but he's only 27th. You get the feeling that there's got to be something more out of this car. He's shown some great one-lap pace and then just not been able to put it together for the qualifying rounds. So they're going through their warm-up procedure now. Just gives me enough time to tell you about how you can get in touch with us here on RC Racing TV. Our coverage brought to you by HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro, and of course the organisers of this great event, EFRA. And you can join the chat, you can join the discussion on our Facebook group, RC Racing TV. Find us there, and you may well find yourself being inducted into the group live on air if you do it right now. Hoping to break the 7,000 member mark of this event, and we've got quite a way to go. We've got about 100 members to go or so. You can help us get there. Let's make it happen. Share the group around and get everyone involved. If you love great motorsport, you love great RC racing, you love your RC electronics, great place to be. Also join the EFRA Facebook group. I like the EFRA Facebook page. This facility also has a Facebook page, the FMod RC Club. That is all one word. EFMod RC Club, all one word. And you can join on Facebook and on Instagram as well. But for now, let's get ready. Countdown is on. 30 seconds in. 30 seconds away from the first group of Euro A qualifiers. Now these are your top class, these are your guys who will be contending for the overall title. These are Euro B runners who can move up into the A ranks, and often do after winning the Euro B Championship. Still fettling going on the cars. It is right down to the last minute. The margins in this sport. Oh, an early start for Lampros Disikli-Tiras. He went early and then he stopped. He went on the klaxon, but you're supposed to go when the starter drops his flag on the ground. But he did go in the end. I don't think he really got any advantage out of it. He paused for enough time. Didn't really get much of an advantage out of it. And then, so we have Disikli-Tiras rolling off. Spiros Pickens behind him. Jari Valkola and there was an incident off in the corner going on to the back straight. It's been cleared. So continues to follow Tsikli Tiras, and we're waiting for all of these drivers to complete their opening laps, which is quite a lengthy thing here at this track. I'm not quite sure who it was who had that incident on the first lap, or the first out lap. I guess the last guy across the line will be the man who did. It might have been Robert Harley, you know. I think laps continue to be ticked off. Tsikli Tiras leads early, but Spiros Pickens, there you go. A new fastest lap, 27.522. Now that's comparable. Considering the laps that the guys in the Euro B class are running, that shows you that the margin is there. Those guys from Euro B can step up. They can be competitive in the Euro A ranks. And let's find Dan Jones's car, the number 1. Has been the class of this group pretty much the whole way through. Has been hoping to try and move up using his overall times and overall scores. Daniel Jones's car is the green and white car. There it is. Coming through his shot right now. Lampros to Tsikli Tiras just taking the fastest lap for now, but Jones is right up there. Probably the strongest. I think the issue has been, the reason why he's still low down is that even though he's been winning his groups, his times overall have still not been comparable to those in the other groups. And that's really what you've got to look at. That is, of course, how you decide the TQ position, of course. It's not just, the points are awarded not based on where you score in your own group. It is where you score overall. And of course, if you're the fastest in your group, that gives you a good chance to be fastest overall. As we follow Jones's car. Jones is just behind Jari Valkola in the pink car. Whoa! A bit of Dukes of Hazzard moment there. As he jumps the rumble strips there. Fastest lap now from Danny Volvas, who's been gearing himself into contention throughout these rounds. He started slowly, but has been coming back nicely. But Jones continues. One of the British hopes, and again, he just headbutts the rumble strips. Very aggressive style. Sometimes that can cost you here. You just need to give those rumble strips a little bit of respect. But the difficult thing is, ideally, the fastest way around this track involves a little bit of those rumble strips. You can't shy away from them, but you can't headbutt them head on like that, just as he did there. That's the worst place to clip the rumble strip. On the fast right-hander right into the EFRA hairpin. You're not braking at that point, so he's still flat out. So he hit the rumble strip and went straight onto the wall, but luckily got away with it. That car is a tough little beast. He's got away with it, and he's going to have to be if he keeps attacking rumble strips like that. And again, takes a big chunk out of it. It almost looks to me like he's just trying to find that line between over-aggression and under-aggression, if you will, conservative driving. He's trying to figure out where the entries are, trying to figure out the lines. Maybe he's just figuring, you know what, I know I'm probably the class of this group, but how do I move up overall? How do I prepare myself for the battles I'm going to have in the 1/8 final, maybe the quarterfinals and beyond? Just avoided a marshal there, retrieving a broken down car. We have the number 6 car of Danny Volvas now in the lane, retrieved by the marshals. I think a few more cars in as well. So Jones's car still circulating, and he's coming up behind. Oh, a little bit of contact there with the number 7. That's Robert Harley. Brit's getting into it. You don't want to be doing that too much, especially if you're having to share a coach or a flight home. It'll be a bit awkward on the flight, but Harley not really slow Jones's pace at all. He is between Daniel Jones, Lampros Tsikli Tiras and Jari Valkola, who will win this group, and he'll be the fastest group out there. Valkola has consistently pulled ahead of Jones. There's Valkola's pink car, you just saw it in the corner shot. Some incidents there, the car running off constantly. I think that might be Paul, no, it's not Paul Dewsnap. It might be Nicky Foros' car, but either way, we continue following Jones' car into the final 30 seconds. We have a car being retrieved down here on the front straight. Now, whose car is that? Down here on the front straight, that's being retrieved. It's the number 5 car. That's Lampros Tsikli Tiras. So Lampros Tsikli Tiras' car has given up the ghost. I wonder if he's had a late flame out. They're still playing to this man's hands, Daniel Jones. As we look down in the lane, there is Tsikli Tiras' car. What a shame that is. He was in contention in this group and running very well. Remember, as I just said, the group results almost don't matter. It's all about the overall times, but obviously if you're the fastest in your group, then that means you're setting a quick pace, and hopefully it will compare across the board as the clock has ticked down to 0. So everyone now coming around to complete their final laps. So we watch the finishers come through. Down they go, through, across the line. Hear the beeps in the background. That is signifying that they've completed their runs, completed their most recent laps. So we've got a few more coming across the line, just a few now. Robert Harley and Nicholas Nikiforos coming through.
7.
And that should just about do it.
Time is over. Race.
That is it. It's all over. And at the end of that, it's Jari Valkola who wins out. And how close was that? Wow! That was 1/100th of a second between Valkola and Daniel Jones. That is incredibly close. Those two very evenly matched. I tell you what, if those two end up in the same lower finals, then we're on for a cracking race, because there's nothing really to split them. Spiros Pickens third then, and then number 4. Fourth for Nicholas Nikiforos. Fifth for Robert Harley. Sixth for Paul Dewsnap. And then 7th and 8th for Lampros Tisiklitsiras and Danny Volvas. Poor runs for the Greek drivers. Those two 1-2 at some point. There was actually a 1-2-3, I think, of Greek drivers in this group at one point in one round of qualifying. Not anymore. But Jari Valkola and Daniel Jones continuing their march up the rankings. That'll do them the world of good and help their chances considerably. But I have a feeling they'll probably be doomed to go into the 1/8 final, or maybe the quarterfinal at the very least. But we'll see how it shakes out. Hopefully some of those guys will have done their best to avoid it. But even so, a lot of these guys are going to have to work hard. They're going to have to do at least the double bump up to get into the final, let alone win this thing. It's a tough ask, but at least they've got there. So we move into the next group, Group 2. And in this group, do we have anyone threatening the outside SuperPole positions? I don't think we do. Some guys who could have done, had things gone a bit better for them. One name in the middle is screaming out at me, Francesco Annunziata. Just, what kind of luck has this guy got to buy? He was 23rd after 4 rounds. And you get the feeling that he must have had more pace in the tank. But he just hasn't been able to show it. He had a crash in the last race, and he got multiple penalties for it, which is probably fair enough. He took out Timo Saarinen, had a drive-through penalty, and I believe a further time penalty applied. He probably didn't spend enough time in the pit lane during his stop-go penalty. But Juraj Hudi, Nicolas Karampelas, Timo Saarinen has shown some good flashes of pace, and Saarinen is right now showing a 17th overall. The top guy in this group is Dan Jacobs, and he's 14th overall. So, well, with 12 points between himself and the 10th place runner Quentin Leroux, you have a feeling that a semi-final place is probably out the picture of these guys, but they can always hope and they can always battle back for something. And I think for a lot of these guys, it's going to be a late practice session. You might see some guys not take the start and just save their cars, knowing that they know where they're going to end up and they know what they're going to get. So what's the point in potentially burning or flaming out a motor this close to the proceedings? They're running in quite spectacular line astern early in the warm-up. See there on the camera, look at that. They're having a battle already. They're having a mock race by the look of it on this wonderful day. It's great. Well, it's not entirely perfect weather. As I say, the wind is starting to get up and blow quite heartily in the driver's stand and ruin the parasols. There's multiple parasols around the track starting to look a bit worse for wear now, especially the ones where the marshals, trying to shelter the marshals. You might want to run some sun cream down to the marshals, but the windsock at the far end, which is used for the RC airfield, that's also at this facility. Yes, if you weren't around earlier, this F-Mod arena pretty much has facilities for every single kind of radio control vehicle there is. The only thing left now is what me and James proposed earlier, RC horse racing. But for now, they have a tarmac on-road racetrack. Oh, sorry, a big flip there as I came across the start-finish line. Just in practice, let's see who that is. Doesn't matter a jot. Looks like his car's going back okay. I think that might be the number 8 car. That might be Nick Theodoropoulos. Don't get me started on bad luck and Nick Theodoropoulos. In fact, you want to know where he is after 4 rounds? Go on, have a guess. Have a guess. 34th, last. He's lost after 4 rounds. He's had an absolute stinker, and I'm fairly convinced he has a lot more pace than that. That is not representative of his pace, but he's just had nothing to show for it. So we scroll down the flags. These are all the flags of the competing nations. You have Turkey, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Holland, Portugal, that Czech Republic, Sweden, Switzerland, and of course Great Britain. And you can see there in that lovely shot of all the flags there. See the breeze blowing, they're fluttering in the breeze, which is starting to get up. And as I say, the windsock at the far end. Yeah, that's not really doing its job at the moment, is it? That's kind of ruined. That's a bit like the stereotype of a commuter's umbrella in windy weather in Britain. Doesn't really look much at the moment. It's not affecting the marshals. Still doing their job well. If you have a look at the windsock down there, just near the grandstand, near the laboratory facilities, there it is. Well, it was a bit higher yesterday, but it is blowing a fair breeze today. I think it's the breeze is coming and going. And you see there, you just got a shot there as well of the RC airfield behind there. The airfield's there. There's the full orchard. There's the lake in the background for RC boats and submarines. Reminds me of a little toy submarine I had as a kid. Had a lot of fun with that. As well as my Stingray toy as well. That was good fun. But look at that lake, pristine at the moment. No rowers in it, no ducks or anything. But that can be used for RC boat racing. The F1 Arena is your complete RC facility. And right now we're interested on the action on the tarmac track. So we're getting ready to go racing for the final round of qualifying for Group 2 in the Euro A ranks. For these guys, a semi-final place may be the best they can hope for. They will give it their all as they get ready to cut them loose. Wait, there we go. There we go, just gotta be patient. So Juraj Hudi in car 5 will lead them away in the early going. So we'll watch him around this track through the bus stop chicane. Cautious there in the early running. And it looks like everyone is running just fine. And there's a car off at the chicane, in fact. As they're running through, there is a car slow at the chicane, off at the chicane. Let's have a look at who that is. Who is that? That's the number 4, Nikos Karampelas. More bad luck befalling the Greek runners. And now cars off near the start-finish area as well. So that was number 5, I think, Juraj Hudi, who'd got off. Some fixes going on down there. Let's see if we can zoom right in. See what's going on in there. Is that a rear suspension component that's gone wrong? I think potentially that or a driveline issue. Trying to see what the issue is and see if they can get it going. Nicolas Karampelas, the pink and white car. Pink is looking good, and that's the sort of Subaru style front end. But I'll tell you what, the lap times are tumbling quickly here. Let's see if we can track Francesco Annunziata. He's just gone through the bus stop actually, and he's up round onto the back straight. The orange number 1 car round into the final S section. He's that car there, right in the middle of those 3. Cars in front of him is, I think, the number 3, and the cars behind him is the number 2 of Dan Jacobs. And 3 is Timu Saarinen. So literally the top 3 in this heat so far are all together. In fact, Milan Holthuis is also doing well at the top end of the standings. So good effort from him. He's been showing good flashes of pace in the later rounds of qualifying. A bit too late to really make a big impact on the standings, as we've got a car upside down at the bus stop again. Continue following Annunziata. That car has been recovered, so we continue following Annunziata as he is gaining on the number 3 of Saarinen. Surely not another clash between the two. You've got to be kidding me. Milan Holthuis is your current leader though, and Holthuis is doing pretty well, you know. Oh, Annunziata's starting to have a crack. We'll say, see, look, I can pass Saarinen without hitting him. Got a point to prove after the last round. But, where is Milan Holthuis? 26th out of 34 runners after 4 rounds. But certainly his pace in these groups, compared to the other drivers in this group, he's looked pretty good, you know. He's looked very solid. And he is leading at the moment. And he's just ahead of Annunziata in the overall timings. Annunziata continuing. Jacobs 3rd. 4th for Saarinen. As you see, Saarinen right in front of him. Annunziata, you can tell, is just a bit quicker than Saarinen. I wonder if he feels like he's been held up by Saarinen here. I don't think he really is. Oh! Well, that solves that problem. That solves that problem in rather spectacular fashion. I know there's a way of getting out the way of faster cars behind you, but that was a rather spectacular way of doing it from Saarinen. And that means Annunziata's path is now clear. This guy's flying through, but he does still have Dan Jacobs behind him, who's also on a flyer. And watch the 2 cars in shot. These are the top 2 seeds in this group. Looking to move up overall. Annunziata still down 23rd then. Dan Jacobs has had a better time of it though. He's up in 14th after a consistent run of good results in this group. So 23rd and 14th as they run on the road. And Annunziata, if he can beat Holthuis here, that'll help him out here. Holthuis himself. Oh, look at that. A lovely pass there from Jacobs. And I think that was more Annunziata losing the car a little bit, getting a bit wide. Just a momentary lapse. And a lot of passes come in the RC racing categories, in the nitro categories in particular, especially the smaller scales, with mistakes coming into corners. It just looks to me like Annunziata's lost a little bit of pace there. Maybe his rhythm disrupted for a tiny moment there. But Dan Jacobs has cleared away from him in about a lap and a half. So Jacobs starting to cut loose. Annunziata still running second on the road, on the timing screens. Oh, another headbutt of the corner again. Does he start to get white line fever here, Annunziata? He just starts to tense up a bit near the end of these races. And we'll see if that's affecting his overall results so far. With just over 30 seconds to go. I don't think it will. I think he's good value for a second place here in this group. And a good run overall, a good lap time to put him up into contention. Milan Holthuis appears to have this one on a lockdown. Although the gap that time, as they run on the screens, it is unbelievably close. I can confirm to you, at the last lap round, there was a 10th separating Holthuis and Annunziata. It is going to be a shootout here. They come down towards the end of it. Who wins out here? Dan Jacobs also in contention as well, but he's a little bit far back. So it's between Milan Holthuis and Francesco Annunziata as to who wins out in this final round of qualifying for Group 2. Come across the line there. Was that the end of the session? I think that he may have just... Now cars are coming across the finish. So Milan Holthuis, Teemu Saarinen also coming across the finish. So I think Holthuis and Annunziata have got one more lap to do. In fact, Annunziata and Teemu Saarinen, Jacobs, here they go, they'll come across the line together. Oh! And Jacobs just hits one of the stationary cars. They come across the line there. So how close is this going to be? Hold your breath. How's this one shaking out? Well, there's your answer. Milan Holthuis wins that group with a 12-lap run at 5 minutes 22.564. Just 1.2 seconds off on Francesco Annunziata. I wonder if those little mistakes that Annunziata made near the end of that run were all the difference in the end. It was incredibly close. René Poupke, sorry, I'm reading the timer screen that's already popped up for the next group. Dan Jacobs third then, another solid run, so he should solidify his presence in the semi-final. Fourth for Teemu Saarinen in the end, he didn't quite make 12 laps. Durant Hoody fifth. Sixth for Nick Theodoropoulos. Will he take home the qualifying wooden spoon? Looks like it. Tino Eriksson seventh, and then Nicolas Karampelas eighth. And rounding out the field, I think he had a few technical issues earlier in the run, but he managed to get back out there at least. So he was good to go. We move into Group 3. Euro 8 qualifying round 5. Now this is where we get to potentially the final order and the SuperPole session, because there are currently 7 points separating 5th through 10th. Leo Arnold is the man on the outside, is on the bubble right now for the SuperPole. Dominic Greiner is pretty much a lock for top qualifier, so right now the battle is for 2nd through 5th to get into that SuperPole session. And of the guys in this group, guys most in contention are Patrick Neyer in 8th place overall. He rolls off 9th. Mikael Derderian is 11th overall. Quentin Leroux is 10th overall. Martin Hoody is 9th overall, so 8th through 11th are represented in this heat. And also watch out for Mustafa Alp, who's been putting in some very solid runs and frequently been a fastest lap contender throughout these heats. He's been doing very well. Alex Thurston as well, the British driver with a healthy fan base. He's always got a lot of positive comments for him on the YouTube comment stream, which I will lock into again in a minute. Good to have your comments on board as always. But the main guys to watch here as outsiders for the SuperPole later on are definitely Martin Hoody, Quentin Leroux, Mikael Derderian and Patrick Neyer. And I can see that down on the track the breeze is really starting to get up a lot more now. And Matt has just come down from up on the camera position. Tell us a little bit about that breeze right now. It looks fairly spectacular up there.
It's glorious up there. It's glorious up there where you're not worried about the satellite blowing over, but we know it's fairly secure. Yeah, it's really nice.
It's rather pleasant. It must be a pleasant breeze considering the temperatures out there.
There was a point, right, where just towards the end of the last heat, the wind blew really, really hard, and several people, you could feel the whole track just slow down a little bit because everyone was just sort of distracted momentarily.
Wow, so the gusts of wind are actually affecting the concentration of the drivers upstairs. That is interesting to hear.
I have a quick question for you.
Oh, really?
Regarding timetabling.
Yes.
Do you have a brief break before the SuperPole?
I think we do. I know that the SuperPole is 2:30 Central European time. So let me just check and see the exact timings of the day. My iPad will play ball, which it should do. Yes, we do. We have about an hour's break between the end of qualifying and SuperPole 1. So that answers your question. You're welcome. Let's have a look quickly, shall we? Well, we were going to have a look at the YouTube stream, but Matt's laptop's gone to sleep. So, no sleeping on the job. You're the machine. You're not allowed to go to sleep on the job. Oh no, Matt's running with his type of his password to get it out of sleep. There we go. That's better. And let's have a look at how the comments are going right now.
2 minutes to start.
Huge mix of comments and talk in there. And I'm being told by Matt to relay a message to James to go and see him, please. I feel like the teacher doing the announcements in school over the tannoy. But a lot of support for Mustafa Alp on the stream, in the stream comments. Remember, if you are watching us on the YouTube stream, do lock in and do provide your comments on the YouTube stream. We love hearing your thoughts and hearing your opinions on what's going on, as well as your information, little bits and bobs. I must say, yeah, big contingent for Mustafa Alp. A lot of fans of his in the group, in the YouTube chat, which is great to see. A lot of support. Also some support from Quentin Leroux and Michael Tadarian, for Team France, and that's from MTX Prod. It's Emrekan Inan, who is vocally supporting Mustafa Alp, and so he should, really. A home driver here, doing a great job. And for a guy who pretty much got this opportunity based off of an opportunity from VRC Pro, winning their challenge, this is quite an exceptional story. And let's see how far this fairy tale will go. Can it go all the way to the final and beyond for Euro Championship glory? That'll be an underdog story to tell the grandkids, because no one will quite believe it. But Mustafa Alp has been showing phenomenal one-lap pace, and he does have the potential to pull off a surprise here, I have to say. Only time will tell. We'll see if we can deliver another strong run here. But around him, all are contenders for SuperPole, and they will be gunning for glory. So here we go.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start car 5.
And away they go. Alex Thurston leads them away, the British driver. A hot pink car, a bright pink car. It looks great out there in the sunshine. Does it run great? Well, right now it's been a little bit mixed. He's had a varied sort of afternoon. It's not been quite where he wants to be. He has been leading the British charge, but it's not been quite there. In the absence of Mark Green, Thurston is leading the British charge. Let's see if he can pull something out around now. Come around to complete their opening laps. The guys, remember to watch here. The guys who could spring an upset and push their way into SuperPole. Remember, there are a few drivers who could do just that. And there's a crash down up there. That's the number one. Is that the number one car? They're screaming from the pit lane. They're absolutely barking to try and get that car back underway, because that is Quentin Leroux. They're screaming down there. There's all sorts going on. There's now a car off over at the bus stop chicane. Whoa! That was always going to happen. That was so close together. I'm just going to try and get an ID on those two cars, because it's all happening here. It's all kicking off in this qualifying session. We've got cars off all over the place, and I have a feeling that one of those cars that was off And by the side of the road was Quentin LaRue. And I think the cars that came together was the number 4 and number 8, Martin Hoody and Daniel Thiele, who came together. It's up to the bus stop. I think it was Hoody who had the incident at the bus stop, and then Thiele who came in, hit him afterwards. But Mikael Dedarian has set the fastest lap at the 25.853 early on, and so far Daniel Thiele and Quentin LaRue, you guys haven't finished their laps, but the breeze has actually got so strong that the main marshal seat in the middle of the sort of triangle section right there you go, you see it right under the F-Mod RC Club sign. It's actually been moved away now. And we have a car stopped over in the final corners. Who is that? That's number 6. That's number 6, Patrick Nair. That's Patrick Nair. There's another one of our SuperPole contenders biting the dust. That car doesn't appear to be going any further. And this is even worse. The marshal's having to wait for traffic to clear before it can get it back. And it's into the lane. Mechanics can have a look at it, but I don't think there's much they can do down there. Either trying to get it refired or trying to work on the suspension thing, having a check through. But Nair's hopes appear to be over of moving into SuperPole. In fact, this could hurt his chances of going into the final as well. Any sort of qualifying run will be, well, into the semi-final I should say. But whilst he's in the pits, let's try and find Mustafa Alp, shall we, as this great run continues. In fact, now we've picked up we have picked up the number 7 car. That is Mikael Dedarian. So a good spot as Dedarian is at the top of the standings. It's between him and Mustafa Alp right now at the top of the standings, as Mustafa Alp's great run continues. Quentin LaRue is back out there, but he has lost a lap or two after some issues with that car early doors and that slow recovery from the marshals. The refs and mechanics are barking at the marshals to try and get the thing back quicker. Sometimes they can't, literally, because they have to run across a live track with cars all over it, so it's a very difficult job. But Mikael Dedarian has risen above it all. More screaming. We've got another car off at the first corner. Is that LaRue again? I think it's LaRue again. Yes, I think it is Quentin LaRue again.
Take out in the rostrum, please.
A lot of shouting up on the driver's stand. The LaRue camp is incredibly unhappy with what they feel. Marshall's not reacting quick enough to their car going off. Fine margins and the very finest. What separates some drivers and what separates teams going through in qualifying. The frustration is audible. But meanwhile, in amongst all this, with 45 seconds or so to go, Mustafa Alp coming through the final corners now. There he is. The blue number 2, blue 2, is again on a good run. On a great run again. He won't get fast lap this time. Quentin LaRue is the current holder of the fast lap so far with a 25.814. So a good run from LaRue. Well, a good speed from LaRue's car, but some little accidents and supposedly issues with the communication between the marshals and the drivers have hindered his progress out here. Very frustrated, as you can tell. But Mustafa Alp, this is a great run, I have to say. And if only he'd got this online a bit earlier, he might have been an outside contender for SuperPole. But as it stands, if he gets into the semi-final, watch out. He is going to be one to look out for as they go into the semi-finals. The race is coming to an end now, and the heat and the breeze are starting to affect tempers and mentality out on the track. It's getting that way now. Frustration brewing in all areas of the track, across the facility, from the driver's stand down to the pit lane. A lot of angry faces, a lot of frustration there. The guys who felt like they could have made a late run for qualifying positions. Head in hands. They were doing the very best they could. For some, it just was not going to be enough.
Time is over. Race.
And so time is up then. That's the end of it. And so let's have a look at your final results then. And what a way to round off qualifying for Mustafa Alp. He wins that group and he wins the session with a great performance. He's been threatening that all qualifying. He's been putting in some phenomenal fastest laps and 1 lap pace. His 1 lap pace has been not without dispute. Has been without dispute, but his consistency was the thing that was letting him down a little bit in comparison to his rivals. That was solved in that one. A very strong performance to finish 0.8 of a second up on Mikael Dedarian. Third for Matthias Kusinen. Fourth for René Pupke, finally getting some laps under that machine. Alex Thurston, fifth. Quentin Naru, sixth. Incredibly frustrating with what they perceived as marshals being slow off the mark, recovering their car, or his car rather. What might have been some little mistakes affecting his run and being compounded. Daniel Thiele, seventh, and then eighth for Martin Hoody, ninth for Patrick Nair. How big a loss could those two be? Remember, Nair and Hoody were 8th and 9th coming into this round respectively. So this could be a big one in terms of the SuperPole. Once again, those outside contenders for the SuperPole in trouble. But speaking of your contenders for SuperPole, here are the big guns. Here they are, ready to lock and load to conclude qualifying for the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships here on RC Racing TV. Our live coverage presented by HP Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro, EFRA, and the air conditioning in this nice commentary box, because without it I'd have probably melted into a pile of oleaginous slurry by now. But here is your lineup for the final round of qualifying, the final group of qualifying, the final qualifying session of the 2015 European Championships. Thilo Tuurtman will lead them off, and Tuurtman is 12th overall. Able to watch here, really. Dominic Greiner has this one on a lock. I'm just going to say it. He is 5 points up on his closest challenger, Teemu Laino. And it would take Greiner DNFing and Laino beating him so comprehensively by a margin we've not seen all week. Basically, it's not going to happen. Greiner is your TQ going into this one. But the battle now is for those positions behind him. Laino should be locked in SuperPole. There's about 12 points separating him and Leo Arnold, who is the man on the bubble. Simon Kjørsbukk is third overall. He rolls off 9th here, so he's fairly secure. But it's around 4th on back, which is where it gets very interesting. Dirk Wisniewski is 4th overall on 16 points. Leo Arnold 5th on 17. Bruno Coelho 6th on 19 points. The Portuguese driver showing flashes of absolute brilliance out here again, just as he did in Ettingen in Germany, but a few little mistakes, few little errors, few little technical issues compounding his runs, and now he's been able to drop his round 3 score. His record looks a lot better, and if he can nail a good run here, he might slip into SuperPole. He won't want to come up just short again, just as he did in the 1/8 round. Alexander Hagberg is 7th on 20 points, so just 4 points separating 4th through 7th. 8th is Patrick Nair on 21, or was, and then Martin Hoody, and we're down into the drivers in the previous heat we know now. So, effectively, you've got 4 drivers. You've got 4 drivers going for 2 positions at the bottom end of the SuperPole grid. Remember, SuperPole will come up at 2:30 European time, 3:30 local time, and it is something you will not want to miss. But before then, we have to work out who is going to be in that SuperPole lineup. The first time the 1/10 have ran it, the first ever session was in the 1/8 championship, and great to see in the comments on the YouTube stream the Turkish fans really enjoying the event and really enjoying the performance of young Mustafa Alp, who I have to say is doing a great job and really representing for the home fans out here. Sibyl Tatar, perfect driving Muzdi. I'd go along with that. That was a perfect run there. Umar Burak Kine, smooth run, waiting for the same performance in the race tomorrow. Let's hope so, because I think if he nails another performance like that with such rock solid consistency, I think he's a real threat. I have to say it. I hope I'm not jinxing him by saying that, but he is a real threat. But certainly I think if he'd nailed some of those runs earlier in the weekend, he could have been a contender for SuperPole, and his lightning quick pace over 1 lap would have made him a real threat. But as it stands, going into SuperPole, we've got pretty much 2 of our runners. Laino and Kjørsbukk, I'd say, are pretty much a lock. They are in. Dominic Greiner is all but your TQ. And it's all over by the shouting for top qualified position. But as for behind them, that top 3 is pretty much secure, so we know pretty much 2 of our SuperPole entrants in Laino and Kjørsbukk. And then we have Wisniewski, Arnold, Coelho and Hagberg. 4 drivers are going into 2 positions. And we know 4 into 2 just doesn't go, ladies and gentlemen. That's simple maths. So, who's going to win out? It's time to find out.
30 seconds to start.
So the cars to watch in this one. The cameras, we can almost not worry about whoever wins the heat, but the cars to watch. There's the number 1, that's Teemu Laino. Cars to watch in this one will be Bruno Coelho, the number 2. Alex Hagberg, the number 3. Dirk Wisniewski, the number 7. And
9,
Leo Arnold,
7,
the number 8.
5,
So those are your drivers to watch.
3.
Those will be the ones our cameras will be training their eyes on, for the most part.
Start on
Here we go.
half 5.
Thilo Turtman leads them away. He had just a bit too many mechanical issues to really contend. He was down in 12th after 4 rounds. There's still, remember, there is still potential for some of these guys to really jump up because it changes what drop scores they have. If you get a better result or something, you can then change what your drop scores are, because obviously you drop your 2 worst scores. But if you do log in some more laps, then that means you suddenly drop your worst scores. Suddenly your average looks a lot better. So, except for Dominic Greiner, who has got who's got perfect zeros across the board. Feels strange saying that, but he has got 3 perfect zeros. So even if he has another mare here, he can afford to drop 2 scores and still have a perfect record. But right now, as I say, the guys to watch are Bruno Coelho, Leo Arnold, Alexander Hagberg, and Dirk Wisniewski. Look at this from Coelho. Coelho going on the offensive straight away. Really going on the attack in the number 2, the orange and white car. And that's the number 3 car he's racing. That's Alexander Hagberg, so one of his rivals for that SuperPole spot. One of those positions in SuperPole. The wind is continuing to get up here. That'll be playing on the driver's concentration as well. Their focus has to be rock solid. And there's normally not much distracting them. I see a lot of a firecracker next to their head. But a sudden gust of wind could be enough. And Coelho, his super aggressive style. It looks spectacular. But I wonder if sometimes it just lets them down at crucial moments. But we follow Coelho's sliding number 2 orange and white car. He's really wringing the neck a bit. And it seems to be paying off because early doors he is leading in this session, which is exactly what he needs. Dominic Greiner second. That's again all he needs to do. He's basically your top qualifier. He just needs to bring it home safely to absolutely guarantee that. Dot the I's and cross the T's. New fastest lap from Coelho at 25.332. We're not expecting lap record pace at this stage because of just how warm and how breezy the track is right now. These are non-ideal positions, non-ideal conditions really.
5, 8, 3, 9,
As
7, 1.
Coelho continues on his way. Really grappling with the conditions, really grappling with the car. And looking like he's really enjoying himself out there despite the pressure that he's under. I'm just interested to see where the number 7 of Dirk Wisniewski is. Wisniewski is not running well at all. He's just coming through the start-finish area now. There he is. There's Dirk Wisniewski. New fastest lap from Simon Kurzbuch, who we know is pretty much in SuperPole now, so he's pretty much tuning his 1 lap speed to be the best it can be. But bearing in mind there will be a break or so between this qualifying session and then SuperPole. So the track will change drastically between them. We heard that in the session out in Ettlingham. As we watch Wisniewski's car come round, and Wisniewski is really not putting in much of an effort here. He's going out with a whimper. And what might be interesting to watch, in fact, is there's Teemu Laino's car going through the first few hairpins up towards the bus stop chicane, and just behind him, or was behind him, was Coelho. So that says a lot when Laino is getting passed by Coelho. Coelho is really putting in a clinic here. This is rocket speed driving, and he's doing everything he can to try and get into that SuperPole session. This is the best he can do. This is all he can do. And the way he's going, he looks like he might just sneak in there at the last. He's 6th right now going in. He's comfortably ahead of Wisniewski and Leo Arnold. And in fact, has there been an issue for Teemu Laino? Actually, no, Lino's car is just behind him, so that car's fine. They're just not coming across the start-finish loop there. This is such a close group. Literally all of these drivers are on to do 12 laps at the very least here. The breeze is really kicking up here. It's starting to get pretty hefty here. And I wonder if this is the sort of breeze that will start affecting concentration up on the driver's stand and handling down on the track. Because certainly These gusts of wind, we've not seen anything like it so far this week. We've seen some breeze, but not quite these violent gusts yet. Continue to watch Team Lino's bright orange car. Where is our other contender? Leo Arnold still right at the back of proceedings. Wisniewski's 6th. So it looks like it's going to be between Bruno Coelho and Alexander Hagberg as to who goes through here. Where is Hagberg's car? And on the track. Alex Hagberg, his number 3 car. Bright green number 3 car. It's just a few cars back from these guys. That's Turtman following. So, and there's a car off on the back straight. Who's that? That's off. He's upside down on the back straight, so it's a big wipeout for whoever it was. I think that might be the number 8 of Leo Arnold. It is. That was Leo Arnold. So his hopes of a SuperPole maybe going up in smoke there with that instant.
2, 5.
As we come around and we follow the number 3 of Alex Hagberg. Found Hagberg. He continues to run, and cars stopping then. So they've finished. They've completed, and cheers and elation down in the pit lane as results come in. And these guys know whether or not they'll have qualified into SuperPole. We know that Dominic Greiner was pretty much there as top qualifier. But what we're now finishing and what we're now finding out is who makes it through into that SuperPole session later on. Reactions from the drivers. A lot of poker faces up there. They've got to make sure they know where they're at.
Just
right
a quick
now.
interview with Alexander Hagberg. Alex, how's it going?
A little bit off the pace in these qualifying rounds. Been struggling a bit with the setup of the car, so we'll still have to find something for the finals.
I don't know right now if you've made the SuperPole or not. Have you worked it out?
I think it's going to be harder because I only finished 4th in that round, so we'll see. I mean,
What would your approach be if you were in that? I mean, it's a new thing for EFRA, isn't it?
we did it at the warm-up race, and it was a lot of fun to do it. So I hope it will put on a great show for all the public.
Cool. Thank you very much, Alex. Best of luck. Alexander Hagberg there.
Very fascinating to hear from one of the contenders for that SuperPole session. So, whilst people start doing the maths, we will look on the timing screens and we'll have news for you as soon as possible. But what we do know is that the result from that round goes like this. It's Simon Kurzbuch, who took the win in that round. And how close do you want it? 0.07 of a second. That is how fine the margins are at the very top end. But crucially, we knew who was pretty much qualified for the SuperPole in 3rd. That'll do his chances no harm or good. No end of good. And Team Lino, though, are 2nd overall, so they should be safely through. Coelho, with that 2nd place finish, may well have just put himself in to the SuperPole session. Alexander Hagberg 4th. We just spoke to him. He wasn't entirely sure. We'll see what happens next. Thilo Turtman 5th. Dirk Wisniewski 6th. Joe Kerry 7th. Leo Arnold 8th. Now remember, Wisniewski and Arnold were the 2 guys inside the SuperPole going into this round. Have they been displaced by Coelho and Hagberg? We will have to find out as soon as we possibly can. And as soon as we know, you will know. But the one thing that is for certain is that later on today will be a thrilling SuperPole session, and you absolutely must lock in for that one. That is an order. If you've been watching so far today and you've been enjoying the coverage so far, then there's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't be tuning in later for the SuperPole action, which is where 2nd through 5th in the overall timings will go into a sort of sudden death shootout, if you will. And it's all about one guy on the track at a time, 1 lap, 6 laps, and the fastest lap goes through and locks them into the final as well. We'll have all the coverage of that for you, and we'll have all the news as to who is in the SuperPole as soon as we get it. But in fact, the results have come through, and we just spoke to Alex Hagberg. He wasn't sure if he was in SuperPole. Turns out he can breathe a sigh of relief. He is. He just snuck in 5th place in the end. That result in that round puts him through, and a great run it was as well. Dominic Greiner is your top qualifier. We knew that already. Simon Kurzbuch jumps up to 2nd. So he, Team Lino, Bruno Coelho and Alexander Hagberg will be your SuperPole lineup for Euro A. And a very Good effort from those guys. Wisniewski, Arnold, Nair, Hoody and Turdman are just missing out in the end. It's a close run thing. And that SuperPole session will be coming up. That's the A group. That'll be coming up at 10 past 4 local time. But the SuperPole sessions will start with the Euro B runners at 3:30 local time, which is 2:30 Central European time. Matt was about to try and do the maths in his head. I'd already done it for him. But 2:30 Central European time. That's 1:30 British time. You've got to lock in for the SuperPole sessions. We'll have them for both B and A. And I'll just tell you while we're here who the lineups will be for each one. Krajewski is the top qualifier in Euro B. And the SuperPole lineup will be Yannick Nemizlo, Nikos Georgiadis, Sprenghelli, and Kaya Ali. So some domestic interest in that run as well. And they will start their session at 2:30 Central European time. And then we'll have the Euro A SuperPole session between Kurzbuch, Lino, Coelho, and Hagberg. I don't think anyone up here in this commentary box is prepared to put money on who's going to win that, because you absolutely cannot tell. One thing is for sure, the grandstand's going to be packed out, and we hope you lock in on the YouTube stream. Join us right there at 2:30 Central European time for the SuperPole session of the EFRA 1/10 IC Track European Championships, presented on RC Racing TV. We'll see you there.
Alan, go ahead, go. Sorry, Alan, go ahead.
Well, I can put it here. I'm just seeing if I can improve it. Just what it does to this shape.
Take the legs out.
Hello. The thing is, the more ambitious with the shot, the less control I've got, the further away it gets. I need to be able to control this shot.
Just do what you said. Just have a nice stand.
Standing up.
SuperPole. Sendeyiz. Nasıl çalışıyor?
We will have tracking 6 minutes for the first driver.
4 tane gönüllü alayım. Evrim, 4 tane gönüllü alayım. Maşallah, maşallah. Olur, vaktiniz var. Çok fazla gelemez. Tekne olduğu için bilmiyorum olacağını. Onu şu kaldırıyorlar. Yeah, I ask for volunteers. I need 4 volunteers for the track for marshalling. I need a couple volunteer marshals for the SuperPole. I need some volunteers. Great team. Thank you. Türk takımından da alayım bir gönüllü. Tamam. Tamam. Süpersiniz. Where do you want them? Geçin oraya. Teşekkürler. Tamam. Geldiğin için çıkmak. Düz tarafa koyduk.
Where do you need him?
Sol tarafa koyduk. Ne demek bu?
Number one.
Sen düzlükte giderken sağa doğru gireceksin ya. Araba kendiliğinden zaten sağa doğru dönmek isteyecek. Rahat dönmek isteyecek. Diyor ki bir anda İzmir'e alışkanlığıyla sağa hızlı gitmesin. Yavaş olsun. Düzlükte yavaş gitsin. Yavaşlarken bayağı yavaş gitsin. Düzlükte gitmiyor mu onun ayarını yapsın. Onun ayarını yapsın. Güzelce dönsün. Sonra o hiç bırakmıyor. Yavaş yavaş gitsin. Lastikler
Settle. Everybody start.
The track is open. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Josef, muss ich irgendwo draufdrücken? Underneath there is a red button. Under that small pipe, there is a red button. Under. There is a red button. Okay? Come on to the SuperPole procedure for
3 minutes to start.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships. And this is the session we've been waiting for all day. This is SuperPole. And we are ready for what is going to be an absolute blast of a session. This is tension like you've never seen before in any motorsport event, be it full scale, RC or otherwise. It is absolute thrill-a-minute stuff, and it requires nerves of steel to be successful in it. So basically, if you've never seen a SuperPole round before, and the chances are you may not have done because they've not really been, they were only introduced at the 1/8 equivalent of this championship, the 1/8 IC Track Championships in Ettlingen in Germany just 2 weeks ago. I had the privilege of commentating on that event. And the SuperPole format effectively works. And as you can see on the driver stand with our
2 minutes to start.
picture-in-picture shot there, one driver is up on the stand at any one time. One car on the track is up on the stand, out on the track at once. They get 6 laps to do their best shot. And their fastest lap at the end of it goes forward, and whoever has the fastest lap overall will be the winner of SuperPole. And it's 2nd through 5th of the overall qualifiers. So you've got your top qualifier who sat back in the pits enjoying this and watching this from the sidelines without any worries. But these guys out there are going to have to hustle their way through and fight their way through. And get ready as the warm-up continues. And it is absolute nerves of steel required. The grandstand is already filling up, more than it has been the whole event so far. Let's see there. We've got our screen-in-screen shot there. 1 minute before we start then. SuperPole is about to get underway for the Euro B field. And your field for this will be Yannick Nemizlo, Nikos Georgiadis, Spreng Heli and Kaya Ali. And if I've got it right, they should be going in reverse order. So 5th through 2nd will be out there. So this should be Kaya Ali. And a big round of applause.
Bit of information for you. I've just been speaking to Javier, the timekeeper. So he gets 4 minutes warm-up.
4 minutes of warm-up.
He, as soon as the 4 minutes is up, when he passes the timing loop, it's maximum of 6 laps. Once he passes on the 6th lap, finished.
That's it. It's all
you
over.
will see 4 drivers on the screen, but you will only see 1 clocking a time.
Yep. So here we go then. It's Kaya Ali first up. And the grandstands are already filling up. It's SuperPole, ladies and gentlemen. It's tension, RC style. Straight out and underway. So his session is in. This will be the first of his 6 laps. I believe either he has a preliminary warm-up session or these are his laps already in the books. We'll see if they come round. Yeah, some minutes of time. Remember, no more than 6 laps can he complete. Comes across the line first time. Coming through. That's his first lap on the board. For Kaya Ali, only a 27.9. He knows he can do better than that. He knows he can go quicker. And he'll be hoping to this time. The benchmark should be a low 27 or a high 26. That should guarantee him through. As you watch on the screen, look at this. Absolute nerves, just him alone in the driver's stand. Normally he'd be flanked by 9, maybe 8 of his colleagues. Today, it is only him though. He's had an off. He's had an off. And as if he needed telling twice about the pressure that these drivers are under in this SuperPole session, with the microscope focused firmly on them. It's amazing the cracks that suddenly appear in the seemingly ice-cool facade. Not a blink though from Kaya. He's unaffected, but that lap will effectively be gone. Can he do something better this time? He's done 3 laps. His best so far, 27.878. I think he's going to need to go a bit quicker than that. He wants to get through as SuperPole winner. I'm going to have a press conference with everyone involved, all the winners of SuperPole and the top qualifiers at the end of the broadcast. And it'll be fascinating to hear their responses and reactions to this session. Coming through to complete lap 4 now. How's this looking? That's better. 20.050. He still needs... His best time is still a 27.878. I think he needs something a bit better. I really do think he needs something better. He just hesitates a little bit on corner entry. There's no one else on track either as a guide. Thing too. He comes across the line. 27.063. Now that's better. That is much better from Kaya Ali. That's the opening salvo he needed to fire to put his opponents on notice. This is the speed of this homegrown Turkish driver. And that is the benchmark that all who follow will have to beat. Can he improve even further as he comes round? Final time. Can he break the 26s? He does not. It was a 27.107. He saved his best laps for last. And a phenomenal drive from Kaya Ali then to nail a 27.063 on the mast. Great job there. And look at his focus. Still hasn't broken. Now he breaks a smile. Finally. He allows a bit of emotion in. And James, what an opening salvo that was.
Yeah, no, it was great. It's, like I say earlier, first time doing a SuperPole. Well, first time I've covered a SuperPole anyway. We were speaking to Hagberg earlier, who said they tried the SuperPole in the warm-up, and I quoted said it was good fun. So yeah, it was good, interesting.
It is great action, and I think something different in an RC racing weekend. It's sudden death. It gives the driver a second chance at a top qualified position. Of course, they can't get the pole. The top qualifier is already there, and they must be rather enjoying watching this in the sidelines rather than participating itself. I remember speaking to Simon Kurzbuch on that point back in Ettlingen in Germany, where they had the inaugural session.
Did you make a note of his fastest time?
27.078. Which James is now going to write down, which is a good point because I've actually kept on the timing screens there.
Please repeat.
27.078.
And that driver was?
Kaya Ali. That was Kaya Ali first up with a 27.078, and now out on track is the number 3 of Spreng Heli, who was the star of Group 1 in the Euro B qualification. He was comfortably ahead of the other drivers in that group, and now he takes to the sand. See, on flat out pace, I didn't think he'd quite have what it takes to run with the Wolves in this SuperPole session. And he may have been saving something. He may have something up his sleeve still. He's back into the lane. He returns to the lane. Vettling continues in this warm-up. Shouts instructions to his mechanic. It's a relatively quiet pit lane to what he's used to. And he's waiting. He heads back out on the track then. There are the other 2 contestants in this round. Nikos Georgiadis and Yannick Nemizlo, the Greek and the German drivers respectively. Both could easily have gone through as top qualifiers. But in the end, Tom Krajewski snatched that and took it comprehensively. So it's now a 4-way scrap as to who else will lock themselves in to the final with a day to spare. Effectively, they can go in overnight feeling confident and preparing for a final, knowing that they do not have to scrap through even a semi-final. There is no bump up needed. They are there, and they know that will give them a huge advantage in the battle to become European champion, be it in the B class or the A class. Nerveless concentration. With sunglasses as well, making sure there's no glare in his eyes either. The sun is very bright, and the way it's shining at the moment, the late afternoon, or the mid-afternoon here in Turkey, the sun is still high in the sky. It could be causing glare problems for the drivers up there. Not for him. He's taken every precaution. He's an absolute picture of concentration running around this F-Mod Arena track. A lot of corners, a lot of potential for things to go wrong. He returns to the pit lane then with a minute or so of warm-up time still to go. Is he happy with his car? Is he happy with how it's going? Or is there time for a little more tweaks on that machine? There's the timing screen right now. That's how they've run. Obviously, Kaya Ali should be displaying as your top man right now. 27.078. His best hit out.
1 minute to start.
Here we go, a minute left of warm-up. And Sprangheli getting a few more laps out of his car. It doesn't appear to be gripping all that well. Seems to be slipping a little bit on the track. Some of the drivers we spoke to in Ettlingham said that just the gap between the final round of qualifying and then SuperPole was enough to cool the track slightly, and the compounds that were put down in the early qualifying sessions changed just enough to take away a lot of the grip that had been built up there. And the line had been rubbered in and then it had dried and scrubbed off again. But there is no room for any errors, there's no room for mistakes, no room for any excuses really. The time is now, and Sprangheli knows the benchmark that he has to beat. And he knows that he's going to have to step up his fastest one lap. He's going to have to put in his fastest lap of the event by a country mile in order to beat Kaya Ali and have a shot at going for SuperPole.
5, 4.
And he's gone back out there just ahead of the warm-up. Now I wonder if he's just going at speed round there. This lap won't count. This lap wasn't his first lap, but he's still got at least 5 minutes to do those 6 laps in. So this might be rather canny of him, get a flying lap under his belt, get into his rhythm, and then take the start of his flying laps at full speed. I think that's what he's doing here. So here comes Sprangheli then, under the start-finish gantry. This will be his first flying lap. It's underway then. The Czech Republic driver, ruthlessly consistent in his group in qualifying. Very strong, but that car still looking loose under acceleration. It slips and it slides. It doesn't quite change direction and stay glued to the track as he wanted to. That track looking like it's lost some grip from earlier. The line has smoothed off, and suddenly, where it stuck earlier, it's now slipping. The rear end of that car especially does not look planted at all. And you do want these cars to stay relatively planted, but you don't want it too much that they start to understeer, of course. And his first lap on the board at 28.614. That's nearly 1.6 seconds off Kaya Ali's best. He'll want better than that, and I think he is capable of better than that. Is he capable though of beating Ali's benchmark? Comes across the line this time at 27.976. He's in the 27s. But let's not forget that Kaya Ali's fastest lap came on his penultimate lap, so maybe you have to build up to your fastest lap. That is a possibility. And I think sometimes your fastest lap comes after a few laps where you're in the rhythm and you're fully in the flow. Heli looks to me like he's struggling to get into that rhythm. There's no blemish up on the driver's stand. His poker face remains solid. Never 28.0 lap time. He needs 9/10 out of somewhere. He needs over a second, or nearly a second out of somewhere. And he's got 3 laps to do it. 3 laps to find it. As I said earlier, his 1 lap pace wasn't quite comparable to the other guys in qualifying, but it was enough to easily put him out in front in his group. And his times were still solid. Put him as the 4th qualifier overall. And another 28.8 that time.
Yeah.
James, really looks like the track is very slick out there.
Yeah, I think Heli's really struggling. You can see the back end of the car just fishtailing all around the corners. It seems a bit stabby on the acceleration as well. It doesn't sound like he's got into a rhythm at all.
No, he's really struggled here, and I wonder if part of that was due to the fact, I mean, he was comfortably quickest in his own group, and we know he was striving for the overall result, but maybe now on his own, it's a little bit more of a struggle. I mean, now at 28.9, he's actually, if anything, getting slower So he's got one more lap. This has got to be it. It's got to be something, but I think, I don't want to jinx this, but I think Kaya Ali has got this one at least. He at least will be third out of these guys, because I don't think Sprengheli is going to upset the apple cart here. One more time around, cross the line for the final time, and that is it to the finish. And his last lap was a 29.24, so he actually got slower as it ran on. That car just seemed to get slower the harder he pushed it. He could not get into a rhythm, and you can tell still focused. They literally do not break concentration until they get back to the garage and get back to the pit lane. But almost a full 9/10 slower than Kaya Ali. So Sprengheli will be 5th, well, likely, unless he's obviously better than the other two coming up next, but he'll be disappointed that he did not have more to offer Kaya Ali. And next up, Nikos Georgiadis. And I think if you're a betting man, it's got to be between the next two drivers coming up as to who wins the SuperPole. But James, they've got a hefty target to beat. Kaya Ali's lap was a great effort, so they've got to get into the 2060s and beyond in order to secure that SuperPole spot.
What were the fastest laps of? What's the fastest lap of the TQ for the Bs at the moment? Can you remember?
That's a very good question. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do remember some of the B class runners, some of the top B runners running well into the 26-second bracket, mid to high 26s. So it has been possible.
Because I was thinking that with the 27-second lap, he's really going to struggle with the finalists. But remembering that the 25-second kind of laps came from the A's, not the B runners. But so I'd like to know what the B runners TQ was.
I will try and, if I can, find out for you. That'd be very interesting to know. Meanwhile, Nikos Georgiadis is out on the track right now, warming up. In the middle of his warm-up. And let's see if we can... What has he got to offer? I think, if I remember correctly, he certainly had a bit more pace to burn than the others around him. He was certainly one of the fastest in terms of one lap speed. And he's a picture of focus up on the driver's stand. It's an unfamiliar atmosphere for the drivers. They're not used to it. They're not used to being up there on their own and under such immense scrutiny. You're just not expecting it. It's not what they're used to. And I'm just having a look here as to what the fastest laps were. Well, earlier on, interestingly, Tom Krugewski won his group with a 27.5, but earlier on in the competition he's been putting in 26.7s and 26.9s. So, I'll tell you what, Kaya Ali's target, his benchmark, pretty formidable one.
So what was the TQ for the Bs run? About 26?
He won his, well, he swept all of the groups, but one of his fastest, probably his fastest lap overall, was a 26.7. That was the TQ, obviously. As for those who didn't quite make it, well, they're going to be around that 27-second mark. I think the goal has to be sub 27 seconds. If you get there, then it means you beat Kaya Ali and you put in a ferocious benchmark for anyone else to try and match. And briefly back in the lane for a second. He's still out there though, he's warming up. Georgiadis is romping through his warm-up session. And his one lap speed cannot be disputed. I think his consistency just let him down in the group qualifying. But his one lap speed has been phenomenal. And I think he's really got a threat to Namislo. But first, he's got to beat Kaya Ali's very impressive time. It's looking more and more impressive by the lap, considering the lack of grip out there. And the scrub nature of the tarmac and the track surface. It appears to be losing grip rather than gaining grip. I think this is looking on to be a very daunting benchmark to beat. And I'll tell you what, James, the home fans here would blow the roof off if Kaya Ali took victory in the SuperPole here.
Yes, like just looking to see which country. Yes, from on his home turf.
The home fans would absolutely blow the roof off if one of their own managed to take out the SuperPole victory here for the Euro B Championship roster. But Nikos Georgiadis is going to have some very big words to say about that.
How big?
Very big. Very big words. And he's got 30 seconds now on the start of his run. Look at that, the tiniest finger movements and hand movements on the controls. Adjusting brake, adjusting steering. No large steering angles. The steering is so quick in these cars that even the tiniest movement is enough to get them round. Right then.
Of course, remember that the drivers can adjust that. They have the full adjustment in the controller, so it's really down to driver preference.
That's also very true. And we're underway, and he's going to time it to come under the start-finish line just as the klaxon sounds to begin his run. We are underway. Right then, what has he got? 27.0 is the benchmark set by Kaya Ali. What has Georgiadis got? The local derby almost. Turkey versus Greece. It's about as local as you can get in terms of neighbours. What has Georgiadis got? His car looks a lot more secure than Sprengheli. He flies under the start-finish line. A first lap of 27.767, but as we've already said, sometimes you build up to your fastest lap. That's what Kaya Ali did. His fastest lap came on his penultimate lap. It was the opposite for Sprengheli. He lost grip throughout his run and seemed to get slower the harder he tried pushing. It was a tough ask for him. Now what of Georgiadis? What of him now? Swipes through, here we go. What's this time then? It's a 27.267. He's now down to within 0.2 of a second of Kaya Ali. And he's only 2 laps into his run. He's got 4 left. 4 bullets left in the chamber. His car is screaming for all it's worth. He's wrenching every bit of speed out. I don't think that was his ideal run through the EFRA hairpin. Rumbled right up over the rumble strips.
27.078 to beat.
Here we go. What has he got that time? A 27.146. It is getting so close. And he's got 3 laps to go, so he's halfway in his run, and he's now under 1/10 of a second off of Kaya Ali's time. He's taking bigger and bigger chunks out of the rumble strips. This is the most aggressive we've seen all day. This is some of the most aggressive driving you will see all week, because it is all on the line. Nothing else matters. Look at him. He's headbutting the rumble strips. And his car is starting to slip around now. 27.6. I think he's starting to lose his rhythm, you know. Maybe he's starting to overdrive that car. He can see the target coming up.
Pushing just a bit hard when maybe a more smooth and consistent drive would have just gotten those extra 0.1 of a second to take pole, SuperPole.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's a case that consistency and smoothness are rewarded around here. This is a track where you can't overdrive. You can't get too aggressive. And is that what's happening for Georgiadis here? What of this time? That looked better. A 28.2 though. It's getting slower. And he's going to have one final lap to do it. Kaya Ali's on tenterhooks. Georgiadis has got 1 shot left. He's got to make it count. He was just a 10th off on his fastest lap, and he is still taking enormous chunks out of the rumble strips. He's on 2 wheels through every single run.
Go.
Coming to the line now. Here we go, and he went hell for leather across the line. A 27.286. It won't be enough.
No, his overall best time there, 27.146. What did he just do there?
A huge groan from down in the lane. They know how close it was in the end. They know how unbelievably close it was in the end. But Kaya Ali then just clings on. Just clings on. So, with 3 of the 4 runners in this Euro B SuperPole session complete then, as it stands with 1 to go, it's Kaya Ali leading the way with a 27.078 lap. Nikos Georgiadis came up just short, less than a 1/10 of a second behind on the 27.146. And Sprengheli rounding things off with a 27.976. And now it's up to Janik Nemizlo, the German driver. Is he about to spoil the home party? Certainly he was one of the quickest throughout qualifying. He was in fact provisional TQ overnight. And Tom Gregewski stepped up to snatch that away from him in dominant fashion. This will be his second chance, his second bite of the cherry. His all-white car is being pushed to the absolute limit around this track. Home fans be on tenterhooks, German fans too. I hope you are at home listening to this and watching this on a live stream on RC Racing TV. The EFRA 1/10th IC European Track Championships. It's the Euro B SuperPole session brought to you by HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro and EFRA
3 minutes.
Knife edge
to
tension.
start.
I'm honest, I've never felt tension like it in a motorsport event. It doesn't matter what scale it was, it doesn't matter what cars, motorcycles or whatever it was involved in it. There is nothing quite like this. And I'm glad that the EFRA have introduced this SuperPole session, because it really has added some spice to the session. And what a way to conclude the qualifying rounds before we head into the finals day tomorrow. As Yannick Nemislo continues his warm-up. He goes down the back straight, but his car not running at maximum speed at the moment, I'd say. He's certainly feeling the track out. Maybe he's seen the lack of grip from the cars in front of him. And maybe he's feeling the track out, working out where the grip is, working out how hard he can push. There's no need to turn it up to 11. I think maybe that's what cost Georgiadis in the final laps. Or maybe his tyres and chassis had enough grip for 3 laps, and then that was it. It started to fade away. That's what we saw with Spring Helly.
2
Remember,
minutes to start.
Kaya Ali got his fastest lap after 5 of 6 laps completed. So it was on his 5th lap that he got it. Nemislo now getting into his rhythm, getting right on the goal, on the ball. As he flies around this F1 arena track. Bright sunshine. The sun is high in the sky above us here. It's 3:30 local time. Actually coming up on 10 to 4 local time. It'll be 10 to 3 in Central Europe for European viewers. And for you British viewers as well, it'll be 10 to 2 in the afternoon. And the weather is a curious mix of breezy and scorchingly hot. Because we're down on the coast, it's not too muggy. It's not heavy. It's just sort of searing, piercing heat. And the sunshine basking this track in warmth. And you can see that top coating on the track
1 minute to start.
of the sugary substance they put down early in the day, at the start of every day, that Coca-Cola substance. There it is. Close up at that line. That line is a mix of the Coke and additives they put down of the morning. Tyre rubber, burnt off oils from that compound, and sometimes that can vary. A lot of the time it can be grippy. Sometimes if the track cools and then it gets baked on like that in the sunshine, all the grip can go away. And that's what really throws a curveball here. It really throws the cat among the pigeons with a submachine gun in these qualifying heats. And SuperPole delivering what we asked for. The grandstand's absolutely full at the far end of the track. The most packed they've been all week. They'll only fill up like that again for the races and the finals tomorrow, especially the main finals.
10, 9, 8.
If you want to get bums on seats for the SuperPole, for qualifying sessions, SuperPole is the way to do it. Because absolute tension. Some people before have debated in certain series, especially in full-scale series, how to make qualifying more interesting, how to spice up qualifying. It looks like single car is the way to go if this SuperPole session is anything to go by. Here we go then. Yannick Nemislo. What can he do? He's got a benchmark of 27.078 to beat. He was second overall through the qualifying sessions. Missed out to resurgent Tom Krajewski. And now what can he do? His car being pushed to the absolute limit, and it's going to have to be. Nikos Georgiadis fell just short in his quest to win SuperPole. Will Nemislo feel equally short? What's his first lap? What's his opening salvo? 27.551. That's a good opening shot. That's a good start. He's right on the money already. Look at that. Massively headbutting the rumble strips at the bus stop chicane. That was Dukes of Hazzard stuff right there. All 4 wheels up off the ground and in the air. 10 out of 10 for the airtime. One of the marks for his lap. Comes around to complete lap 2. What is it this time? 27.508. He didn't actually go faster that time. Well, he did, but not by much. Still got to find half a second to topple Kayo Ali's time. And the home fans have got to start to be dreaming of an upset here. Got their hometown favourite, who's winning the SuperPole session. Be a hugely popular win, but Yannick Nemislo wants to be the party pooper. He's got to find half a second to do it though. What about this time? 27.421. Still 4/10 off. He's still got 3 laps to go. And he's still, look at that. Oh my word. Oh, these drivers just letting the tension get to them. Overdriving this thing too much. Is that what's happening here? It looks to me the case, because these guys are just headbutting the corners, and Nimislo hitting the bus stop chicane. Let's see how it's done for him. A 27.371. He's trimming a tenth off every time. The way he's going, his final lap's going to be the quickest. Or just about on the pace. It just looks like they're struggling to hit a rhythm here. Kaya Ali was nailing it. Is there more speed to come from Nimislo? This is where the previous two contestants, their runs have dropped off. Of course, Ali's fastest lap came on the 5th. This will be his 4th. Here we go. 27.278. He's got 1 lap to go. This is it. It's all or nothing. He's got to throw the Hail Mary now. Has he got anything left?
Can he shave 0.2 off in his final lap?
He is taking all sorts of liberties with the rumble strips. Here we go then. Crowd on their feet.
No,
What's Nimislo's final salvo? It's a 28.1. It's not enough. It is not enough.
Gives Kia Ali.
And listen to the crowd. The crowd have just exploded in the grandstand at the far end, because you know what that means? That means that the hometown hero, Kaya Ali, has won the SuperPole session for the Euro B Championship and is in the main final for the Euro B Championship tomorrow with a phenomenal opening salvo that could not be bettered by anyone out there. He had to go first, and he had to wait and wait and wait and see if anyone could better his time. Well, Kaya, you can breathe a sigh of relief now, because you're in the SuperPole final for the Euro B. And what phenomenal action that was. What amazing entertainment. It delivered on everything. And guess what? We've got another SuperPole session coming right up as well. Have a little break between the two rounds, but we've got plenty to talk about after that first one. And if you thought that that session was going to be close, this one is going to be a whole new level altogether. But what a mighty effort from Kaya Ali. Came in as the lowest ranked driver out of those 4. Walks away with the win, and it feels to me like he was the driver who was able to adapt to those changing conditions quicker. The track appeared to suit him more, but also what was a pivotal factor there is how he was able to keep the car smooth. It was consistent, smooth, compact driving. This track really seems to be punishing flare and punishing sideways action right now, as Spreng Heli found out in particular. This is a track that right now rewards clean lines, accuracy of apex entry and exit, and a cool head, which is almost impossible when the temperature outside is 34 degrees and counting. But it's what saw Kaya Ali through. What a mighty effort. I look forward to speaking to him later in the press conference, but how he managed to put together those laps, how he managed to achieve what he did. Now the Euro A Championship SuperPole coming up now. And what of the 4 contestants in this one? As we were speaking about earlier, as I was speaking to James about earlier, the big question here, 3 of these 4 contestants, as well as the TQ, Dominic Greiner, were in action 2 weeks ago in Ettlingen at the 1/8 IC Track European Championships. And is this where their experience of that format comes to play? Because Kurzbuch in particular, Kurzbuch was the top qualifier there. My apologies, I'm actually thinking none of those guys were in the top qualifier position, as Kaya Ali is taking a little bit of a bow to the crowd. He's playing to the gallery at the far end. It's great to see, and what great appreciation for the home fans. They are absolutely loving it. One of their own doing really well out here this weekend, and potentially putting himself firmly in contention for the Euro B Championship. But now we have the Euro A, and of these 4, obviously these guys, none of these guys actually contested the SuperPole session down in Ettlingen. But Simon Kurzbuch was the top qualifier from over there, so we know he has phenomenal, awesome 1-lap speed and awesome consistency. And I have a sneaky feeling that could be enough to send him through, because right now it's smooth driving and it's accuracy that is rewarding the drivers out there right now with the grip levels that this track has, or doesn't, as the case may be. Timu Lino and Bruno Coelho, we know Coelho is rocket quick over 1 lap, but right now it seems that his more pyrotechnic style may not suit this track. It'll be interesting to see how he adapts to it. And what of Alexander Hagberg, the Swedish driver who James has actually tipped to potentially win this tournament outright. So he is predicting that maybe Hagberg is the one to watch here. All of them are ones to watch, and all of them are potential champions. But only one can be. And Dominic Greiner will be watching this with interest from back in the pits, knowing that his own place in the final is secure. He's got that elusive P1 starting spot for the final tomorrow. And he may well have given himself the best chance possible of putting his hands on the trophy come the end of the weekend. But he'll be watching this showdown with interest, and watching who will be his main rival off the front row of the grid, and what of the pace of these rivals. Now, obviously, whoever doesn't win the SuperPole goes through to the semi-finals, so it's not even a guarantee that we see these four in the final. You really have to win either TQ or SuperPole to guarantee yourself firmly in the final. That is your only certainty. That is why this SuperPole session is taken so deadly seriously. It is an amazing chance to guarantee yourself not only a place in the final and a shot at glory, but one of the best seats in the house to do it from. So they'll roll off in the order as follows. Alexander Hagberg will be the first driver off, as you can see on screen there. Bruno Coelho will be second off, Timu Lino third, and then Simon Kurzbuck the last to roll off. So Alexander Hagberg gets his laps underway. A bright green machine. And what of Hagberg then? Hagberg just snuck in to the transfer spots. He was on the outside looking in coming into the final round and qualifying. He will have felt like he's got a reprieve there. He's got a great chance here then. He and Coelho snuck in the final round of qualifying. It was a very solid run from Hagberg. He delivered his best runs of the weekend right when they mattered. Can he step up again and do a Kaya Ali again and take SuperPole victory from the 5th ranked position? Alex Hagberg, a lot of experience in this division, a great talent, but he's going to be up against 3 of the very strongest and very fastest nitro racing drivers on the planet. The temperature's back up towards 36 degrees. And his air temperature, healthy breeze still in the air. It's gone down just a little bit from earlier. It's not gusting quite as much, but it's still enough just to be in the air. You can see his t-shirt fluttering in the breeze a little bit there. It's just enough. It shouldn't be affecting the handling of the cars too much, or the concentration of the drivers. And the last thing you want to do when you're trying to focus, have wind blowing in your ear and the side of your face. So and as he warms up, gives me the opportunity to remind you of just who's helping us bring this live coverage to you. It's a great honour to be bringing this event to you. This is RC Racing TV's coverage of the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships. And our coverage presented by HB Europe, De Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro, and EFRA. And it was EFRA who pioneered this SuperPole format in the 1/8 Championships in Ettlingen in Germany. And it went down an absolute storm. Still have not experienced an atmosphere quite like it. And the way it's going out here, well, we're getting a double helping this time. And I'll tell you what, unlike Oliver Twist, please sir, can I have some more? This is fascinating entertainment. The clock is ticking down then. He's got about a minute and a half left of warm-up for Hagberg. And James, you've put your money on this guy as a potential outright winner of this tournament. Is there any reason for that?
No. No,
that's probably a poor way of reading it.
No,
what is your reasoning on that? What have you seen in him this week?
I've seen him take a lot of titles. To me, he drives like a robot, super concentrated. Yeah, just a great driver. He's always a safe bet, I think. And I've been completely distracted now by a cup of tea.
And just as we are being brought cups of tea up here, I think we need it to try and steady our nerves. And we're not even competing. That's about as nervous as he gets up here. As the warm-up continues, he's now into the final 45 seconds or so of the warm-up. So Hagberg off first then. You heard it from James. His experience, his temperament, and his ability to close out major tournaments. None of those things are in any doubt. And that, he believes, is what's going to give Hagberg the edge here.
It's not what I believe, it's what I know.
It's what you know.
Yes.
He is confident in his opinions, ladies and gentlemen, and I have to say, there's not much I've seen out here this week that disproves it. Having to sneak his way in the final round into SuperPole probably won't be his usual style, but the fact that he did so shows the temperament is not in question. And now all it is his outright one lap speed. As we're getting underway, SuperPole for the Euro A Championship is underway. And here will be the benchmark these drivers will be aiming to beat then. His first lap now on the board. Screaming down the back straight into the EFRA hairpin. Slide on the brakes as you dare.
Whoa. It looks like we're still streaming. I believe we're still streaming, but we've lost power somewhere.
Yeah, I think we have.
Everything looks like it's working, but we've lost a camera. Can we switch to
We've lost all the cameras.
We've lost all cameras. So Adam will continue with audio only.
This just became a radio show, ladies and gentlemen. And I can tell you, after the opening few laps, Alex Hagberg,
Matt,
after
come
his
down,
first
please.
lap, a 26.106 was his opening salvo then. What's his second lap like? What's his second lap looking like? His second lap then is a 25.998. That's getting better. That is getting better. So, what next? What more can he get out of it? This is now a radio show, effectively. I'm going to have to describe it to you. I'm going to have to describe it to you old school style. He's coming through the final start-finish section. Across the line, but a wipeout as he comes across the line. He went all for broke there. A 25.624 then. That's his new benchmark as he goes through the bus-stop chicane. Now up into the two right-handers onto the back straight. That's where a lot of treachery can occur. Screaming down the back straight then. Into the EFRA hairpin. Into the S-bend. And as we're still trying to struggle to work out why there is no power in any of our cameras, we are still going then. And it's 27.9 that time from Alex Hagberg. Still not an improvement. His best lap so far is a 25.624. But he's only got 2 laps to go then in this session. Through the EFRA hairpin again. Up through the S hairpin section near the end of the lap. And then round. And he comes. Across the line then again. 26.034. His best so far, 25.624. So, not as much. Has he got one final salvo to find? Has he got one last hit out? Has he got something better? Is there something there? Is there something still up his sleeve? Here we go. One more lap then. This will be his final salvo. And it's a 25.939. And I can tell part of the power's gone off. That was controlling the air conditioning as well. But Alexander Hagberg was nerveless there. I can tell you he did not break a sweat the whole time. He comes across with a 25.624 then. That's his best lap. So that's the benchmark that everyone else will have to look for and have to try and beat. We've got a camera back. We've got a camera back online. Brightness levels are all over the place, I have to say, but we are back. Well, we were back briefly in sound and vision. Well, we've got sound still for you. That is continuing. But one thing is for certain, is that Alex Hagberg is the leader so far, of course, because he's the only one who's gone. But that 25.624, I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty good benchmark to go with. And might well be too much for everyone else to beat. I mean, we've got some serious pace coming up, but a 25.6 is incredibly fast. We have seen the briefest foray down into the 24-second bracket.
There we go. We're able to bring you one camera now. Sorry for the outage. We seem to have lost power on the cameras, but we had audio. We've got audio on one camera now. So all the other cameras have now come back.
There we go.
Okay.
So that was very strange. Even the electricity here the nerves got to the electricity here because we had a brief power cut. Does that mean the aircon's going to come back on? I'm already getting a sweat on. James is going to investigate now. Aircon's one of those great things. You don't realise how good it is until it's gone away. But one thing that is for certain then is that our cameras are back up for now. We are back in sound and vision on RC Racing TV. The EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships Euro A SuperPole session. And Bruno Coelho is now on the track, the Portuguese driver. He's ready to go. And I just wonder if his action-packed style, his all-action, all-guns-blazing style will suit the track in its current conditions. I don't think it will. But I'm waiting to be proven wrong. And I look forward to him proving me wrong. He's got 3 minutes still of warm-up as he's introduced to the crowd.
3 minutes to
Crowd
start.
already delighted, having seen their home driver win the Euro B SuperPole. And now it is time for the best efforts of Bruno Coelho. He has a 25.624 to beat. And what can his orange and white machine do? He was seriously quick over 1 lap. Oh! That is got to be a replay. And I think he's going to be grateful that happened before his runs began. But the question is he suffering any long-term damage? Has he damaged his car before his run has even begun? It doesn't look it. But what a knock for his confidence that will have been. That's not what he needs. Straight up, before he's even started his run. But just a loss of grip there for a second. A big flip and a tumble. And it's through those fast corners where you've really got to have confidence. Really be smooth in your actions. As we're about to see on the VRC Pro replay. Watch this, he just goes straight in, he starts sliding and the rear end comes right around, spins onto his roof and then flips over the wall and he's skidded on his roof for a very long time. The bodies of these cars are very tough, they can take some knocks, and luckily it looks like it has shielded all the internals and all the mechanicals. So his car looks okay. He just came in for a brief checkup, but it looks just fine for now. What will it have done to his confidence? And again, I say it, I think this track is lacking a bit of grip and it's lacking a bit of substance at the moment.
My theory is dust as well.
That's a very interesting one.
There's lots of dusty. There's lots of dusty fields around, and when you see, you can actually see the footprints on the track where people are walking across the track, and it's obviously sticking to the coke on the track, the dust off their shoes. So I think there's lots of dust in their area, and obviously that's going to make the track less sticky.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I had not considered that. With the wind being up, that of course means that dust and dirt from we are right in the middle of the foothills and the forests and the fields outside Izmir in Turkey. It's a gorgeous landscape, but it's one that could well be affecting the surface of the track as well.
45 seconds to go. Gives me a chance to say we are RCTV. We're live from Izmir here in Turkey. We're here thank you to HB Europe, Diagostini Model Space, VRC Pro, and of course EFRA, who are the organising body of the event you see live on the stream. 30 seconds to go. Gives me a quick chance to say, if you've not already become a member, do head over onto Facebook, search for RC Racing TV, find our group, click join. Once we've confirmed you're a real person, we will enter you into the group live on the stream, but obviously now not during SuperPole. Adam, over to you. Go.
We are down and away then. 10 seconds to go. Coelho on his outlap then. When he comes back around, he will start his shot at European Championship SuperPole glory. Silence in the arena. I feel like I'm commentating on snooker in the best possible way. It has that same sort of razor sharp tension about it here.
But less balls.
Less balls and a lot more speed, I have to say. Here comes Coelho. And his stint is underway. 6 of the best from Coelho. And he has a 25.624 benchmark to beat, courtesy of Alexander Hagberg. A man with more trophies and wins than I've had hot meals. Coelho then, what can he do? He did not even get to fire a shot, and in Germany in the SuperPole he just missed it. This time he's in, and what can he do? 25.780, great lap straight off the bat. He's right on the money. And I think there's a little bit more to come out of that car as well. Really pushing it full sideways. That was Colin McRae style. Maximum attack. Through the corners, I may well be proven wrong. His all-action gung-ho style may just prove the difference here. He's clipping every apex with amazing precision. What was that lap? A 25.627, 0.003 of a second off of Alex Hagberg's time. It doesn't get any closer, folks. But he's got 4 laps to beat it. Imagine if he doesn't go quicker in this session. That'll be how close it was in the end. That was one of the margins in SuperPole in Ettlingen. It was separated by thousandths of seconds. What can he do on his 3rd lap this time by? It's a 25.393. He goes to the top of the standings. He has done it. But now his mission is to improve further and set the benchmark as far away as possible from his remaining rivals. He's already snatched it off of Hagberg. And now What can he do? Can he improve? I'll tell you what, James, that must be a big blow. Must be a great start. Just 3 laps in, he's already nailed a great lap like that. And let's see, has he gone any better? 25.371.
Yeah. If you get that graphic in the bottom left of the screen, he has done better for this race.
He has indeed, yes. Yeah, that's our fastest lap graphic there, telling you when there's improvements in the air. And I mean, at the end of the last session, it was incredibly tense. There were new fast laps going in everywhere. You just figured at one point it would pop up and show a lap faster than Caio Elise. It did not. Is there further improvement from Coelho at 25.343?
He's on fire.
He's just trimming hundreds of seconds off, but it's all going to count. He's smashing out fast lap after fast lap. We knew this sort of incredible speed was capable from Coelho. Well, he's had a shunt at the end there, but it almost won't matter. He's already logged 3 awesome laps, consistently improving on his own best. And it almost doesn't matter that he's thrown it in the bin on the final lap. He has set a great target to beat as he comes back into the lane. That's it. His session is over.
I don't know how much that we caught, but let's take a VRC Pro replay and try and see if they came around the corner onto the straight. Just stood too far
we'll
out.
also try and get a word with Bruno.
Okay.
Yes, let's have a word with Bruno Coelho after an excellent run there.
Over to you, Matt.
Bruno, how was that?
It was difficult. The track is, I think, is a little bit dirt, so the rear was sliding a little bit. We tried to solve the problem, but it was not possible. So I did my best.
How does it feel being in front of the whole facility with everybody watching, and you're the only car on the track? It's just you and the clock. How does that feel?
It's really hard. I was really nervous, but it was my first time. I think it was not bad.
You had a big crash just on the warm-up. Did that do any damage to the car?
No, I think no. I just flip and no damage, nothing.
Now, crucially, you did beat your teammate Alexander Hagberg's time, so you are currently on top despite having 2 crashes. You had another crash during I think it was in your final lap. How important was it you to beat Alex's time?
Alex is, I don't know, maybe or he don't like so much the track, or I don't know, but he's not so fast like me this time, so it was okay. But two fastest guys are coming now, and I hope they don't beat me. So we will see.
We'll let you watch, and best of luck. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Matt, for that interview.
Yeah, great to hear from Coelho right off of the driver's deck there. It just demonstrates the incredible tension up there on the stand.
He also confirmed it was dirt on the track.
Yes, there you go. So you were right, James. Dirt on the track proving problematic for some of the drivers. And he was able to beat his teammate Hagberg's time in the end, just about. But the next man up will be hoping to go even better than that. Timu Lino is next up in proceedings. And what of the Finnish driver? Great contestant, a great challenger. One of the fastest out there consistently through all the laps and through all the stints. And he was right in contention for TQ until the very end. He was in second for a long time in qualifying, bumped down to third by Sami Kurzbuch late in the going. He is certainly one of the very safest bets out here to take victory in this European Championship. And if he wins SuperPole, your money is probably going to be even safer than normal. He's got about 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Warm up. And his focus is already locked in. Not a fault, not a hint, not a blemish. No lapping concentration, and his style looks a little bit cleaner, a little bit smoother. And I wonder if that'll help. I wonder if that'll help his lap times here. I wonder if that'll stand him in good stead. Although Coelho, I thought that his all-attack style would not help him. It has done actually the opposite in going so quickly and going so fast. It has enabled him to go to the top of the charts for now, but he's still got Kurzbuch and Lino to go. So he has every right to be nervous, and I don't blame him at all. This is a mechanic down in the lane, watching every single movement of that car. You will notice any blemishes, if it doesn't sound right, if it's smoking too much. And now is the time to make those changes. With just a minute left, you've got to make sure everything is ready, because you can't afford to leave anything back in the pit lane. You have to come back into the pits after your session knowing that you've left everything out on the track.
1 minute to start.
car looks in fine fettle, I have to say. It has been very strong throughout the morning here, throughout all the qualifying sessions. Guy who could have been top qualifier, didn't quite make it. This will be his chance of redemption. And this is the battle to see who will join Dominic Greiner in tomorrow's A-Main final. More adjustments to the car. Remember, there's more mechanics down in the lane now than normal. So there is only one car on track at a time. Normally it's one mechanic per car. It's a full field, but with one car at a time, it doesn't matter too much. Is there an issue with the car there? He seemed a little bit hesitant leaving the lane for a second there. I wonder if he was just checking all systems. Looks like the car's at full speed, and it's going to have to be, because as the klaxon sounds, there it is. His run will start as soon as he comes back to the start-finish line. Hold your breath, folks. We're about to have 6 of the best put on by Teemu Laino. Here we go. His run begins right here. 25.343 that he has to beat. After Bruno Coelho's last run, he improved consistently there. It was a 25.343 for Coelho. It's now up to Teemu Laino to try and beat that. Remember, we have seen laps in the 25.0 and the 24.9 range, but they were earlier in practice when the track maybe was cooler, less dusty. What can Laino do? What's his first hit out? A 27.086. That's way off the pace. But he is feeling out the track, feeling out the setup. You get a feeling he's going to build up to his fastest, but just got to be careful on those rumble strips. Got to be careful that you don't take too big of a chunk out. But you do have to take a little bit out of those rumble strips to get the fastest line round here. Just incredibly fine balance between aggression and smoothness. What of that lap? That was better, 26.2, but still up to nearly 9/10 of a second off of Bruno Coelho's fastest. Laino won't know any of this. Well, he'll hear some of the announcing, but I feel like he'll block that out of his mind. He's just fully in the zone. Full focus. Around the sunglasses. 3 of 6 here. This is where Coelho's fastest came. A 25.544. This is much better. Here we go. He's starting to build up. He's beaten Alex Hagberg's mark. Now what has he got for Coelho? He needs another 2/10.
This looks fast already. I'm just looking at the turn. It's very fast if he can just keep it on the racing lines now. Keep those turns nice and tight. I think... Ooh, it's close. It's going to be close. What was his last lap?
26.044.
Not as close as I thought.
Well, I don't know. I think the harder you push, sometimes the more time you lose. I think right now you just got to find a perfect balance between aggression and smoothness and being compact. At the moment, it's really hard to find that balance when you're trying to push as hard as you can. But that just isn't suiting the track and the way it is right now.
It's that turn just before the zigzag, or you'll give it the more official name. The back end of the cars, you put too much power down there. It's sending the back end of the car out and slowing them right down.
That's where Coelho came to grief in his practice runs. The fact is, Coelho still has the fastest. Laino has one more lap.
They should all be that tight.
Has he got something left? You're absolutely right, James. It's a really compact style and compact lines around the corners. That looks better. That looks better. His final hit at 25.245. Oh, he saved the best till last. A phenomenal final lap from Teemu Laino. Puts him to the top of the SuperPole standings with 1 to go. No pressure, Simon Kurzbuch. But that was a stonking final lap from Laino. And we're going to have a VRC Pro replay of the end of that lap, just to show you what James was talking about those final few corners being all pivotal. He threw the Hail Mary on the final lap, and it came off spectacularly.
Have a little quick word with Teemu.
Oh, we're going to have a quick word with Teemu just before we do.
So Teemu, I don't know if you realise or not, you were the fastest. You did get the fastest lap in the end.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, the track was completely different, and I changed the new setup as I feel in the last qualifying the car wasn't there, so it was too loose now because I went more hard and track had no grip, so it was sliding all over the place.
That was incredible to watch. You had a couple of, probably by your standards, not very good laps, and the times were quite slow. It wasn't until the last lap that you beat Bruno's time. How do you keep your head together when the last lap you made a big mistake? How do you get it back together?
For me, it's normally always the last moment. Everything is the best. So I knew, even before the run, the last lap for me is the best. So for me, it's normal. The last moment.
Timu, that was absolutely amazing to watch. Thank you very much.
Just going to show the viewers there that the last couple of, I can't get my words out. The last couple of turns of Timu's lap. Here we can see. He didn't slow that down.
Look at that. That was absolutely flat out through there.
Be even better if we actually slowed it down so the
yeah, it was
viewers
so
could
fast
see.
we barely saw it. Look at this. Right on the lines there. Flat through that corner. Change the second around now. Now look, as you're absolutely right.
Tight in the corner. Kept the back end absolutely in line. Tight on the next corner.
Straight here. And look at this. I love the fact that as soon as he crosses the finish line, he crashes.
Yeah, he knew he could gun it on the last lap. It didn't matter.
That's the Daniel Ricciardo effect. They're crashing as he finished. But
guys, I think you may have been just looking away from the screen.
I was.
His first lap, the amount of air he got, I think it was off the bus stop chicane. It was about a foot of air.
What, Simon Kurzbuch?
No, Timu. Early on. I'm sure we'll find it for later on. Might even film it and put it on the group. But that was the most air I've seen. It was just literally about a foot and a half off the ground.
Well, we've seen some amazing stuff through there. We've seen some proper Dukes of Hazzard action through there, jumping over the rumble strips. Kurzbuch will be hoping to avoid that partially because I'll slow him down, but here we go then. If your heart rate is not quite fast enough yet, guaranteed it'll crank up a bit more. This is the last run of SuperPole for the 2015 EFRA 1/10 IC Track European Championships, live on RC Racing TV, presented by HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, VRC Pro, and EFRA. And by crikey, have we got a cracker coming up. We had a great first hit out from Alexander Hagberg. Well, before that, we had the B SuperPole session, which was won from the front in the end by Kaya Ali, hometown hero. No one else could match his time, and the crowd went berserk when it filtered through that his time had not been beaten, and he was still the winner. So he won that SuperPole session. He'll be in the B Euro final tomorrow, which you'll also see live on RC Racing TV. And now in this A session, every driver has gone quicker than the previous one, but just about. So far, there's been nothing in it. Right now, there is less than a tenth of a second separating first and second, and less than 4/10 separating first and third of the runners that have gone. That is how equally matched they are. Hagberg went first with a 25.624 best lap. Coelho then beat it 3 times over. That's at a 25.343. And then we just saw Timu Lino. He said the car was too loose. He said he was struggling with conditions. Backing up what we said in Ettlingham, it's amazing what the gap they leave between qualifying and SuperPole does to the track. It's a completely different beast to what it was earlier. But Lino still managed to hold it together and nail a 25.245 on the very last lap. He went for broke and it came off. Now though, up steps Simon Kurzbuch, a man we know is a phenomenal qualifier. He was TQ at the 1/8 European Championships in Germany. So he did not take part in that inaugural SuperPole session. He watched from the sidelines, knowing that he was already in the final. And he will have watched that SuperPole session with interest. And now it's his first time in the SuperPole. What has he got to offer? What has he got to contend with those in front of him?
9, 8,
I think he might just get one more lap of warm-up out. I think he's going to come across the line. He's going to beat the timer back. So he's going to have one more warm-up lap then. And there's the klaxon. And his laps will start when he comes back to the start-finish line then. And Kurzbuch's style is very smooth, and he always knows where the aggression is, how much of it to apply at any given time. Tucking nicely in on the apexes, that's what you want. No big twitches, no big slides. Here we go then, he's underway. Tucking nicely in on the apexes, look at that. Very nice and compact. And through the bus stop, and he takes a big load of right front air there on the rumble strips. It's about getting as close as you dare to those rumble strips. Remember, the benchmark to beat from Timu Lino, 25.245. What has Kurzbuch got? He's got a very nice line and a very good racing line. First lap around a 25.643. That's a very good start. And James was shaking his head at the end of the first lap. He didn't think it looked that quick, but
No, I
certainly
didn't.
sometimes the slower a lap looks, the cleaner it is, and actually it's faster.
I think I just looked up towards the end of the lap and just saw a bit of fishtail and
Yep.
thought, no, that's not going to be fast.
What about this one then? What of that one? 26.048. That was worse, if anything. But he's got 4 more laps to do it. And as Teemu Laine would testify, it's not over until the end of the very last lap. So Kjærsbøk has got to be feeling confident. He knows he's got pace there. As I say, these guys were hitting 25 zeros in the qualifying sessions, but they were not doing it under this intense heat and intense pressure. That was all action for the final few corners. 25.387. Oh, that's close.
So
He's only
close.
0.04 of a second off of Bruno Coelho's time now. Which says a lot. But second and third now split by 0.04 of a second. And still a tenth or so between himself and Teemu Laine. What about this time? Lap 4. What of that one? 25.875. I had to check that wasn't a zero. And 2 more laps then.
I think it's fairly safe to say if you see the pop-up graphic, he may just beat Limu,
I
but
think so. If you see that graphic now, I can't imagine how he managed to go faster still, but still not beat Lino. His lines are very smooth and very clean. 25.909 though. He's going the wrong way and at the wrong time. 1 lap left. This is it. The last lap of SuperPole in the EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships 2015. Full 4 wheels off the ground at the bus stop. This is all action from Kjærsbøk. Surely not another last lap thriller. Here we go, through the final corners,
No.
big slides and a spin across the line. Spectacular, but it wasn't enough. A 25.6 on his final lap was not enough for Simon Kjærsbøk, and he walks away disgusted. He just came up agonisingly short, but what that does mean is Teemu Laine, the Finnish driver, is through as your winner of the Euro A SuperPole with a phenomenal final lap of his run, 25.245. That sends him through as your winner. What a great effort. And I'll tell you what, for how down he was on his car and how it was handling, James, I think that's pretty extraordinary as to how he managed to deliver a lap like that. And I think, to be honest, he wasn't the only one struggling with his car out there. It seems to me like he just adapted quicker to the conditions and to the track surface out there that was covered in dust and various different conditions out there. So it was incredibly difficult to deal with. So what we're going to have coming up now for you on RC Racing TV, that's not the end of the action. We are going to have a press conference coming up to you featuring our top qualifiers and our SuperPole winners, and giving you all the lowdown on the action that's prevailed here on a spectacularly tense day 2 of the EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships. Our coverage presented all day, as it has been throughout the event, by HB Europe, D'Agostini Model Space, EFRA and VRC Pro. And what an event it's been already. We have not even got into the main finals and the races tomorrow. Those are your ones to watch. And who shakes out where, we'll give you all the lowdown. In fact, I might have a look for you, see if the heat lineups for tomorrow have been finalised. Not sure they have yet. It'll be very interesting to see. All we do know for certain is that Joe Kragewski and Kaya Ali are your 2 finalists locked in already for the Euro B Championship final. And in Euro A, it's Dominic Greiner and Teemu Laine who are locked in for the Euro A final. And that is how they'll roll off. Everyone else will filter into the semi-finals. All those we have seen today will filter into the semi-finals and beyond. Some of those guys down into quarterfinals, some of them even in that 1/8 final. So let's have a look and see if we've got a finalised lineup for those finals. I don't think we quite have yet. We'll wait for the timing and scoring to update. But certainly for those 2 drivers in both Euro A and Euro B, there's a huge advantage going in. to tomorrow's races. They'll be able to watch in comfort and watch in convenience for the finals to play out tomorrow, the lower finals to play out tomorrow, safe in the knowledge that they're already there and with the best starting position on the track possible. So as I say, we're going to build up here and have a brief press conference with your top qualifiers and SuperPole winners. I'll be very fascinated to hear the reactions of the drivers, having come through, nerves jangling and hands trying not to twitch as much as possible through those SuperPole sessions, as well as your top qualifiers who have to come through 5 rigorous rounds of qualifying sessions. Dominic Greiner and Tom Krajewski doing their business and doing their jobs very, very well. Getting the job done in style. And there is no fluking any of those top qualified positions. They earn their way through. And for the others behind, well, any one of those guys we just saw in the SuperPole session could have been top qualifiers themselves. And the fact that some of them won't even be in the final yet, they've still got to go through the semi-finals, really tells you just how close these sessions have been. Let's see actually if we've got some finals yet. No, we don't have rankings yet for the finals, but through qualifying, Tom Krajewski, the German, one of Yannick Nimislo. He'll be disappointed he didn't have more to give there. And we are gearing up and we are getting ready for the press conference here. And how nice is that? The air conditioning is back on after our brief power cut. Even the electricity in here couldn't cope with the tension. And luckily it did not affect our stream, and we were able to keep you entertained, even if it was just in sound for a brief moment there. And then vision returned, and just at the right time as well, to bring you the most exciting parts of the qualifying session. And this SuperPole session packed out the grandstands and has provided a mightily awesome spectacle for what has been a great day 2 of the EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships. So we're waiting now for the drivers to come through for the press conference. As I say, I'm very interested to hear their thoughts on that SuperPole session and the TQ session before that. Let's just have a look on the YouTube comments then. Yep, don't go anywhere yet, fans. All the shouts for their favourite drivers in the comments. We love you guys coming through. Alex Hagberg, a former world champion, and disappointed to have not done better in that SuperPole session. But it seems to me like those conditions have changed beyond recognition for a lot of those drivers, and it threw a lot of them off. But it was who reacted the fastest and who guessed the best with their setup and appeared to have the edge, and certainly it was what helped with Kaya Ali. We've got Kaya Ali and Tom Krajewski coming up first in the conference. We're getting ready. Don't go anywhere just yet. Our coverage is not done for the day yet, not by a long chalk. But we do want to hear your reactions and your comments on the SuperPole format and your thoughts on it. My thoughts on it? Amazing. I'm loving the SuperPole format. I'm a big fan of it. I think it adds a brilliant spice to the end of the qualifying sessions, and it really does give the fans and the viewers at home, you guys, a great spectacle to watch. It's fascinating to cover and it's fascinating to comment on. So let's hope it's here to stay for the longest time. I think it is here to stay. So our driver's coming up here now, ready and waiting for the press conference, which we will give you very, very shortly on RC Racing TV. The EFRA 1/10th IC Track European Championships Day 2 coming to a close. And as it does, we will have all the thoughts and all the up-to-date reactions of the top 2 drivers through for that qualifying session. I'm particularly interested to ask Kaya Ali where on earth he pulled that miracle lap out in his session. Where he got that one from, I'm not even sure he knew. But certainly he gave the home fans a big cheer. Something to cheer about between himself and Mustafa Alp. The home fans have really had a lot to get behind this week. And I'm really glad and really thankful to see them do so well. This inaugural event out here in Izmir in Turkey, the first ever event out here, has so far exceeded all expectations. I think Not that expectations were low in the first place, but this facility really has been one of the most premier facilities we've been to on the entire calendar. It is catered for everything and for everyone. And certainly the quality of racing and competition we've seen so far has been to match. It almost feels like if you give the drivers and the competitors the best facilities possible and a great track to compete on, they will step out and they will come out to play. And they'll reward you with amazing action, which is exactly what we've had all week here so far. And that SuperPole session just demonstrated that beautifully to us. So, getting ready for the first round of press conferences for the Euro B class. Tom Krugevski and Kaya Ali up, ready to talk to us in a few minutes' time. Do not go anywhere. You want the inside track, you want all the inside knowledge on how those guys managed to make it to the finals at the first opportunity. It's time to find out. It's time to see just exactly how they did it. And to be honest, I'm not sure they know. I certainly don't know. Krugevski did it with ironclad consistency. He had a blip or two, but after a couple of wavy moments in the first heat or two, first round or two of qualifying, he was never heated after that. But Kaya Ali, I'll tell you what, I wonder if it was a little bit of momentum after being at home and in front of his home fans that spurred him on. But certainly he nailed that lap and then had to sit in very nervous silence as three other drivers went out there trying to beat it. The fact that they didn't is a great achievement for these drivers, and a great achievement for the hometown kid. Remember, we'll also have a driver conference with the top two from Euro A, which will be Dominic Reiner, and as we just saw, Timu Lainu, who got a fantastic lap on the very final lap of his run, and it was one that could not be heeded as hard as he tried by Simon Kiersbrook. So Lino, great run, and has locked himself into the final. And we are getting ready for our press conference fairly soon. We'll be up any moment now. So stay tuned right here on RC Racing TV. Our coverage of day 2 of the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships has been presented, and all our week's coverage will be presented by HP Europe, D'Agostini Motorspace, VRC Pro and EFRA. We are just about ready in a few minutes' time for the press conferences coming up. Right, well, here we are then at the press conference. First of the press conference is here at the EFRA 110th IC Track European Championships 2015, and we're here from the top 2 qualifiers for the Euro B Championship. We're here with Tom Krugevski, the top qualifier, and Kaya Ali, who won the SuperPole session that we've just seen earlier. Tom, let's start with you. Supreme performances throughout qualifying, sweeping a lot of your sessions. How good did it feel coming out of that session, knowing that you'd just been consistently probably the strongest guy out there?
Yeah, the problem of this track was the conditions are changing all the time, and I was happy that my car is okay in all my runs. It changes sometimes with the lap time, but it's drivable every time, and yeah, I will see what we can do in the final.
So just talk about that a little bit. How difficult is it to try and keep up with the track, and how much sort of second guessing of how the conditions changing did you have to do out there?
The problem is if, for example, the clutch is too early and you over push one corner, then you lose maybe the whole infield, and so it's super difficult to get a good setup.
It's very interesting you mentioned that, because a lot of drivers have talked about how difficult it is to set up for this track and how many corners there are and how many mistakes potentially could be made. Now you've qualified through to the final, how much confidence does it give you knowing that you're already locked in the final and you're rolling off on the pole?
Yeah, it couldn't be better for sure. But yeah, we will see how the conditions are in the final. That's about everything.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, Tom. And he's full of confidence, as so he should be, as top qualifier. Now, let's talk to the hometown hero, shall we? Kaya Ali, who won through in the SuperPole session. Just how nervous were you having to go first, as the first of the drivers, and then having to wait for everyone else to go through on their runs?
İkinci ciddi GP yarış tecrübem olduğu için yukarıda çok gergindim.
Sen söyle, normal söyle.
İkinci GP yarış tecrübem olduğu için çok gergindim. Kendi yarışım haricinde diğerlerini beklerken daha bir gergindim. Yani o kadar.
I was so nervous that as it was my second GP race, and then waiting for the other guys to race made me a little bit more nervous because I had little time to make practice. So that was it.
Well, you must be delighted either way to make it through. Did the fact you're on home soil kind of help you along, or did you kind of block out the crowd from your mind in the end?
Buranın yerlisi olarak yarışıyor olmak sana kendini iyi hissettirdi mi? Yoksa tamamen ayrıca mı düşündün? Sanki buralı değilmiş gibi diğer dışarıdaki insan.
Yarışa başlarken hiç buralı olduğumu düşünmeyerek çok bağımsız bir şekilde yarışmaya başladım. Zaten burada ikinci GP kullanışım. İlki yarım bir şekildeydi. Tam bitirememiştim yarışı. Kendimi İzmirli olarak görmedim. Sırf şehir dışından gelmiş gibi ilk Avrupa tecrübem olarak görüyorum.
It was the second time that I have raced on this track, so I couldn't feel as if I was at home because the first race I was racing wasn't complete at all. So I had an accident. So I didn't feel like I was at home. It's like a European experience, a European race experience for me.
That's a very good attitude to have, I think, sometimes taking the pressure off the home crowd as well. Now, of course, you're now in the final of the Euro B Championship, rolling off second as well in only your second event. How on earth do you try and contain the nerves overnight? And does the fact that you don't have to go through some of the lower finals give you a bit of confidence? You can just watch those guys do what they need to do.
Seni daha ikinci yarışında bu kadar yükseliyor olman diyor. Hani bu gece nasıl rahat uyuyabilecek misin? Çok geriliyor musun diyor. Diğer adamlar hani sonuçta daha tecrübeli, rahat hissedecek misin kendini?
Kendimi rahat hissedemeyeceğim. Akşam yine gergin bir şekilde uyuyacağım. Heyecanlı bir şekilde uyuyacağım. Ama kendimi olabildiğim kadar sakin tutmaya çalışacağım. İyi gideceğim. Reflekslerime de güvenmeye çalışacağım.
Of course, I will be nervous, and I don't expect to sleep well tonight. And I will do my best to keep my reflexes up in the tomorrow's race, and I will do my best.
Excellent. Now that's the least we would expect. Well done to you guys for going through as the top two qualifiers, and thank you very much for your time, and thanks very much for speaking to us on RC Racing TV. Best of luck tomorrow to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, there you go. There are your thoughts from... Yeah, there you go. There is... thanks very much for speaking to us, chaps. And there are your thoughts from Tom Krajewski, top qualifier from the Euro B Championships, and Kaya Ali, the SuperPole winner for Euro B. And we're just going to wait now for the top two qualifiers in Euro A to come through as well. Thanks very much for speaking to us, chaps. And best of luck tomorrow. Big sighs of relief from Kaya Ali. He almost looked more nervous in front of the cameras than he did up on the driver's stand. I barely feel how that's possible. Anyone can speak to a camera. I do that most of the time on my YouTube channel. I certainly couldn't be able to stand in that driver's stand and do what these guys do consistently. Well, we're just going to wait now for the top two qualifiers in the Euro A Championship field to come through. That will be Dominic Greiner and Timu Lino will come through. Obviously changed the names as well. That'll be a bit embarrassing, but I'm very interested to speak to Timu. We did speak to him briefly up on the driver's stand and got his thoughts. He didn't seem happy with how his car was handling in that session, but certainly he seemed to adopt to the conditions a lot quicker than everyone else. And a lot of people have been speaking about how the conditions have changed almost round by round here. This is a track that is always evolving. It is a track that has the same layout, and that's about it. The surface keeps changing. Rubber gets down on the track, oil gets down on the track, dust is blown onto the track and off it again. The wind changing conditions here. The sun in the sky is consistent, and even then that can change how things go down on the track. And whether it boils down and then it makes it stickier, or if it doesn't. Sometimes it can dry it up, and sometimes it can make the surface kind of smooth and skatey and skittery, as we saw in those sessions. We saw a lot of guys struggling with that in the qualifying sessions, and I'm fascinated to find out the thoughts of Dominic and Timu. They're just here right now. Timu's coming through now, and coming through now to speak to us. I'm fascinated to hear their thoughts of this F-Mod Arena facility. So here we go then. Here is your conference. Here is your chat with your European Championship A top 2 qualifiers. Just let them get comfortable for a second. They've been nervously jittering around. Well, certainly Timu has been waiting for that final round to go through. But now they can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, because these are your first two drivers to be locked in to tomorrow's grand final for the IC Track 1/10th European Championships 2015. Dominic Greiner, let's start with you. Your performances in the qualifying rounds was really kind of ruthlessly effective. Hang on a second. Well spotted. There we go. Let's speak to top qualifier Dominic Greiner then. You made it through as the top qualifier then. I remember last time I saw you in the 1/8 Championship out in Germany, things weren't quite there for you. What has changed since then, if any, or is it just a case of this track kind of suiting your driving style more?
Yeah, usually, normally I drive the 110 car, and 1/8 I started this year because of the European Championship in Germany and the Nationals at my home track. So overall, I'm a 110 driver, and all the driving skills and the feeling from the cars, I like the 110 car more. But here it's very strange. The grip is very high and crazy setup, and the track is very, very far and very, very big. But the line is very important here. It's a very small gap where you can drive, and yeah. But overall, I'm very happy.
Well, understandably so, as the top qualifier. It must have been incredibly hard work to get through in those sessions, but nearing the end you were just nailing good session after good session. Now, people have talked about how the track conditions change from session on session, so I guess the same question to you as the previous top qualifier. How do you keep up with the track? How do you anticipate how the track's going to change from session upon session?
Yeah, yesterday, the first run, my car was very good. For the second run, I had a little bit more front steering and flipped one time. And then I broke the tire and lost too much time, so this was my 5th place. But today, in the first 2 runs, I changed nothing on the car, and 2 times was very good. And for the third run, I rebuilt just the shocks, and then it was a bit strange for too much steering in the front, and then you have no corner speed, and then it's a bit slower.
Well, it's interesting to note how the conditions have changed so much from session on session, and you just mentioned there about how you've been doing double duty this year in the 1/8 and the 1/10 disciplines, but you kind of view 1/10 as your home. Talk us a little bit about how the driving style differs between the two. I mean, they're both obviously nitro-fueled engines, they've got slightly different bodies, but how much does the slightly smaller scale affect your driving style of them?
Yeah, for 110 you must investigate more in the line. You must nearly on the curbs and in the corners. And 1/8 you can push more hard, you have more power out of the corner, you have more traction and grip from the body, from the aerodynamic. And for 110, for me 110 is a bit difficult to drive as 1/8. But yeah, also the setup with 110, you have the diff in the front and in the rear, and the body has not so much pressure on the car. So for 110, I think that's the reason why 110 is in the last years it goes more less driver as a 1/8, because to drive 110 very fast is very difficult. I think the 1/8 car drives faster, easy, I think.
So it's easier to go quicker in the 1/8 car. That's very interesting. Sure. I mean, we have been wondering, a lot of the guys, Timu as well, doing double duty from the 1/8 tournament as well, so we're very interested to hear about the differences between the two. Now, of course, you're going through as top qualifier. You were able to sit back and relax in the pits while Timu and co were out there sweating it out in the SuperPole session. You'll be rolling off on pole for the final. Does that affect your strategy for the final at all, or is it just a case of lead from the front, no mistakes, I'm champion? I wish it was that easy, of course. It's always easier said than done, but how's your strategy going to be for the final?
Yeah, the problem here is to have a car which is the whole final very easy to drive, because the tires here, the tire wear is strange. It's not high, but strange, and the car changed a little bit, I think, in a longer run. So it's very important not flipping and chunk the tire. That's the problem here. And flip one time, you have a chunk tire, and then it's finished. then you must change the tire, and then you lost more time. But overall, it's very important to have a nice car, easy car. Maybe not so fast as in the qualifiers, but when you have a good tire set, the whole final, you will be in the first 3 positions.
Excellent. Well, excellent. Well, you're feeling confident then for your chances, and I'm not surprised at all. As a top qualifier, you've smashed through the heats, rolling off pole. But there is the crucial factor, ladies and gentlemen, tyre wear in that final. That is probably going to decide who is going to be our European champion. Dominic, thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck tomorrow in the final. Now on to Teemu Laino, who had to come through that SuperPole session there. Obviously, you were third of the 4 drivers up. You spoke briefly to our own Matt after the session, saying that the handling was a little bit strange on the car. Just talk to us a little bit about how different the track felt between even the end of qualifying and the SuperPole session.
Yeah, it was maximum loose after the qualifying. I think it was same in Ettlingen when we had the 1.8 Euros. You have a 1 hour break, and we had the huge wind here, so all the dust come to the track, so the traction was lower. And I changed the tires from right to left, and the car was like tweaked. And after the run, actually, because the traction was low, the outside tire didn't wear, so I had the 2 mm split. So that's why it felt really strange to try.
It must have felt pretty unusual, but I guess it must have worked out in the end. Did you have any kind of inkling of where you were in terms of your lap times? Because, of course, you did nail that fastest lap right on the final lap of the session. Did you have any idea that in the back of your mind that you still needed to go quicker, or was it just a case of let's go as quick as possible and then I'll figure out where I am at the end of the run?
No, I usually do everything at the last moment, so I knew anyway it's the last lap for me. So I keep it cool, and I was waiting the last lap. Even the car didn't feel that good that time, as we had the new setup for the run. We tried to make the car more hard, so more easy to drive, but traction was low, so it was actually worse. So I'm pretty happy with that. It worked out.
I'd imagine you must be. How interesting was it, or what perspective did it give you going up third? Because obviously you get to watch the first 2 and see if you could pick up anything from them. So I guess my question's twofold. What did you learn from the first 2, and how nerve-wracking was it to then go in and watch someone else try and beat your time at the end there?
Well, I didn't watch them at all. I was just hanging on the rostrum, and if you watch too much what other guys do, it's just, for me, it's no point. I just like to do my own thing, and I don't care what others do. It's you focus your own thing. It always works out better for me.
Well, that's a very interesting attitude, and I guess we've spoken about how the SuperPole sessions can put drivers in a different mentality. I mean, it's very rare in RC racing that all the attention's focused on one driver like that. So I guess you've just given us a hint of that. How do you deal with that when you're up on the platform? Do you, as you said, do you just try and keep yourself away from everything as possible, so it's not information overload, and just focus in as much as possible? And even then, that seems very difficult to do.
Well, for me it works. I've been always doing like that. Like, some people like to sneak and check what other people do and try to find stuff, but I figure out it works better when I just try all kind of crazy setups and make the car for you, as everybody's driving style is different, so you need to make your own setup. So if I copy somebody's setup, it's maybe no good if that guy drives completely different, so just waste of the time.
So you have to focus in a lot on your own setup. So that's really fascinating information. Of course, this SuperPole setup's fairly new, so we're all learning about it all the time, as I guess you guys are as well. So it's really good to find that out about it. Now, on to the serious matter of tomorrow's final. You'll be rolling off second behind Dominic here. You two will be in the final first. Won't have to worry about the semi-finals, so you can just go off somewhere else and not even watch that if you want to. But what's the strategy going to be for the final? What do you reckon? Where do you reckon this final is going to be won and lost?
Well, first I hope that I get the good set of tires, as like him and me, we both had the chunk tires, like the cooling coming off, so I think it's a little bit risky business in a long final, because it can cost the whole final win. So just keep it clean and drive around. That's pretty much it. Keep
it clean and drive around. I wish RC racing was that simple. I'd be able to do that as well. But just one more question then. This track, this F-Mod Arena, it's a very interesting facility. There's a lot of corners on it. It felt to me, as a viewer, that if you try to drive too hard around it, it would kind of bite you. You couldn't be too aggressive with it. What sort of style gets the best out of this track?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's because the traction is so high. If you push like maximum, you will slip. So you need to all the time keep it on the limit and 100% focus how the car enters into corners. And each run, actually the traction is, I feel it's more and more. I think tomorrow is even more traction. So it changes all the time. And it's really weird that even middle of the day when it's like really hot, like 38 degrees, and track is probably 70 degrees or 60 degrees, traction is super high. Normally we go to Italy, traction is super high in the morning and the evening, but daytime it push. But here it's all the time super high. So I like the facility. It's just a little bit too big for the 10 scale, but I like the track because it's a really difficult track. It's very technical. Many tracks are too easy, so it also makes the good drivers to show the skills.
Well, it pushes the drivers to the limit and it puts on a fantastic spectacle. We can't wait for the finals tomorrow. You two will be rolling off 1-2 in the grand final, going for European Championship glory. We wish you the best of luck, both of you. Gents, thanks very much for talking to RC Racing TV.
Thank you.
So that was Dominic Greiner, your TQ for Euro A, and Timo Leino, your winner of the SuperPole session for Euro A. Thanks very much, gents, for talking to us. And we wish them both best of luck in the final. And that will just about wrap up our coverage today for RC Racing TV. Thank you very much for watching today. It has been absolutely action-packed all day. Who said qualifying was boring? Not in RC racing it isn't. Not when you've got SuperPole along. It's been a mighty day's entertainment. And tomorrow, we're getting down to it. By the close of play tomorrow, we will have decided our new Euro B and Euro A IC Track 1/10 European champions. Join us for the ride. 9 a.m. local tomorrow. It'll be 8 a.m. Central European time. You've heard from the TQ and SuperPole winners in both classes. They'll be rolling off 1-2 in the final. Who's going to join them in the final? And who are going to be lifting those illustrious trophies? Only one way to find out. Lock into RC Racing TV tomorrow. Thanks very much for tuning in. We'll see you there.